The Celestial Omnibus by E. M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Celestial Omnibus 1. The boy who resided at Agathox Lodge 28, Buckingham Park Road, Surbiton, had often been puzzled by the old signpost that stood almost opposite. He asked his mother about it, and she replied that it was a joke, and not a very nice one, which had been made many years back by some naughty young men, and that the police ought to remove it. For there were two strange things about this signpost. Firstly, it pointed up a blank alley, and secondly, it had painted on it, in faded characters, the words, "To Heaven." "What kind of young men were they?" he asked. "I think your father told me that one of them wrote verses, and was expelled from the university and came to grief in other ways. Still, it was a long time ago. You must ask your father about it. He will say the same as I do, that it was put up as a joke. So it doesn't mean anything at all." She sent him upstairs to put on his best things, for the Bonzes were coming to tea, and he was to hand the cake-stand. It struck him, as he wrenched on his tightening trousers, that he might do worse than ask Mr. Bonds about the signpost. His father, though very kind, always laughed at him, shrieked with laughter, whenever he or any other child asked a question or spoke. But Mr. Bonds was serious as well as kind. He had a beautiful house and lent one books. He was a churchwarden and a candidate for the county council. He had donated to the free library enormously. He presided over the literary society, and had members of Parliament to stop with him. In short, he was probably the wisest person alive. Yet even Mr. Bonds could only say that the signpost was a joke, the joke of a person named Shelley. "Of course," cried the mother. "I told you so, dear. That was the name." "Had you never heard of Shelley?" asked Mr. Bonds. "No," said the boy, and hung his head. "But is there no Shelley in the house?" "Why, yes," exclaimed the lady, in much agitation. "Dear Mr. Bonds, we aren't such Philistines as that. Two at the least, one a wedding present and the other, smaller print, in one of the spare rooms. I believe we have 7 Shelleys," said Mr. Bonds, with a slow smile. Then he brushed the cake crumbs off his stomach, and, together with his daughter, rose to go. The boy, obeying a wink from his mother, saw them all the way to the garden gate, and when they had gone he did not at once return to the house, but gazed for a little up and down Buckingham Park Road. His parents lived at the right end of it. After number 39, the quality of the houses dropped very suddenly, and 64 had not even a separate servants' entrance. But at the present moment the whole road looked rather pretty, for the sun had just set in splendor, and the inequalities of rent were drowned in a saffron afterglow. Small birds twittered, and the breadwinner's train shrieked musically down through the cutting, that wonderful cutting which has drawn to itself the whole beauty out of Surbiton, and clad itself, like any alpine valley, with the glory of the fir and the silver birch and the primrose. It was this cutting that had first stirred desires within the boy, desires for something just a little different, he knew not what, desires that would return whenever things were sunlit, as they were this evening, running up and down inside him, up and down, till he would feel quite unusual all over, and as likely as not would want to cry. This evening he was even sillier, for he slipped across the road towards the signpost and began to run up the blank alley. The alley runs between high walls, the walls of the gardens of Ivanhoe and Belle Vista, respectively. It smells a little all the way, and is scarcely 20 yards long, including the turn at the end. So not unnaturally the boy soon came to a standstill. "I'd like to kick that Shelley," he exclaimed, and glanced idly at a piece of paper which was pasted on the wall. Rather an odd piece of paper, and he read it carefully before he turned back. This is what he read: S and CRCC, alteration in service. Owing to lack of patronage, the company are regretfully compelled to suspend the hourly service and to retain only the sunrise and sunset omnibuses, which will run as usual. It is to be hoped that the public will patronize an arrangement which is intended for their convenience. As an extra inducement, the company will, for the first time, now issue return tickets, available one day only, which may be obtained of the driver. Passengers are again reminded that no tickets are issued at the other end, and that no complaints in this connection will receive consideration from the company. Nor will the company be responsible for any negligence or stupidity on the part of passengers, nor for hailstorms, lightning, loss of tickets, nor for any act of God. For the direction. Now he had never seen this notice before, nor could he imagine where the omnibus went to. S, of course, was for Surbiton, and RCC meant Road Car Company. But what was the meaning of the other C? Coombe and Malden, perhaps, or possibly City. Yet it could not hope to compete with the Southwestern. The whole thing, the boy reflected, was run on hopelessly unbusinesslike lines. Why no tickets from the other end? And what an hour to start! Then he realized that unless the notice was a hoax, an omnibus must have been starting just as he was wishing the Bonzes good-bye. He peered at the ground through the gathering dusk, and there he saw what might or might not be the marks of wheels. Yet nothing had come out of the alley, and he had never seen an omnibus at any time in the Buckingham Park Road. No, it must be a hoax. Like the signposts, like the fairy tales, like the dreams upon which he would wake suddenly in the night. And with a sigh he stepped from the alley, right into the arms of his father. Oh, how his father laughed! "Poor, poor Popsy!" he cried. "Diddums, Diddums! Diddums think he'd walkie-palkie up to Evink!" And his mother, too, also convulsed with laughter, appeared on the steps of Agathox Lodge. "Don't, Bob!" she gasped. "Don't be so naughty! Oh, you'll kill me! Oh, leave the boy alone!" But all that evening the joke was kept up. The father implored to be taken too. Was it a very tiring walk? Need one wipe one's shoes on the doormat? And the boy went to bed, feeling faint and sore, and thankful for only one thing, that he had not said a word about the omnibus. It was a hoax, yet through his dreams it grew more and more real, and the streets of Surbiton, through which he saw it driving, seemed instead to become hoaxes and shadows. And very early in the morning he woke with a cry, for he had had a glimpse of its destination. He struck a match, and its light fell not only on his watch, but also on his calendar, so that he knew it to be half an hour to sunrise. It was pitch dark, for the fog had come down from London in the night, and all Surbiton was wrapped in its embraces. Yet he sprang out and dressed himself, for he was determined to settle, once for all, which was real, the omnibus or the streets. I shall be a fool one way or the other, he thought, until I know. Soon he was shivering in the road under the gas lamp that guarded the entrance to the alley. To enter the alley itself required some courage. Not only was it horribly dark, but he now realized that it was an impossible terminus for an omnibus. If it had not been for a policeman, whom he heard approaching through the fog, he would never have made the attempt. The next moment he had made the attempt and failed. Nothing. Nothing but a blank alley and a very silly boy gaping at its dirty floor. It was a hoax. "I'll tell Papa and Mamma," he decided. "I deserve it. I deserve that they should know. I'm too silly to be alive." And he went back to the gate of Agathox Lodge. There he remembered that his watch was fast. The sun was not risen. It would not rise for 2 minutes. Give the bus every chance, he thought cynically, and returned into the alley. But the omnibus was there. 2. It had 2 horses, whose sides were still smoking from their journey, and its 2 great lamps shone through the fog against the alley's walls, changing their cobwebs and moss into tissues of fairyland. The driver was huddled up in a cape. He faced the blank wall, and how he had managed to drive in so neatly and so silently was one of the many things that the boy never discovered. Nor could he imagine how ever he would drive out. "Please?" His voice quavered through the foul brown air. "Please, is that an omnibus?" "Omnibus est," said the driver, without turning around. There was a moment's silence. The policeman passed, coughing, by the entrance of the alley. The boy crouched in the shadow, for he did not want to be found out. He was pretty sure, too, that it was a pirate. Nothing else, he reasoned, would go from such odd places and at such odd hours. "About when do you start?" He tried to sound nonchalant. "At sunrise." "And how far do you go?" "The whole way." "And can I have a return ticket which will bring me all the way back?" "You can." "Do you know, I half think I'll come." The driver made no answer. The sun must have risen, for he unhitched the brake. And scarcely had the boy jumped in before the omnibus was off. How? Did it turn? There was no room. Did it go forward? There was a blank wall. Yet it was moving, moving at a stately pace through the fog, which had turned from brown to yellow. The thought of warm bed and warmer breakfast made the boy feel faint. He wished he had not come. His parents would not have approved. He would have gone back to them if the weather had not made it impossible. The solitude was terrible. He was the only passenger. And the omnibus, though well built, was cold and somewhat musty. He drew his coat round him, and in doing so chanced to feel his pocket. It was empty. He had forgotten his purse. "Stop!" he shouted. "Stop!" And then, being of a polite disposition, he glanced up at the painted notice board so that he might call the driver by name. "Mr. Brown! Stop! Oh, do please stop!" Mr. Brown did not stop, but he opened a little window and looked in at the boy. His face was a surprise, so kind it was, and modest. "Mr. Brown, I've left my purse behind. I've not got a penny. I can't pay for the ticket. Will you take my watch, please? I'm in the most awful hole." "Tickets on this line," said the driver, "whether single or return, can be purchased by coinage from no terrene mint. And a chronometer, though it had solaced the vigils of Charlemagne, or measured the slumbers of Lara, can acquire by no mutation the double cake that charms the fangless Cerberus of heaven." So saying, he handed in the necessary ticket, and while the boy said, "Thank you," continued, "Titular pretensions, I know it well, are vanity. Yet they merit no censure when uttered on a laughing lip, and in an anonymous world are in some sort useful, since they do serve to distinguish one Jack from his fellow. Remember me, therefore, as Sir Thomas Brown." "Are you a sir? Oh, sorry." He had heard of these gentlemen drivers. "It is good of you about the ticket, but if you go on at this rate, however does your bus pay?" "It does not pay. It was not intended to pay. Many are the faults of my equipage. It is compounded too curiously of foreign woods. Its cushions tickle erudition rather than promote repose. And my horses are nourished not on the evergreen pastures of the moment, but on the dried bents and clovers of latinity. But that it pays, that error, at all events, was never intended and never attained." "Sorry again," said the boy, rather hopelessly. Sir Thomas looked sad, fearing that, even for a moment, he had been the cause of sadness. He invited the boy to come up and sit down beside him on the box, and together they journeyed on through the fog, which was now changing from yellow to white. There were no houses by the road, so it must be either Putney Heath or Wimbledon Common. "Have you been a driver always?" "I was a physician once." "But why did you stop? Weren't you good?" "As a healer of bodies I had scant success, and several score of my patients preceded me. But as a healer of the spirit I have succeeded beyond my hopes and my deserts. For though my draughts were not better nor subtler than those of other men, yet by reason of cunning goblets wherein I offered them, the queasy soul was ofttimes tempted to sip and be refreshed." "The queasy soul," he murmured. "If the sun sets with trees in front of it, and you suddenly come strange all over. Is that a queasy soul? Have you felt that? Why, yes. After a pause, he told the boy a very little, about the journey's end. But they did not chatter much, for the boy, when he liked a person, would as soon sit silent in his company as speak, and this, he discovered, was also the mind of Sir Thomas Browne, and of many others with whom he was to be acquainted. He heard, however, about the young man Shelley, who was now quite a famous person, with a carriage of his own, and about some of the other drivers who were in the service of the company. Meanwhile, the light grew stronger, though the fog did not disperse. It was now more like mist than fog, and at times would travel quickly across them, as if it was part of a cloud. They had been ascending, too, in a most puzzling way. For over 2 hours the horses had been pulling against the collar, and even if it were Richmond Hill, they ought to have been at the top long ago. Perhaps it was Epsom, or even the North Downs. Yet the air seemed keener than that which blows on either. And as to the name of their destination, Sir Thomas Browne was silent. Crash! Thunder, by Jove! Said the boy. And not so far off either. Listen to the echoes. It's more like mountains. He thought, not very vividly, of his father and mother. He saw them sitting down to sausages and listening to the storm. He saw his own empty place. Then there would be questions, alarms, theories, jokes, consolations. They would expect him back at lunch. To lunch he would not come, nor to tea, but he would be in for dinner, and so his day's truancy would be over. If he had had his purse, he would have bought them presents. Not that he should have known what to get them. Crash! The peal and the lightning came together. The cloud quivered as if it were alive, and torn streamers of mist rushed past. "Are you afraid?" asked Sir Thomas Browne. "What is there to be afraid of? Is it much farther?" The horses of the omnibus stopped just as a ball of fire burst up and exploded with a ringing noise that was deafening but clear, like the noise of a blacksmith's forge. All the cloud was shattered. "Oh, listen, Sir Thomas Browne. No, I mean look. We shall get a view at last. No, I mean listen. That sounds like a rainbow." The noise had died into the faintest murmur, beneath which another murmur grew, spreading stealthily, steadily, in a curve that widened but did not vary. And in widening curves a rainbow was spreading from the horses' feet into the dissolving mists. "But how beautiful! What colours! Where will it stop? It is more like the rainbows you can tread on, more like dreams." The colour and the sound grew together. The rainbow spanned an enormous gulf. Clouds rushed under it and were pierced by it, and still it grew, reaching forward, conquering the darkness, until it touched something that seemed more solid than a cloud. The boy stood up. "What is that out there?" he called. "What does it rest on? Out at that other end?" In the morning sunshine a precipice shone forth beyond the gulf. A precipice, or was it a castle? The horses moved. They set their feet upon the rainbow. "Oh, look!" the boy shouted. "Oh, listen! Those caves, or are they gateways? Oh, look between the cliffs at those ledges! I see people! I see trees!" "Look also below," whispered Sir Thomas. "Neglect not the diviner Acheron." The boy looked below, past the flames of the rainbow that licked against their wheels. The gulf also had cleared, and in its depths there flowed an everlasting river. One sunbeam entered and struck a green pool, and as they passed over, he saw 3 maidens rise to the surface of the pool, singing, and playing with something that glistened like a ring. "You, down in the water!" he called. They answered, "You, up on the bridge!" There was a burst of music. "You up on the bridge, good luck to you! Truth in the depth, truth on the height!" "You down in the water, what are you doing?" Sir Thomas Browne replied, "They sport in the mancipiary possession of their gold." And the omnibus arrived. 3. The boy was in disgrace. He sat locked up in the nursery of Agathox Lodge, reading poetry for a punishment. His father had said, "My boy, I can pardon anything but untruthfulness," and had caned him, saying at each stroke, There is no omnibus, no driver, no bridge, no mountain. You are a truant, a gutter snipe, a liar." His father could be very stern at times. His mother had begged him to say he was sorry, but he could not say that. It was the greatest day of his life, in spite of the caning and the poetry at the end of it. He had returned punctually at sunset, driven not by Sir Thomas Browne, but by a maiden lady who was full of quiet fun. They had talked of omnibuses, and also of barouche landaus. How far away her gentle voice seemed now! Yet it was scarcely 3 hours since he had left her up the alley. His mother called through the door, "Dear, you are to come down and bring your poetry with you." He came down and found that Mr. Bons was in the smoking-room with his father. It had been a dinner party. "Here is the great traveller," said his father grimly. "Here is the young gentleman who drives in an omnibus over rainbows while young ladies sing to him." Pleased with his wit, he laughed. "After all," said Mr. Bons, smiling, "there is something a little like it in Wagner. It is odd how, in quite illiterate minds, you will find glimmers of artistic truth. The case interests me. Let me plead for the culprit. We have all romanced in our time, haven't we?" "Hear how kind Mr. Bons is," said his mother, while his father said, "Very well, let him say his poem, and that will do. He is going away to my sister on Tuesday, and she will cure him of this alley slopering." Laughter. "Say your poem." The boy began, "Standing aloof in giant ignorance." His father laughed again, roared, "One for you, my son. Standing aloof in giant ignorance. I never knew these poets talk sense. Just describes you. Here, Bons, you go in for poetry. Put him through it, will you, while I fetch up the whiskey?" "Yes, give me the Keats," said Mr. Bons. "Let him say his Keats to me." So for a few moments the wise man and the ignorant boy were left alone in the smoking-room. "Standing aloof in giant ignorance, of thee I dream, and of the Cyclades, as one who sits ashore and longs perchance to visit." "Quite right. To visit what?" "To visit dolphin coral in deep seas," said the boy, and burst into tears. "Come, come, why do you cry?" "Because all these words that only rhymed before, now that I've come back, they're me." Mr. Bons laid the Keats down. The case was more interesting than he had expected. "You?" he exclaimed. "This sonnet? You?" "Yes, and look further on. Aye, on the shores of darkness there is light, and precipices show untrodden green. It is so, sir. All these things are true." "I never doubted it," said Mr. Bons with closed eyes. Then you believe me? You believe in the omnibus and the driver and the storm, and that return ticket I got for nothing, and—" "Tut, tut! No more of your yarns, my boy. I meant that I never doubted the essential truth of poetry. Some day, when you have read more, you will understand what I mean." "But, Mr. Bons, it is so. There is light upon the shores of darkness. I have seen it coming, light and a wind." "Nonsense," said Mr. Bons. "If I had stopped! They tempted me. They told me to give up my ticket, for you cannot come back if you lose your ticket. They called from the river for it, and indeed I was tempted, for I have never been so happy as among these precipices. But I thought of my mother and father, and that I must fetch them. Yet they will not come, though the road starts opposite our house. It has all happened as the people up there warned me, and Mr. Bons has disbelieved me like everyone else. I have been caned. I shall never see that mountain again." "What's that about me?" said Mr. Bons, sitting up in his chair very suddenly. "I told them about you, and how clever you were, and how many books you had, and they said, 'Mr. Bons will certainly disbelieve you.'" "Stuff and nonsense, my young friend. You grow impertinent. I will settle the matter. Not a word to your father. I will cure you. Tomorrow evening I will myself call here to take you for a walk, and at sunset we will go up this alley opposite and hunt for your omnibus, you silly little boy." His face grew serious, for the boy was not disconcerted, but leapt about the room singing, "Joy! Joy! I told them you would believe me. We will drive together over the rainbow. I told them you would come." After all, could there be anything in the story? Wagner? Keats? Shelley? Sir Thomas Browne? Certainly the case was interesting. And on the morrow evening, though it was pouring with rain, Mr. Bons did not omit to call at Agathox Lodge. The boy was ready, bubbling with excitement, and skipping about in a way that rather vexed the president of the Literary Society. They took a turn down Buckingham Park Road, and then, having seen that no one was watching them, slipped up the alley. Naturally enough, for the sun was setting, they ran straight against the omnibus. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Mr. Bons. "Good gracious heavens!" It was not the omnibus in which the boy had driven first, nor yet that in which he had returned. There were 3 horses, black, grey, and white, the grey being the finest. The driver, who turned round at the mention of goodness and of heaven, was a sallow man with terrifying jaws and sunken eyes. Mr. Bons, on seeing him, gave a cry as if of recognition, and began to tremble violently. The boy jumped in. "Is it possible?" cried Mr. Bons. "Is the impossible possible?" "Sir, come in, sir. It is such a fine omnibus. Oh, here is his name. Dan someone." Mr. Bons sprang in too. A blast of wind immediately slammed the omnibus door, and the shock jerked down all the omnibus blinds, which were very weak on their springs. "Dan, show me. Good gracious heavens, we're moving. Hooray!" said the boy. Mr. Bons became flustered. He had not intended to be kidnapped. He could not find the door handle, nor push up the blinds. The omnibus was quite dark, and by the time he had struck a match, night had come on outside also. They were moving rapidly. "A strange, memorable adventure," he said, surveying the interior of the omnibus, which was large, roomy, and constructed with extreme regularity, every part exactly answering to every other part. Over the door, the handle of which was outside, was written, "Lasciate ogni baldanza voi c'entrante." At least that was what was written, but Mr. Bons said that it was lasci arti something, and that baldanza was a mistake for speranza. His voice sounded as if he was in church. Meanwhile, the boy called to the cadaverous driver for 2 return tickets. They were handed in without a word. Mr. Bons covered his face with his hand and again trembled. "Do you know who that is?" he whispered, when the little window had shut upon them. "It is the impossible." "Well, I don't like him as much as Sir Thomas Browne, though I shouldn't be surprised if he had even more in him." "More in him?" He stamped irritably. "By accident you have made the greatest discovery of the century, and all you can say is there is more in this man. Do you remember those vellum books in my library, stamped with red lilies? This— sit still, I bring you stupendous news. This is the man who wrote them." The boy sat quite still. "I wonder if we shall see Mrs. Gamp?" he asked, after a civil pause. Mrs. Gamp and Mrs. Harris. I like Mrs. Harris. I came upon them quite suddenly. Mrs. Gamp's bandboxes have moved over the rainbow so badly, all the bottoms have fallen out, and 2 of the pippins off her bedstead tumbled into the stream." "Out there sits the man who wrote my vellum books," thundered Mr. Bons. "And you talk to me of Dickens and of Mrs. Gamp?" "I know Mrs. Gamp so well," he apologized. "I could not help being glad to see her. I recognized her voice. She was telling Mrs. Harris about Mrs. Prigg." "Did you spend the whole day in her elevating company?" "Oh, no, I raced. I met a man who took me out beyond to a race course. You run, and there are dolphins out at sea." "Indeed. Do you remember the man's name?" "Achilles. No, he was later. Tom Jones." Mr. Bons sighed heavily. "Well, my lad, you have made a miserable mess of it. Think of a cultured person with your opportunities. A cultured person would have known all these characters, and known what to have said to each. He would not have wasted his time with a Mrs. Gamp or a Tom Jones. The creations of Homer, of Shakespeare, and of him who drives us now would alone have contented him. He would not have raced. He would have asked intelligent questions." "But, Mr. Bons," said the boy humbly, "you will be a cultured person. I told them so." "True, true. and I beg you not to disgrace me when we arrive. No gossiping, no running. Keep close to my side, and never speak to these immortals unless they speak to you. Yes, and give me the return tickets. You will be losing them." The boy surrendered the tickets, but felt a little sore. After all, he had found the way to this place. It was hard first to be disbelieved, and then to be lectured. Meanwhile, the rain had stopped, and the moonlight crept into the omnibus through the cracks in the blinds. "But how is there to be a rainbow?" cried the boy. "You distract me," snapped Mr. Bons. "I wish to meditate on beauty. I wish to goodness I was with a reverent and sympathetic person." The lad bit his lip. He made 100 good resolutions. He would imitate Mr. Bons all the visit. He would not laugh or run or sing or do any of the vulgar things that must have disgusted his new friends last time. He would be very careful to pronounce their names properly, and to remember who knew whom. Achilles did not know Tom Jones, at least so Mr. Bons said. The Duchess of Malfi was older than Mrs. Gamp, at least so Mr. Bons said. He would be self-conscious, reticent, and prim. He would never say he liked anyone. Yet, when the blind flew open at a chance touch of his head, all these good resolutions went to the winds, for the omnibus had reached the summit of a moonlit hill, and there was a chasm, and there, across it, stood the old precipices, dreaming, with their feet in the everlasting river. He exclaimed, "The mountain! Listen to the new tune in the water! Look at the campfires in the ravines!" And Mr. Bons, after a hasty glance, retorted, "Water? Campfires? Ridiculous rubbish! Hold your tongue! There is nothing at all." Yet under his eyes a rainbow formed, compounded not of sunlight and storm, but of moonlight and the spray of the river. The 3 horses had put their feet upon it. He thought it the finest rainbow he had seen, but did not dare to say so, since Mr. Bons said that nothing was there. He leant out, the window had opened, and sang the tune that rose from the sleeping waters. "The prelude to Rheingold?" said Mr. Bons suddenly. "Who taught you these?" He, too, looked out of the window. Then he behaved very oddly. He gave a choking cry, and fell back onto the omnibus floor. He writhed and kicked. His face was green. "Does the bridge make you dizzy?" the boy asked. "Dizzy?" gasped Mr. Bons. "I want to go back. Tell the driver." But the driver shook his head. "We are nearly there," said the boy. "They are asleep. Shall I call? They will be so pleased to see you, for I have prepared them." Mr. Bons moaned. They moved over the lunar rainbow, which ever and ever broke away behind their wheels. How still the night was! Who would be sentry at the gate? "I am coming!" he shouted, again forgetting the 100 resolutions. "I am returning! I, the boy!" "The boy is returning!" cried a voice to other voices, who repeated, "The boy is returning!" "I am bringing Mr. Bons with me!" Silence. I should have said Mr. Bons is bringing me with him. Profound silence. "Who stands sentry?" "Achilles." And on the rocky causeway, close to the springing of the Rainbow Bridge, he saw a young man who carried a wonderful shield. "Mr. Bons, it is Achilles, armed." "I want to go back," said Mr. Bons. The last fragment of the rainbow melted. The wheels sang upon the living rock. The doors of the omnibus burst open. Out leapt the boy, he could not resist, and sprang to meet the warrior, who, stooping suddenly, caught him on his shield. "Achilles!" he cried. "Let me get down, for I am ignorant and vulgar, and I must wait for that Mr. Bons of whom I told you yesterday." But Achilles raised him aloft. He crouched on the wonderful shield, on heroes and burning cities, on vineyards graven in gold, on every dear passion, every joy, on the entire image of the mountain that he had discovered, encircled, like it, with an everlasting stream. "No, no," he protested. "I am not worthy. It is Mr. Bons who must be up here." But Mr. Bons was whimpering, and Achilles trumpeted and cried, "Stand upright upon my shield." Sir, I did not mean to stand. Something made me stand. Sir, why do you delay? Here is only the great Achilles, whom you knew." Mr. Bond screamed, "I see no one! I see nothing! I want to go back!" Then he cried to the driver, "Save me! Let me stop in your chariot. I have honored you. I have quoted you. I have bound you in vellum. Take me back to my world." The driver replied, "I am the means and not the end. I am the food and not the life. Stand by yourself as the boy has stood. I cannot save you, for poetry is a spirit, and they that would worship it must worship in spirit and in truth." Mr. Bonds, he could not resist, crawled out of the beautiful omnibus. His face appeared, gaping horribly. His hands followed, one gripping the step, the other beating the air. Now his shoulders emerged, his chest, his stomach. With a shriek of "I see London!" he fell against the hard moonlit rock, fell into it as if it were water, fell through it, vanished, and was seen by the boy no more. "Where have you fallen to, Mr. Bonds? Here is a procession arriving to honor you with music and torches. Here come the men and women whose names you know. The mountain is awake, the river is awake. Over the racecourse the sea is awaking those dolphins, and it is all for you. They want you." There was the touch of fresh leaves on his forehead. Someone had crowned him. From the Kingston Gazette, Surbiton Times, and Rains Park Observer. The body of Mr. Septimus Bonds has been found in a shockingly mutilated condition in the vicinity of the Bermondsey Gas Works. The deceased pockets contained a sovereign purse, a silver cigar case, a bijou pronouncing dictionary, and a couple of omnibus tickets. The unfortunate gentleman had apparently been hurled from a considerable height. Foul play is suspected, and a thorough investigation is pending by the authorities. The End of The Celestial Omnibus by E. M. Forster.
Experiment by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Suzanne Houghton. Dr. Heidegger's Experiment by Nathaniel Hawthorne. That very singular man, old Dr. Heidegger, once invited 4 venerable friends to meet him in his study. There were 3 white-bearded gentlemen, Mr. Medbourne, Colonel Killigrew, and Mr. Gascoigne, and a withered gentlewoman whose name was the widow Wycherley. They were all melancholy old creatures who had been unfortunate in life, and whose greatest misfortune it was that they were not long ago in their graves. Mr. Medbourne, in the vigor of his age, had been a prosperous merchant, but had lost his all by a frantic speculation, and was now little better than a mendicant. Colonel Killigrew had wasted his best years and his health and substance in the pursuit of sinful pleasures, which had given birth to a brood of pains such as the gout and divers other torments of soul and body. Mr. Gascoigne was a ruined politician, a man of evil fame, or at least had been so till time had buried him from the knowledge of the present generation and made him obscure instead of infamous. As for the widow Wycherley, tradition tells us that she was a great beauty in her day, but for a long while past she had lived in deep seclusion on account of certain scandalous stories which had prejudiced the gentry of the town against her. It is a circumstance worth mentioning that each of these 3 old gentlemen, Mr. Medbourne, Colonel Killigrew, and Mr. Gascoigne, were early lovers of the widow Wycherley, and had once been on the point of cutting each other's throats for her sake. And before proceeding further, I will merely hint that Dr. Heidegger and all his 4 guests were sometimes thought to be a little beside themselves, as is not unfrequently the case with old people when worried either by present troubles or woeful recollections. "My dear old friends," said Dr. Heidegger, motioning them to be seated, "I am desirous of your assistance in one of those little experiments with which I amuse myself here in my study. If all stories were true, Dr. Heidegger's study must have been a very curious place. It was a dim, old-fashioned chamber festooned with cobwebs and besprinkled with antique dust. Around the walls stood several oaken bookcases, the lower shelves of which were filled with rows of gigantic folios and black-letter quartos, and the upper with little parchment-covered duodecimos. Over the central bookcase was a bronze bust of Hippocrates, with which, according to some authorities, Dr. Heidegger was accustomed to hold consultations in all difficult cases of his practice. In the obscurest corner of the room stood a tall and narrow oaken closet, with its door ajar, within which doubtfully appeared a skeleton. Between two of the bookcases hung a looking-glass, presenting its high and dusty plate within a tarnished gilt frame. Among many wonderful stories related of this mirror, it was fabled that the spirits of all the doctor's deceased patients dwelt within its verge, and would stare him in the face whenever he looked thitherward. The opposite side of the chamber was ornamented with the full-length portrait of a young lady, arrayed in the faded magnificence of silk, satin, and brocade, and with a visage as faded as her dress. Above half a century ago, Dr. Heidegger had been on the point of marriage with this young lady, but being affected with some slight disorder, she had swallowed one of her lover's prescriptions and died on the bridal evening. The greatest curiosity of the study remains to be mentioned. It was a ponderous folio volume, bound in black leather, with massive silver clasps. There were no letters on the back, and nobody could tell the title of the book. But it was well known to be a book of magic, and once, when a chambermaid had lifted it, merely to brush away the dust, the skeleton had rattled in its closet, the picture of the young lady had stepped 1 foot upon the floor, and several ghastly faces had peeped forth from the mirror, while the brazen head of Hippocrates frowned and said, "Forbear!" Such was Dr. Heidegger's study. On the summer afternoon of our tale, a small round table, as black as ebony, stood in the center of the room, sustaining a cut glass vase of beautiful form and elaborate workmanship. The sunshine came through the window between the heavy festoons of 2 faded damask curtains, and fell directly across this vase, so that a mild splendor was reflected from it on the ashen visages of the 5 old people who sat around. 4 champagne glasses were also on the table. "My dear old friends," repeated Dr. Heidegger, "may I reckon on your aid in performing an exceedingly curious experiment?" Now, Dr. Heidegger was a very strange old gentleman, whose eccentricity had become the nucleus for 1,000 fantastic stories. Some of these fables, to my shame be it spoken, might possibly be traced back to my own voracious self, and if any passages of the present tale should startle the reader's faith, I must be content to bear the stigma of a fiction-monger. When the doctor's 4 guests heard him talk of his proposed experiment, they anticipated nothing more wonderful than the murder of a mouse in an air-pump, or the examination of a cobweb by the microscope, or some similar nonsense, with which he was constantly in the habit of pestering his intimates. But without waiting for a reply, Dr. Heidegger hobbled across the chamber and returned with the same ponderous folio, bound in black leather, which common report affirmed to be a book of magic. Undoing the silver clasps, he opened the volume and took from among its black letter pages a rose, or what was once a rose, though now the green leaves and crimson petals had assumed one brownish hue, and the ancient flower seemed ready to crumble to dust in the doctor's hands. "This rose," said Dr. Heidegger with a sigh, "the same withered and crumbling flower blossomed 55 years ago. It was given me by Sylvia Ward, whose portrait hangs yonder, and I meant to wear it in my bosom at our wedding. 55 years it has been treasured between the leaves of this old volume. Now, would you deem it possible that this rose of half a century could ever bloom again?" "Nonsense," said the widow Wycherley, with a peevish toss of her head. "You might as well ask whether an old woman's wrinkled face could ever bloom again." "See," answered Dr. Heidegger. He uncovered the vase and threw the faded rose into the water which it contained. At first it lay lightly on the surface of the fluid, appearing to imbibe none of its moisture. Soon, however, a singular change began to be visible. The crushed and dried petals stirred and assumed a deepening tinge of crimson, as if the flower were reviving from a death-like slumber. The slender stalk and twigs of foliage became green, and there was the rose of half a century, looking as fresh as when Sylvia Ward had first given it to her lover. It was scarcely full-blown, for some of its delicate red leaves curled modestly around its moist bosom, within which 2 or 3 dewdrops were sparkling. "That is certainly a very pretty deception," said the doctor's friends, carelessly, however, for they had witnessed greater miracles at a conjurer's show. "Pray, how was it effected?" "Did you never hear of the Fountain of Youth?" asked Dr. Heidegger, "which Ponce de Leon, the Spanish adventurer, went in search of 2 or 3 centuries ago?" "But did Ponce de Leon ever find it?" said the widow Wycherley. "No," answered Dr. Heidegger, "for he never sought it in the right place. The famous Fountain of Youth, if I am rightly informed, is situated in the southern part of the Floridian Peninsula, not far from Lake Macaco. Its source is overshadowed by several gigantic magnolias, which, though numberless centuries old, have been kept as fresh as violets by the virtues of this wonderful water. An acquaintance of mine, knowing my curiosity in such matters, has sent me what you see in the vase." "Ahem," said Colonel Killigrew, who believed not a word of the doctor's story. "And what may be the effect of this fluid on the human frame?" "You shall judge for yourself, my dear Colonel," replied Dr. Heidegger. "And all of you, my respected friends, are welcome to so much of this admirable fluid as may restore to you the bloom of youth. For my own part, having had much trouble in growing old, I am in no hurry to grow young again. With your permission, therefore, I will merely watch the progress of the experiment." While he spoke, Dr. Heidegger had been filling the 4 champagne glasses with the water of the Fountain of Youth. It was apparently impregnated with an effervescent gas, for little bubbles were continually ascending from the depths of the glasses and bursting in silvery spray at the surface. As the liquor diffused a pleasant perfume, the old people doubted not that it possessed cordial and comfortable properties, and though utter skeptics as to its rejuvenescent power, they were inclined to swallow it at once. But Dr. Heidegger besought them to stay a moment. "Before you drink, my respectable old friends," said he, "it would be well that, with the experience of a lifetime to direct you, you should draw up a few general rules for your guidance in passing a second time through the perils of youth. Think what a sin and shame it would be if, with your peculiar advantages, you should not become patterns of virtue and wisdom to all the young people of the age." The doctor's 4 venerable friends made him no answer except by a feeble and tremulous laugh. So very ridiculous was the idea that, knowing how closely repentance treads behind the steps of error, they should ever go astray again. "Drink, then," said the doctor, bowing. "I rejoice that I have so well selected the subjects of my experiment." With palsied hands, they raised the glasses to their lips. The liquor, if it really possessed such virtues as Dr. Heidegger imputed to it, could not have been bestowed on 4 human beings who needed it more woefully. They looked as if they had never known what youth or pleasure was, but had been the offspring of nature's dotage, and always the gray, decrepit, sapless, miserable creatures who now sat stooping round the doctor's table, without life enough in their souls or bodies to be animated even by the prospect of growing young again. They drank off the water and replaced their glasses on the table. Assuredly, there was an almost immediate improvement in the aspect of the party, not unlike what might have been produced by a glass of generous wine, together with a sudden glow of cheerful sunshine brightening over all their visages at once. There was a healthful suffusion on their cheeks instead of the ashen hue that had made them look so corpse-like. They gazed at one another and fancied that some magic power had really begun to smooth away the deep and sad inscriptions which Father Time had been so long engraving on their brows. The widow Wycherley adjusted her cap, for she felt almost like a woman again. "Give us more of this wondrous water," cried they eagerly. "We are younger, but we are still too old. Quick, give us more." "Patience, patience," quoth Dr. Heidegger, who sat watching the experiment with philosophic coolness. "You have been a long time growing old. Surely you might be content to grow young in half an hour. But the water is at your service." Again he filled their glasses with the liquor of youth, enough of which still remained in the vase to turn half the old people in the city to the age of their own grandchildren. While the bubbles were yet sparkling on the brim, the doctor's 4 guests snatched their glasses from the table and swallowed the contents at a single gulp. Was it delusion? Even while the draught was passing down their throats, it seemed to have wrought a change on their whole systems. Their eyes grew clear and bright. A dark shade deepened among their silvery locks. They sat around the table, 3 gentlemen of middle age, and a woman hardly beyond her buxom prime. "My dear widow, you are charming!" cried Colonel Killigrew, whose eyes had been fixed upon her face, while the shadows of age were flitting from it like darkness from the crimson daybreak. The fair widow knew of old that Colonel Killigrew's compliments were not always measured by sober truth, so she started up and ran to the mirror, still dreading that the ugly visage of an old woman would meet her gaze. Meanwhile the 3 gentlemen behaved in such a manner as proved that the water of the Fountain of Youth possessed some intoxicating qualities, unless indeed their exhilaration of spirits were merely a lightsome dizziness caused by the sudden removal of the weight of years. Mr. Gascoigne's mind seemed to run on political topics, but whether relating to the past, present, or future could not easily be determined, since the same ideas and phrases have been in vogue these 50 years. Now he rattled forth full-throated sentences about patriotism, national glory, and the people's right. Now he muttered some perilous stuff or other in a sly and doubtful whisper, so cautiously that even his own conscience could scarcely catch the secret. And now again he spoke in measured accents, in a deeply deferential tone, as if a royal ear were listening to his well-turned periods. Colonel Killigrew all this time had been trolling forth a jolly bottle song and ringing his glass in symphony with the chorus, while his eyes wandered toward the buxom figure of the widow Wycherley. On the other side of the table Mr. Medbourne was involved in a calculation of dollars and cents, with which was strangely intermingled a project for supplying the East Indies with ice by harnessing a team of whales to the polar icebergs. As for the widow Wycherley, she stood before the mirror, curtsying and simpering to her own image, and greeting it as the friend whom she loved better than all the world beside. She thrust her face close to the glass to see whether some long-remembered wrinkle or crow's foot had indeed vanished. She examined whether the snow had so entirely melted from her hair that the venerable cap could be safely thrown aside. At last, turning briskly away, she came with a sort of dancing step to the table. "My dear old doctor," cried she, "pray favor me with another glass." "Certainly, my dear madam, certainly," replied the complacent doctor. "See, I have already filled the glasses." There in fact stood the 4 glasses, brimful of this wonderful water, the delicate spray of which, as it effervesced from the surface, resembled the tremulous glitter of diamonds. It was now so nearly sunset that the chamber had grown duskier than ever, but a mild and moon-like splendor gleamed from within the vase, and rested alike on the 4 guests and on the doctor's venerable figure. He sat in a high-backed, elaborately carved oaken armchair, with a grey dignity of aspect that might have well befitted that very Father Time, whose power had never been disputed, save by this fortunate company. Even while quaffing the 3rd draught of the Fountain of Youth, they were almost awed by the expression of his mysterious visage. But the next moment the exhilarating gush of young life shot through their veins. They were now in the happy prime of youth. Age, with its miserable train of cares and sorrows and diseases, was remembered only as the trouble of a dream, from which they had joyously awoke. The fresh gloss of the soul so early lost, and without which the world's successive scenes had been but a gallery of faded pictures, again threw its enchantment over all their prospects. They felt like new created beings in a new created universe. "We are young! We are young!" they cried exultingly. Youth, like the extremity of age, had effaced the strongly marked characteristics of middle life, and mutually assimilated them all. They were a group of merry youngsters, almost maddened with the exuberant frolicsomeness of their years. The most singular effect of their gaiety was an impulse to mock the infirmity and decrepitude of which they had so lately been the victims. They laughed loudly at their old-fashioned attire, the wide-skirted coats and flapped waistcoats of the young men, and the ancient cap and gown of the blooming girl. One limped across the floor like a gouty grandfather. One set a pair of spectacles astride of his nose and pretended to pore over the black-letter pages of the Book of Magic. A third seated himself in an armchair and strove to imitate the venerable dignity of Dr. Heidegger. Then all shouted mirthfully and leaped about the room. The widow Wycherley, if so fresh a damsel could be called a widow, tripped up to the doctor's chair with a mischievous merriment in her rosy face. "Doctor, you dear old soul," cried she, "get up and dance with me." And then the four young people laughed louder than ever to think what a queer figure the poor old doctor would cut. "Pray excuse me," answered the doctor quietly. "I am old and rheumatic, and my dancing days were over long ago. But either of these gay young gentlemen would be glad of so pretty a partner." "Dance with me, Clara," cried Colonel Killigrew. "No, no, I will be her partner," shouted Mr. Gascoigne. "She promised me her hand 50 years ago," exclaimed Mr. Medbourne. They all gathered round her. One caught both her hands in his passionate grasp, and another threw his arm about her waist. The third buried his hand among the glossy curls that clustered beneath the widow's cap. Blushing, panting, struggling, chiding, laughing, her warm breath fanning each of their faces by turns, she strove to disengage herself, yet still remained in their triple embrace. Never was there a livelier picture of youthful rivalship with bewitching beauty for the prize. Yet by a strange deception, owing to the duskiness of the chamber and the antique dresses which they still wore, the tall mirror is said to have reflected the figures of the 3 old grey, withered grandsires, ridiculously contending for the skinny ugliness of a shriveled grandam. But they were young. Their burning passions proved them so. Inflamed to madness by the coquetry of the girl widow, who neither granted nor quite withheld her favors, the 3 rivals began to interchange threatening glances. Still keeping hold of the fair prize, they grappled fiercely at one another's throats. As they struggled to and fro, the table was overturned and the vase dashed into 1,000 fragments. The precious water of youth flowed in a bright stream across the floor, moistening the wings of a butterfly which, grown old in the decline of summer, had alighted there to die. The insect fluttered lightly through the chamber and settled on the snowy head of Dr. Heidegger. "Come, come, gentlemen. Come, Madam Wycherley," exclaimed the doctor. "I really must protest against this riot." They stood still and shivered, for it seemed as if grey time were calling them back from their sunny youth, far down into the chill and darksome vale of years. They looked at old Dr. Heidegger, who sat in his carved armchair, holding the rose of half a century, which he had rescued from among the fragments of the shattered vase. At the motion of his hand, the 4 rioters resumed their seats, the more readily because their violent exertions had wearied them, youthful though they were. "My poor Sylvia's rose," ejaculated Dr. Heidegger, holding it in the light of the sunset clouds. "It appears to be fading again." And so it was. Even while the party were looking at it, the flower continued to shrivel up till it became as dry and fragile as when the doctor had first thrown it into the vase. He shook off the few drops of moisture which clung to its petals. "I love it as well thus as in its dewy freshness," observed he, pressing the withered rose to his withered lips. While he spoke, the butterfly fluttered down from the doctor's snowy head and fell upon the floor. His guests shivered again. A strange chillness, whether of the body or spirit they could not tell, was creeping gradually over them all. They gazed at one another and fancied that each fleeting moment snatched away a charm and left a deepening furrow where none had been before. Was it an illusion? Had the changes of a lifetime been crowded into so brief a space, and were they now four aged people sitting with their old friend Dr. Heidegger? "Are we grown old again so soon?" cried they dolefully. In truth, they had. The water of youth possessed merely a virtue more transient than that of wine. The delirium which it created had effervesced away. Yes, they were old again. With a shuddering impulse that showed her a woman still, the widow clasped her skinny hands before her face and wished that the coffin lid were over it, since it could be no longer beautiful. "Yes, friends, ye are old again," said Dr. Heidegger. "And lo, the water of youth is all lavished on the ground. Well, I bemoan it not. For if the fountain gushed at my very doorstep, I would not stoop to bathe my lips in it. No, though its delirium were for years instead of moments, such is the lesson ye have taught me." But the doctor's four friends had taught no such lesson to themselves. They resolved forthwith to make a pilgrimage to Florida, and quaff at morning, noon, and night from the fountain of youth. End of Dr. Heidegger's Experiment by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
Man by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dumb Man. There's a story. I cannot tell it. I have no words. The story is almost forgotten, but sometimes I remember. The story concerns three men in a house in a street. If I could say the words, I would sing the story. I would whisper into the ears of women, of mothers. I would run through the street saying it over and over. My tongue would be torn loose. It would rattle against my teeth. The three men are in a room in the house. One is young and dandified. He continually laughs. There is a second man who has a long white beard. He is consumed with doubt, but occasionally his doubt leaves him, and he sleeps. A third man there is, who has wicked eyes, and who moves nervously about the room, rubbing his hands together. The three men are waiting. Upstairs in the house there is a woman standing with her back to a wall, in half darkness, by a window. That is the foundation of my story, and everything I will ever know is distilled in it. I remember that a fourth man came to the house, a white, silent man. Everything was as silent as the sea at night. His feet on the stone floor of the room where the three men were made no sound. The man with the wicked eyes became like a boiling liquid. He ran back and forth like a caged animal. The old gray man was infected by this nervousness. He kept pulling at his beard. The fourth man, the white one, went upstairs to the woman. There she was, waiting. How silent the house was! How loudly all the clocks in the neighborhood ticked! The woman upstairs craved love. That must have been the story. She hungered for love with her whole being. She wanted to create in love. When the white, silent man came into her presence, she sprang forward. Her lips were parted. There was a smile on her lips. The white one said nothing. In his eyes there was no rebuke, no question. His eyes were as impersonal as stars. Downstairs, the wicked one whined and ran back and forth like a little lost, hungry dog. The gray one tried to follow him about, but presently grew tired and lay down on the floor to sleep. He never woke again. The dandified fellow lay on the floor too. He laughed and played with his tiny black mustache. I have no words to tell what happened in my story. I cannot tell the story. The white silent one may have been death. The waiting eager woman may have been life. Both the old gray bearded man and the wicked one puzzle me. I think and think, but cannot understand them. Most of the time, however, I do not think of them at all. I keep thinking about the dandified man who laughed all through my story. If I could understand him, I could understand everything. I could run through the world telling a wonderful story. I would no longer be dumb. Why was I not given words? Why am I dumb? I have a wonderful story to tell, but know no way to tell it. End of The Dumb Man by Sherwood Anderson. Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egg. My father was, I am sure, intended by nature to be a cheerful, kindly man. Until he was 34 years old, he worked as a farmhand for a man named Thomas Butterworth, whose place lay near the town of Bidwell, Ohio. He had then a horse of his own, and on Saturday evenings drove into town to spend a few hours in social intercourse with the other farmhands. In town he drank several glasses of beer and stood about in Ben Head's saloon, crowded on Saturday evenings with visiting farmhands. Songs were sung and glasses thumped on the bar. At 10 o'clock, father drove home along a lonely country road, made his horse comfortable for the night, and himself went to bed, quite happy in his position in life. He had at that time no notion of trying to rise in the world. It was in the spring of his 35th year that father married my mother, then a country school teacher, and in the following year I came wriggling and crying into the world. Something happened to the two people. They became ambitious. The American passion for getting up in the world took possession of them. It may have been that mother was responsible. Being a school teacher, she had no doubt read books and magazines. She had, I presume, read of how Garfield, Lincoln, and other Americans rose from poverty to fame and greatness, and as I lay beside her, in the days of her lying in, she may have dreamed that I would some day rule men and cities. At any rate, she induced father to give up his place as farmhand, sell his horse, and embark on an independent enterprise of his own. She was a tall, silent woman with a long nose and troubled gray eyes. For herself, she wanted nothing. For father and myself, she was incurably ambitious. The first venture into which the two people went turned out badly. They rented 10 acres of poor stony land on Griggs Road, 8 miles from Bidwell, and launched into chicken raising. I grew into boyhood on the place, and got my first impressions of life there. From the beginning they were impressions of disaster, and if, in turn, I am a gloomy man, inclined to see the darker side of life, I attribute it to the fact that what should have been for me the happy, joyous days of childhood were spent on a chicken farm. One unversed in such matters can have no notion of the many and tragic things that can happen to a chicken. It is born out of an egg, lives for a few weeks as a tiny fluffy thing, such as you will see pictured on Easter cards, then becomes hideously naked, eats quantities of corn and meal bought by the sweat of your father's brow, gets diseases called pip, cholera, and other names, stands looking with stupid eyes at the sun, becomes sick, and dies. A few hens, and now and then a rooster, intended to serve God's mysterious ends, struggle through to maturity. The hens lay eggs, out of which come other chickens, and the dreadful cycle is thus made complete. It is all unbelievably complex. Most philosophers must have been raised on chicken farms. One hopes for so much from a chicken, and is so dreadfully disillusioned. Small chickens, just setting out on the journey of life, look so bright and alert, and they are, in fact, so dreadfully stupid. They are so much like people, they mix up in one's judgments of life. If disease does not kill them, they wait until your expectations are thoroughly aroused, and then walk under the wheels of a wagon, to go squashed and dead back to their maker. Vermin infest their youth, and fortunes must be spent for curative powders. In later life, I have seen how a literature has been built up on the subject of fortunes to be made out of the raising of chickens. It is intended to be read by the gods who have just eaten of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It is a hopeful literature, and declares that much may be done by simple, ambitious people who own a few hens. Do not be led astray by it. It was not written for you. Go hunt for gold on the frozen hills of Alaska. Put your faith in the honesty of a politician. Believe, if you will, that the world is daily growing better, and that good will triumph over evil. But do not read and believe the literature that is written concerning the hen. It was not written for you. I, however, digress. My tale does not primarily concern itself with the hen. If correctly told, it will center on the egg. For 10 years, my father and mother struggled to make our chicken farm pay, and then they gave up that struggle and began another. They moved into the town of Bidwell, Ohio, and embarked in the restaurant business. After 10 years of worry with incubators that did not hatch, and with tiny, and in their own way lovely, balls of fluff that passed on into semi-naked pullethood, and from that into dead henhood, we threw all aside, and packing our belongings on a wagon, drove down Griggs Road toward Bidwell, a tiny caravan of hope, looking for a new place from which to start on our upward journey through life. We must have been a sad-looking lot, not, I fancy, unlike refugees fleeing from a battlefield. Mother and I walked in the road. The wagon that contained our goods had been borrowed for the day from Mr. Albert Griggs, a neighbor. Out of its side stuck the legs of cheap chairs, and at the back of the pile of beds, tables, and boxes, filled with kitchen utensils, was a crate of live chickens. And on top of that, the baby carriage in which I had been wheeled about in my infancy. Why we stuck to the baby carriage, I don't know. It was unlikely other children would be born, and the wheels were broken. People who have few possessions cling tightly to those they have. That is one of the facts that make life so discouraging. Father rode on top of the wagon. He was then a bald-headed man of 45, a little fat, and from long association with Mother and the chickens, he had become habitually silent and discouraged. All during our 10 years on the chicken farm, he had worked as a laborer on neighboring farms, and most of the money he had earned had been spent for remedies to cure chicken diseases, on Wilmer's White Wonder Cholera Cure, or Professor Bidlow's Egg Producer, or some other preparations that Mother had found advertised in the poultry papers. There were 2 little patches of hair on Father's head, just above his ears. I remember that as a child I used to sit looking at him when he had gone to sleep in a chair before the stove on Sunday afternoons in the winter. I had at that time already begun to read books and have notions of my own, and the bald path that led over the top of his head was, I fancied, something like a broad road, such a road as Caesar might have made, on which to lead his legions out of Rome and into the wonders of an unknown world. The tufts of hair that grew above Father's ears were, I thought, like forests. I fell into a half-sleeping, half-waking state, and dreamed I was a tiny thing going along the road into a far, beautiful place where there were no chicken farms, and where life was a happy, eggless affair. One might write a book concerning our flight from the chicken farm into town. Mother and I walked the entire 8 miles, she to be sure that nothing fell from the wagon, and I to see the wonders of the world. On the seat of the wagon, beside Father, was his greatest treasure. I will tell you of that. On a chicken farm, where hundreds and even thousands of chickens come out of eggs, surprising things sometimes happen. Grotesques are born out of eggs, as out of people. The accident does not often occur, perhaps once in 1,000 births. A chicken is, you see, born that has 4 legs, 2 pairs of wings, 2 heads, or what not. The things do not live. They go quickly back to the hand of their maker that has for a moment trembled. The fact that the poor things could not live was one of the tragedies of life to Father. He had some sort of notion that if he could but bring into henhood or roosterhood a 5-legged hen or a 2-headed rooster, his fortune would be made. He dreamed of taking the wonder about to county fairs and of growing rich by exhibiting it to other farm hands. At any rate, he saved all the little monstrous things that had been born on our chicken farm. They were preserved in alcohol and put each in its own glass bottle. These he had carefully put into a box, and on our journey into town it was carried on the wagon seat beside him. He drove the horses with one hand, and with the other clung to the box. When we got to our destination, the box was taken down at once and the bottles removed. All during our days as keepers of a restaurant in the town of Bidwell, Ohio, the grotesques in their little glass bottles sat on a shelf back of the counter. Mother sometimes protested, but Father was a rock on the subject of his treasure. The grotesques were, he declared, valuable. People, he said, liked to look at strange and wonderful things. Did I say that we embarked in the restaurant business in the town of Bidwell, Ohio? I exaggerated a little. The town itself lay at the foot of a low hill on the shore of a small river. The railroad did not run through the town, and the station was a mile away to the north at a place called Pickleville. There had been a cider mill and pickle factory at the station, but before the time of our coming, they had both gone out of business. In the morning and in the evening, buses came down to the station along a road called Turner's Pike, from the hotel in the main street of Bidwell. Our going to the out-of-the-way place to embark in the restaurant business was Mother's idea. She talked of it for a year, and then one day went off and rented an empty store building opposite the railroad station. It was her idea that the restaurant would be profitable. Traveling men, she said, would always be waiting around to take trains out of town, and town people would come to the station to await incoming trains. They would come to the restaurant to buy pieces of pie and drink coffee. Now that I am older, I know that she had another motive in going. She was ambitious for me. She wanted me to rise in the world, to get into a town school and become a man of the towns. At Pickleville, Father and Mother worked hard, as they always had done. At first there was the necessity of putting our place into shape to be a restaurant. That took a month. Father built a shelf on which he put tins of vegetables. He painted a sign on which he put his name in large letters. Below his name was the sharp command, "Eat here," that was so seldom obeyed. A showcase was bought and filled with cigars and tobacco. Mother scrubbed the floor and the walls of the room. I went to school in the town and was glad to be away from the farm and from the presence of the discouraged, sad-looking chickens. Still, I was not very joyous. In the evening I walked home from school along Turner's Pike and remembered the children I had seen playing in the town schoolyard. A troop of little girls had gone hopping about and singing. I tried that. Down along the frozen road I went hopping solemnly on one leg. "Hippity-hop to the barber shop," I sang shrilly. Then I stopped and looked doubtfully about. I was afraid of being seen in my gay mood. It must have seemed to me that I was doing a thing that should not be done by one who, like myself, had been raised on a chicken farm, where death was a daily visitor. Mother decided that our restaurant should remain open at night. At 10 in the evening, a passenger train went north past our door, followed by a local freight. The freight crew had switching to do in Pickleville, and when the work was done, they came to our restaurant for hot coffee and food. Sometimes one of them ordered a fried egg. In the morning at 4, they returned northbound and again visited us. A little trade began to grow up. Mother slept at night, and during the day tended the restaurant and fed our boarders, while Father slept. He slept in the same bed Mother had occupied during the night, and I went off to the town of Bidwell and to school. During the long nights, while Mother and I slept, Father cooked meats that were to go into the sandwiches of the lunch baskets of our boarders. Then an idea in regard to getting up in the world came into his head. The American spirit took hold of him. He also became ambitious. In the long nights when there was little to do, Father had time to think. That was his undoing. He decided that he had in the past been an unsuccessful man because he had not been cheerful enough, and that in the future
he would adopt a cheerful outlook on life. In the early morning he came upstairs and got into bed with Mother. She woke and the two talked. From my bed in the corner I listened. It was Father's idea that both he and Mother should try to entertain the people who came to eat at our restaurant. I cannot now remember his words, but he gave the impression of one about to become, in some obscure way, a kind of public entertainer. When people, particularly young people from the town of Bidwell, came into our place, as on very rare occasions they did, bright, entertaining conversation was to be made. From Father's words, I gathered that something of the jolly innkeeper effect was to be sought. Mother must have been doubtful from the first, but she said nothing discouraging. It was Father's notion that a passion for the company of himself and Mother would spring up in the breasts of the younger people of the town of Bidwell. In the evening, bright, happy groups would come singing down Turner's Pike. They would troop shouting with joy and laughter into our place. There would be song and festivity. I do not mean to give the impression that Father spoke so elaborately on the matter. He was, as I have said, an uncommunicative man. "They want some place to go, I tell you. They want some place to go," he said over and over. That was as far as he got. My own imagination has filled in the blanks. For 2 or 3 weeks this notion of Father's invaded our house. We did not talk much, but in our daily lives tried earnestly to make smiles take the place of glum looks. Mother smiled at the boarders, and I, catching the infection, smiled at our cat. Father became a little feverish in his anxiety to please. There was no doubt, lurking somewhere in him, a touch of the spirit of the showman. He did not waste much of his ammunition on the railroad men he served at night, but seemed to be waiting for a young man or woman from Bidwell to come in to show what he could do. On the counter in the restaurant there was a wire basket, kept always filled with eggs, and it must have been before his eyes when the idea of being entertaining was born in his brain. There was something prenatal about the way eggs kept themselves connected with the development of his idea. At any rate, an egg ruined his new impulse in life. Late one night I was awakened by a roar of anger coming from Father's throat. Both Mother and I sat upright in our beds. With trembling hands she lighted a lamp that stood on a table by her head. Downstairs, the front door of our restaurant went shut with a bang, and in a few minutes Father tramped up the stairs. He held an egg in his hand, and his hand trembled as though he were having a chill. There was a half-insane light in his eyes. As he stood glaring at us, I was sure he intended throwing the egg at either Mother or me. Then he laid it gently on the table beside the lamp, and dropped on his knees beside Mother's bed. He began to cry like a boy, and I, carried away by his grief, cried with him. The two of us filled the little upstairs room with our wailing voices. It is ridiculous, but of the picture we made, I can remember only the fact that Mother's hand continually stroked the bald path that ran across the top of his head. I have forgotten what Mother said to him, and how she induced him to tell her of what had happened downstairs. His explanation has also gone out of my mind. I remember only my own grief and fright, and the shiny path over Father's head, glowing in the lamplight as he knelt by the bed. As to what happened downstairs, for some unexplainable reason, I know the story as well as though I had been a witness to my father's discomfiture. One in time gets to know many unexplainable things. On that evening, young Joe Kane, son of a merchant of Bidwell, came to Pickleville to meet his father, who was expected on the 10 o'clock evening train from the south. The train was 3 hours late, and Joe came into our place to loaf about and to wait for its arrival. The local freight train came in, and the freight crew were fed. Joe was left alone in the restaurant with Father. From the moment he came into our place, the Bidwell young man must have been puzzled by my father's actions. It was his notion that Father was angry at him for hanging around. He noticed that the restaurant keeper was apparently disturbed by his presence, and he thought of going out. However, it began to rain, and he did not fancy the long walk to town and back. He bought a 5-cent cigar and ordered a cup of coffee. He had a newspaper in his pocket, and took it out and began to read. "I'm waiting for the evening train. It's late," he said apologetically. For a long time, Father, whom Joe Kane had never seen before, remained silently gazing at his visitor. He was no doubt suffering from an attack of stage fright. As so often happens in life, he had thought so much and so often of the situation that now confronted him that he was somewhat nervous in its presence. For one thing, he did not know what to do with his hands. He thrust one of them nervously over the counter and shook hands with Joe Kane. "Howdy do," he said. Joe Kane put his newspaper down and stared at him. Father's eye lighted on the basket of eggs that sat on the counter, and he began to talk. "Well," he said hesitatingly, "well, you have heard of Christopher Columbus, eh?" He seemed to be angry. "That Christopher Columbus was a cheat," he declared emphatically. "He talked of making an egg stand on its end. He talked, he did, and then he went and broke the end of the egg." My father seemed to his visitor to be beside himself at the duplicity of Christopher Columbus. He muttered and swore. He declared it was wrong to teach children that Christopher Columbus was a great man when, after all, he cheated at the critical moment. He had declared he would make an egg stand on end, and then when his bluff had been called, he had done a trick. Still grumbling at Columbus, Father took an egg from the basket on the counter and began to walk up and down. He rolled the egg between the palms of his hands. He smiled genially. He began to mumble words regarding the effect to be produced on an egg by the electricity that comes out of the human body. He declared that without breaking its shell, and by virtue of rolling it back and forth in his hands, he could stand the egg on its end. He explained that the warmth of his hands and the gentle rolling movement he gave the egg created a new center of gravity, and Joe Kane was mildly interested. "I have handled thousands of eggs," my father said. "No one knows more about eggs than I do." He stood the egg on the counter, and it fell on its side. He tried the trick again and again, each time rolling the egg between the palms of his hands and saying the words regarding the wonders of electricity and the laws of gravity. When, after a half-hour's effort, he did succeed in making the egg stand for a moment, he looked up to find that his visitor was no longer watching. By the time he had succeeded in calling Joe Kane's attention to the success of his effort, the egg had again rolled over and lay on its side. Afire with the showman's passion, and at the same time a good deal disconcerted by the failure of his first effort, Father now took the bottles containing the poultry monstrosities down from their place on the shelf and began to show them to his visitor. "How would you like to have 7 legs and 2 heads, like this fella?" he asked, exhibiting the most remarkable of his treasures. A cheerful smile played over his face. He reached over the counter and tried to slap Joe Kane on the shoulder, as he had seen men do in Ben Head's saloon when he was a young farmhand and drove to town on Saturday evenings. His visitor was made a little ill by the sight of the body of the terribly deformed bird floating in alcohol in the bottle, and got up to go. Coming from behind the counter, Father took hold of the young man's arm and led him back to his seat. He grew a little angry, and for a moment had to turn his face away and force himself to smile. Then he put the bottles back on the shelf. In an outburst of generosity, he fairly compelled Joe Kane to have a fresh cup of coffee and another cigar at his expense. Then he took a pan and began filling it with vinegar, taken from a jug that sat beneath the counter. He declared himself about to do a new trick. "I will heat this egg in this pan of vinegar," he said. "Then I will put it through the neck of a bottle without breaking the shell. When the egg is inside the bottle, it will resume its normal shape, and the shell will become hard again. Then I will give the bottle with the egg in it to you. You can take it about with it wherever you go. People will want to know how you got the egg in the bottle. Don't tell them. Keep them guessing. That is the way to have fun with this trick. Father grinned and winked at his visitor. Joe Kane decided that the man who confronted him was mildly insane, but harmless. He drank the cup of coffee that had been given him and began to read his paper again. When the egg had been heated in vinegar, Father carried it on a spoon to the counter and, going into a back room, got an empty bottle. He was angry because his visitor did not watch him as he began to do his trick, but nevertheless went cheerfully to work. For a long time he struggled, trying to get the egg to go through the neck of the bottle. He put the pan of vinegar back on the stove, intending to reheat the egg, then picked it up and burned his fingers. After a second bath in the hot vinegar, the shell of the egg had been softened a little, but not enough for his purpose. He worked and worked, and a spirit of desperate determination took possession of him. When he thought that at last the trick was about to be consummated, the delayed train came at the station, and Joe Kane started to go nonchalantly out the door. Father made a last desperate effort to conquer the egg and make it do the thing that would establish his reputation as one who knew how to entertain guests who came into his restaurant. He worried the egg. He attempted to be somewhat rough with it. He swore, and the sweat stood out on his forehead. The egg broke under his hand. When the contents spurted over his clothes, Joe Kane, who had stopped at the door, turned and laughed. A roar of anger rose from my father's throat. He danced and shouted a string of inarticulate words. Grabbing another egg from the basket on the counter, he threw it, just missing the head of the young man as he dodged through the door and escaped. Father came upstairs to Mother and me with an egg in his hand. I do not know what he intended to do. I imagine he had some idea of destroying it, of destroying all eggs, and that he intended to let Mother and me see him begin. When, however, he got into the presence of Mother, something happened to him. He laid the egg gently on the table and dropped to his knees by the bed, as I have already explained. He later decided to close the restaurant for the night and to come upstairs and get into bed. When he did so, he blew out the light, and after much muttered conversation, both he and Mother went to sleep. I suppose I went to sleep also, but my sleep was troubled. I awoke at dawn, and for a long time looked at the egg that lay on the table. I wondered why eggs had to be, and why from the egg came the hen, who again laid the egg. The question got into my blood. It has stayed there, I imagine, because I am the son of my father. At any rate, the problem remains unsolved in my mind, and that, I conclude, is but another evidence of the complete and final triumph of the egg, at least as far as my family is concerned. End of The Egg by Sherwood Anderson.
Case of Smith vs. Jones by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Evidence in the Case of Smith vs. Jones by Mark Twain. I reported this trial simply for my own amusement, one idle day last week, and without expecting to publish any portion of it. But I have seen the facts in the case so distorted and misrepresented in the daily papers that I feel it is my duty to come forward and do what I can to set the plaintiff and defendant right before the public. This can best be done by submitting the plain, unembellished statements of the witnesses as given under oath before His Honor Judge Shepard in the police court, and leaving the people to form their own judgment of the matters involved, unbiased by argument or suggestion of any kind from me. There is that nice sense of justice, and that ability to discriminate between right and wrong among the masses, which will enable them, after carefully reading the testimony I am about to set down here, to decide without hesitation which is the innocent party and which is the guilty in the remarkable case of Smith versus Jones. And I have every confidence that before this paper shall have been out of the printing press 24 hours, the High Court of the People, from whose decision there is no appeal, will have swept from the innocent man all taint of blame or suspicion, and cast upon the guilty one a deathless infamy. To such as are not used to visiting the police court, I will observe that there is nothing inviting about the place, there being no rich carpets, no mirrors, no pictures, no elegant sofa or armchairs to lounge in, no free lunch, and in fact nothing to make a man who has been there once desire to go again, except in cases where his bail is heavier than his fine is likely to be, under which circumstances he naturally has a tendency in that direction again, of course, in order to recover the difference. There is a pulpit at the head of the hall, occupied by a handsome gray-haired judge, with a faculty of appearing pleasant and impartial to the disinterested spectator, and prejudiced and frosty to the last degree to the prisoner at the bar. To the left of the pulpit is a long table for reporters. In front of the pulpit the clerks are stationed, and in the center of the hall a nest of lawyers. On the left again are pine benches behind a railing, occupied by seedy white men, negroes, Chinamen, Kanakas, in a word, by the seedy and dejected of all nations, and in a corner is a box where more can be had when they are wanted. On the right are more pine benches for the use of prisoners and their friends and witnesses. An officer in a gray uniform and with a star upon his breast guards the door. A holy calm pervades the scene. The case of Smith versus Jones being called, each of these parties, stepping out from among the other seedy ones, gave the court a particular and circumstantial account of how the whole thing occurred, and then sat down. The two narratives differed from each other. In reality, I was half persuaded that these men were talking about two separate and distinct affairs altogether, inasmuch as no single circumstance mentioned by one was even remotely hinted at by the other. Mr. Alfred Sowerby was then called to the witness stand, and testified as follows. I was in the saloon at the time, your honor, and I see this man Smith come up all of a sudden to Jones, who warn't saying a word, and split him in the snoot. Lawyer. Did what, sir? Witness. Busted him in the snoot. Lawyer. What do you mean by such language as that? When you say that the plaintiff suddenly approached the defendant, who was silent at the time, and busted him in the snoot, do you mean that the plaintiff struck the defendant? Witness. That's me. I'm swearing to that very circumstance. Yes, your honor, that was just the way of it. Now, for instance, as if you was Jones and I was Smith. Well, I comes up all of a sudden, and says I to your honor, says I, damn your old tripe. Suppressed laughter in the lobbies. The court. Order in the court. Witness. You will confine yourself to a plain statement of the facts in this case, and refrain from the embellishments of metaphor and allegory as far as possible. Witness. Considerably subdued. I beg your honor's pardon. I didn't mean to be so brash. Well, Smith comes up to Jones all of a sudden and mashed him in the bugle. Lawyer. Stop. This kind of language will not do. I will ask you a plain question, and I require you to answer it simply yes or no. Did the plaintiff strike the defendant? Did he strike him? Witness. You bet your sweet life he did. Gad, he gave him a pastor in the trumpet. Lawyer. Take the witness, take the witness, take the witness. I have no further use for him. The lawyer on the other side said he would endeavor to worry along without more assistance from Mr. Sowerby, and the witness retired to a neighboring bench. Mr. McWilliams was next called, and deposed as follows. I was a standing as close to Mr. Smith as I am to this pulpit, a chaffin' with one of the lager beer girls, Sophorona by name, being from Summers in Germany, so she says. But as to that, Lawyer. Well, now, never mind the nativity of the lager beer girl, but state as concisely as possible what you know of the assault and battery. Witness. Certainly, certainly. Well, German or no German, which I'll take my oath I don't believe she is, being of a red-headed disposition with long bony fingers and no more hankerin' after Limburger cheese than... Lawyer. Stop that driveling nonsense and stick to the assault and battery. Go on with your story. Witness. Well, sir, she, that is, Jones, he sidled up and drawed his revolver and tried to shoot the top of Smith's head off. And Smith run, and Sophronia, she walloped herself down in the sawdust and screamed twice, just as loud as she could yell. I never see a poor creature in such distress, and then she sung out, "Oh, hell's fire! What are they up to now? Ah, my poor dear mother, I shall never see you more!" Saying which she jerked another yell and fainted away as dead as a wax figure. Thinks I to myself, I'll be danged if this ain't getting rather dusty, and I'll... The Court. We have no desire to know what you thought. We only wish to know what you saw. Are you sure Mr. Jones endeavored to shoot the top of Mr. Smith's head off? Witness. Yes, Your Honor. The Court. How many times did he shoot? Witness. Well, sir, I couldn't say exactly as to the number, but I should think, well, 7 or 8 times as many as that, anyway. The Court. Be careful now, and remember you are under oath. What kind of a pistol was it? Witness. It was a Derringer, Your Honor. The Court. A Derringer? You must not trifle here, sir. A Derringer only shoots once. How, then, could Jones have fired 7 or 8 times? The witness is evidently as stunned by that last proposition as if a brick had struck him. Witness. Well, Your Honor, that is, Jones, I mean, The Court. Are you sure he fired more than one shot? Are you sure he fired at all? Witness. Well, perhaps he didn't, and Your Honor may be right. But, you see, that girl with her dratted yowling, altogether it might be that he did only shoot once. Lawyer. And about his attempting to shoot the top of Smith's head off, didn't he aim at his body or his legs? Come now. Witness, entirely confused. Yes, sir, I think he did. I'm pretty sure, certain of it. Yes, sir, he must have fired at his legs. Nothing was elicited on the cross-examination except that the weapon used by Mr. Jones was a bowie knife instead of a Derringer, and that he made a number of desperate attempts to scalp the plaintiff instead of trying to shoot him. It also came out that Sophronia, of doubtful nativity, did not faint, and was not present during the affray, she having been discharged from her situation on the previous evening. Washington Billings, sworn, said, I seen the row, and it warn't in no saloon, it was in the street. Both of 'em was drunk, and one of 'em was comin' up the street, and the other was goin' down. Both of 'em was close to the houses when they first see each other, and both of 'em made their calculations to miss each other. But the second time they tacked across the pavement, driftin' like, diagonal, they come together down by the curb, almighty soggy they did, which staggered 'em a moment, and then over they went into the gutter. Smith was up first, and he made a dive for a cobble and fell on Jones. Jones dug out and made a dive for a cobble and slipped his hold and jammed his head into Smith's stomach. They done that over again twice more, just the same way. After that, neither of 'em could get up any more, and so they just laid there in the slush and clawed mud and cussed each other. On the cross-examination, the witness could not say whether the parties continued the fight afterward in the saloon or not. He only knew they began it in the gutter, and to the best of his knowledge and belief they were too drunk to get into a saloon, and too drunk to stay in it after they got there if there were any orifice about it that they could fall out again. As to weapons, he saw none used except the cobblestones, and to the best of his knowledge and belief they missed fire every time while he was present. Jeremiah Driscoll came forward, was sworn, and testified as follows. I saw the fight, Your Honor, and it wasn't in a saloon, nor in the street, nor in a hotel, nor in... The Court. Was it in the city and county of San Francisco? Witness. Yes, Your Honor, I think it was. The Court. Well, then, go on. Witness. It was up in the square. Jones met Smith, and they both go at it, that is, blackguarding each other. One called the other a thief, and the other said he was a liar. And then they got to swearing backwards and forwards, pretty generally, as you might say. and finally one struck the other over the head with a cane, and then they closed and fell, and after that they made such a dust, and the gravel flew so thick that I couldn't rightly tell which one was getting the best of it. When it cleared away, one of them was after the other with a pine bench, and the other was prospecting for rocks, and Lawyer. There, that will do, that will do. How in the world is any one to make heads nor tails out of such a string of nonsense as that? Who struck the first blow? Witness. I cannot rightly say, sir, but I think. Lawyer. You think? Don't you know? Witness. No, sir. It was all so sudden and. Lawyer. Well, then, state if you can, who struck the last? Witness. I can't, sir, because. Lawyer. Because what? Witness. Because, sir, you see, toward the last they clinched and went down and got to kicking up the gravel again, and. Lawyer. Resignedly. Take the witness. Take the witness. The testimony on the cross-examination went to show that during the fight one of the parties drew a slingshot and cocked it, but to the best of the witness's knowledge and belief he did not fire, and at the same time the other discharged a hand grenade at his antagonist, which missed him and did no damage except blowing up a bonnet store on the other side of the street, and creating a momentary diversion among the milliners. He could not say, however, which drew the slingshot or which threw the grenade. It was generally remarked by those in the court-room that the evidence of the witness was obscure and unsatisfactory. Upon questioning him further, and confronting him with the parties to the case before the court, it transpired that the faces of Jones and Smith were unknown to him, and that he had been talking about an entirely different fight all the time. Other witnesses were examined, some of whom swore that Smith was the aggressor, and others that Jones began the row. Some said they fought with their fists, others that they fought with knives, others tomahawks, others revolvers, others clubs, others axes, others beer mugs and chairs, and others swore there had been no fight at all. However, fight or no fight, the testimony was straightforward and uniform on one point, at any rate, and that was that the fuss was about $2.40 which one party owed the other. But after all, it was impossible to find out which was the debtor and which the creditor. After the witnesses had all been heard, His Honor Judge Shepard observed that the evidence in this case resembled in a great many points the evidence before him in some 35 cases every day, on an average. He then said he would continue the case to afford the parties an opportunity of procuring more testimony. I have been keeping an eye on the police court for the last few days. 2 friends of mine had business there, on account of assault and battery concerning Washoe stocks, and I felt interested, of course. I never knew their names were James Johnson and John Ward, though, until I heard them answer to them in that court. When James Johnson was called, one of these young men said to the other, "That's you, my boy." "No," was the reply, it's you. My name's John Ward. See, I've got it written here on a card." Consequently, the first speaker sung out, "Here," and it was all right. As I was saying, I have been keeping an eye on that court, and I have arrived at the conclusion that the office of police judge is a profitable and comfortable thing to have. But then, as the English hunter said about fighting tigers in India under a shortness of ammunition, it has its little drawbacks. Hearing testimony must be worrying to a police judge sometimes, when he's in his right mind. I would rather be secretary to a wealthy mining company, and have nothing to do but advertise the assessments and collect them in carefully, and go along quiet and upright, and be one of the noblest works of God, and never gobble a dollar that didn't belong to me, all just as those fellows do, you know. Oh, I have no talent for sarcasm. It isn't likely, but I trespass. Now, with every confidence in the instinctive candor and fair dealing of my race, I submit the testimony in the case of Smith versus Jones to the people, without comment or argument, well satisfied that after a perusal of it their judgment will be as righteous as it is final and impartial, and that whether Smith be cast out and Jones exalted, or Jones cast out and Smith exalted, the decision will be a holy and a just one. I leave the accused and the accuser before the bar of the world. Let their fate be pronounced. End of The Evidence in the Case of Smith versus Jones by Mark Twain. Unvanquishable, save for Sacnoth by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Fortress Unvanquishable, save for Sacnoth by Lord Dunsany. In a wood older than record, a foster brother of the hills, stood the village of Allathurion, and there was peace between the people of that village and all the folk who walked in the dark ways of the wood, whether they were human, or of the tribes of the beasts, or of the race of the fairies and the elves and the little sacred spirits of trees and streams. Moreover, the village people had peace among themselves and between them and their lord, Lorendiak. In front of the village was a wide and grassy space, and beyond this the great wood again. But at the back the trees came right up to the houses, which, with their great beams and wooden framework and thatched roofs green with moss, seemed almost to be a part of the forest. Now in the time I tell of there was trouble in Allathurion, for of an evening fell dreams were wont to come slipping through the tree trunks and into the peaceful village. And they assumed dominion of men's minds, and led them in watches of the night through the cindery plains of hell. Then the magician of that village made spells against those fell dreams. Yet still the dreams came flitting through the trees as soon as the dark had fallen, and led men's minds by night into terrible places, and caused them to praise Satan openly with their lips. And men grew afraid of sleep in Allathurion. And they grew worn and pale, some through the want of rest, and others from fear of the things they saw on the cindery plains of hell. Then the magician of the village went up into the tower of his house, and all night long those whom fear kept awake could see his window high up in the night glowing softly alone. The next day, when the twilight was far gone and night was gathering fast, the magician went away to the forest's edge, and uttered there the spell that he had made. And the spell was a compulsive, terrible thing, having a power over evil demons and over spirits of ill, for it was a verse of 40 lines in many languages, both living and dead, and had in it the word wherewith the people of the plains are wont to curse their camels, and the shout wherewith the whalers of the north lure the whales shoreward to be killed, and a word that causes elephants to trumpet, and every one of the 40 lines closed with a rhyme for wasp. And still the dreams came flitting through the forest, and led men's souls into the plains of hell. Then the magician knew that the dreams were from Gaznak. Therefore he gathered the people of the village, and told them that he had uttered his mightiest spell, a spell having power over all that were human or of the tribes of the beasts, and that since it had not availed, the dreams must come from Gaznak, the greatest magician among the spaces of the stars. And he read to the people out of the Book of Magicians, which tells the comings of the comet, and foretells his coming again. And he told them how Gaznak rides upon the comet, and how he visits earth once in every 230 years, and makes for himself a vast invincible fortress, and sends out dreams to feed on the minds of men, and may never be vanquished but by the sword Sacnoth. And a cold fear fell on the hearts of the villagers when they found that their magician had failed them. Then spake Leothric, son of the Lord Lorendiak, and 20 years old was he. Good master, what is the sword of Sacnoth? And the village magician answered, Fair lord, no such sword as yet is wrought, for it lies as yet in the hide of Tharagavverug, protecting his spine. Then said Leothric, Who is Tharagavverug, and where may he be encountered? And the magician of Allathurion answered, He is the dragon crocodile who haunts the northern marshes and ravages the homesteads by their marge. And the hide of his back is of steel, and his underparts are of iron. But along the midst of his back, over his spine, there lies a narrow strip of unearthly steel. This strip of steel is Sacnoth, and it may be neither cleft nor molten, and there is nothing in the world that may avail to break it, nor even leave a scratch upon its surface. It is of the length of a good sword, and of the breadth thereof. Shouldst thou prevail against Tharagavverug, his hide may be melted away from Sacnoth in a furnace, but there is only one thing that may sharpen Sacnoth's edge, and this is one of Tharagavverug's own steel eyes, and the other eye thou must fasten to Sacnoth's hilt, and it will watch for thee. But it is a hard task to vanquish Tharagavverug, for no sword can pierce his hide, his back cannot be broken, and he can neither burn nor drown. In one way only can Tharagavverug die, and that is by starving." Then sorrow fell upon Leothric, but the magician spoke on. "If a man drive Tharagavverug away from his food with a stick for 3 days, he will starve on the 3rd day at sunset. And though he is not vulnerable, yet in one spot he may take hurt, for his nose is only of lead. A sword would merely lay bare the uncleavable bronze beneath, but if his nose be smitten constantly with a stick, he will always recoil from the pain, and thus may Tharagavverug to left and right be driven away from his food." Then Leothric said, "What is Tharagavverug's food?" And the magician of Allathurion said, "His food is men." But Leothric went straight away thence, and cut a great staff from a hazel tree, and slept early that evening. But the next morning, awakening from troubled dreams, he arose before the dawn, and taking with him provisions for 5 days, set out through the forest northwards towards the marshes. For some hours he moved through the gloom of the forest, and when he emerged from it the sun was above the horizon, shining on pools of water in the wasteland. Presently he saw the claw marks of Tharagavverug deep in the soil, and the track of his tail between them like a furrow in a field. Then Leothric followed the tracks till he heard the bronze heart of Tharagavverug before him booming like a bell. And Tharagavverug, it being the hour when he took the first meal of the day, was moving towards a village with his heart tolling. And all the people of the village were come out to meet him, as it was their wont to do, for they abode not the suspense of awaiting Tharagavverug, and of hearing him sniffing brazenly as he went from door to door, pondering slowly in his metal mind what habitat he should choose. And none dared to flee, for in the days when the villagers fled from Tharagavverug, he, having chosen his victim, would track him tirelessly, like a doom. Nothing availed them against Tharagavverug. Once they had climbed the trees when he came, but Tharagavverug went up to one, arching his back and leaning over slightly, and rasped against the trunk until it fell. And when Leothric came near, Tharagavverug saw him out of one of his small steel eyes, and came towards him leisurely, and the echoes of his heart swirled up through his open mouth. And Leothric stepped sideways from his onset, and came between him and the village, and smote him on the nose, and the blow of the stick made a dint in the soft lead. And Tharagavverug swung clumsily away, uttering one fearful cry, like the sound of a great church bell that had become possessed of a soul that fluttered upward from the tombs at night, an evil soul, giving the bell a voice. Then he attacked Leothric, snarling, and again Leothric leapt aside and smote him on the nose with the stick. Tharagavverug uttered like a bell, howling, and whenever the dragon crocodile attacked him or turned towards the village, Leothric smote him again. So all day long Leothric drove the monster with a stick, and he drove him farther and farther from his prey, with his heart tolling angrily and his voice crying out in pain. Towards evening Tharagavverug ceased to snap at Leothric, but ran before him to avoid the stick, for his nose was sore and shining, and in the gloaming the villagers came out and danced to cymbal and psaltery. When Tharagavverug heard the cymbal and psaltery, hunger and anger came upon him, and he felt as some lord might feel who was held by force from the banquet in his own castle, and heard the creaking spit go round and round, and the good meat crackling on it, and all that night he attacked Leothric fiercely, and ofttimes nearly caught him in the darkness, for his gleaming eyes of steel could see as well by night as by day. And Leothric gave ground slowly till the dawn, and when the light came they were near the village again, yet not so near to it as they had been when they encountered, for Leothric drove Tharagavverug farther in the day than Tharagavverug had forced him back in the night. Then Leothric drove him again with his stick, till the hour came when it was the custom of the dragon crocodile to find his man. 1/3 of his man he would eat at the time he found him, and the rest at noon and evening. But when the hour came for finding his man, a great fierceness came on Tharagavverug, and he grabbed rapidly at Leothric, but could not seize him, and for a long while neither of them would retire. But at last the pain of the stick on his leaden nose overcame the hunger of the dragon crocodile, and he turned from it howling. From that moment Tharagavverug weakened. All that day Leothric drove him with his stick, and at night both held their ground. And when the dawn of the third day was come, the heart of Tharagavverug beat slower and fainter. It was as though a tired man was ringing a bell. Once Tharagavverug nearly seized a frog, but Leothric snatched it away in time. Towards noon the dragon crocodile lay still for a long while, and Leothric stood near him and leaned on his trusty stick. He was very tired and sleepless, but had more leisure now for eating his provisions. With Tharagavverug the end was coming fast, and in the afternoon his breath came hoarsely, rasping in his throat. It was as the sound of many huntsmen blowing blasts on horns, and towards evening his breath came faster but fainter, like the sound of a hunt going furious to the distance and dying away. And he made desperate rushes towards the village, but Leothric still leapt about him, battering his leaden nose. Scarce audible now at all was the sound of his heart. It was like a church bell tolling beyond the hills for the death of some one unknown and far away. Then the sun set and flamed in the village windows, and a chill went over the world, and in some small garden a woman sang, and Tharagavverug lifted up his head and starved, and his life went from his invulnerable body, and Leothric lay down beside him and slept. And later, in the starlight, the villagers came out and carried Leothric sleeping to the village, all praising him in whispers as they went. They laid him down upon a couch in a house, and danced outside in silence, without psaltery or cymbal, and the next day, rejoicing to Allathurion, they hauled the dragon crocodile. And Leothric went with them, holding his battered staff, and a tall, broad man, who was smith of Allathurion, made a great furnace, and melted Tharagavverug away, till only Sacnoth was left, gleaming among the ashes. Then he took one of the small eyes that had been chiselled out, and filed an edge on Sacnoth, and gradually the steel eye wore away, facet by facet, but ere it was quite gone it had sharpened redoubtably Sacnoth. But the other eye they set in the butt of the hilt, and it gleamed there bluely. And that night Leothric arose in the dark, and took the sword, and went westward to find Gaznak. And he went through the dark forest till the dawn, and all the morning, and till the afternoon. But in the afternoon he came into the open, and saw in the midst of the land where no man goeth the fortress of Gaznak, mountainous before him, little more than a mile away. And Leothric saw that the land was marsh and desolate, and the fortress went up all white out of it, with many buttresses, and was broad below, but narrowed higher up, and was full of gleaming windows with the light upon them. And near the top of it a few white clouds were floating, but above them some of its pinnacles reappeared. Then Leothric advanced into the marshes, and the eye of Tharagavverug looked out warily from the hilt of Sacnoth. For Tharagavverug had known the marshes well, and the sword nudged Leothric to the right or pulled him to the left, away from the dangerous places, and so brought him safely to the fortress walls. And in the wall stood doors like precipices of steel, all studded with boulders of iron, and above every window were terrible gargoyles of stone, and the name of the fortress shone on the wall, writ large in letters of brass: the fortress unvanquishable, save for Sacnoth. Then Leothric drew and revealed Sacnoth, and all the gargoyles grinned, and the grin went flickering from face to face right up into the cloud-abiding gables. And when Sacnoth was revealed and all the gargoyles grinned, it was like the moonlight emerging from a cloud to look for the first time upon a field of blood, and passing swiftly over the wet faces of the slain that lie together in the horrible night. Then Leothric advanced towards a door, and it was mightier than the marble quarry Sacremona, from which of old men cut enormous slabs to build the Abbey of the Holy Tears. Day after day they wrenched out the very ribs of the hill until the abbey was built, and it was more beautiful than anything in stone. Then the priests blessed Sacremona, and it had rest, and no more stone was ever taken from it to build the houses of men. And the hill stood looking southwards lonely in the sunlight, defaced by that mighty scar. So vast was the door of steel. And the name of the door was the Port Resonant, the way of egress for war. Then Leothric smote upon the Port Resonant with Sacnoth, and the echo of Sacnoth went ringing through the halls, and all the dragons in the fortress barked. And when the baying of the remotest dragon had faintly joined in the tumult, a window opened far up among the clouds, below the twilit gables, and a woman screamed, and far away in hell her father heard her, and knew that her doom was come. And Leothric went on smiting terribly with Sacnoth, and the grey steel of the Port Resonant, the way of egress for war, that was tempered to resist the swords of the world, came away in ringing slices. Then Leothric, holding Sacnoth in his hand, went in through the hole that he had hewn in the door, and came into the unlit cavernous hall. An elephant fled trumpeting, and Leothric stood still, holding Sacnoth. When the sound of the feet of the elephant had died away in the remoter corridors, nothing more stirred, and the cavernous hall was still. Presently the darkness of the distant halls became musical with the sound of bells, all coming nearer and nearer. Still Leothric waited in the dark, and the bells rang louder and louder, echoing through the halls, and there appeared a procession of men on camels, riding 2 by 2 from the interior of the fortress. And they were armed with scimitars of Assyrian make, and were all clad with mail, and chainmail hung from their helmets about their faces, and flapped as the camels moved. And they all halted before Leothric in the cavernous hall, and the camel bells clanged and stopped. And the leader said to Leothric, "The Lord Gaznak has desired to see you die before him. Be pleased to come with us, and we can discourse by the way of the manner in which the Lord Gaznak has desired to see you die." And as he said this he unwound a chain of iron that was coiled upon his saddle. And Leothric answered, "I would fain go with you, for I am come to slay Gaznak." Then all the camel guard of Gaznak laughed hideously, disturbing the vampires that were asleep in the measureless vault of the roof. And the leader said, "The Lord Gaznak is immortal, save for Sacnoth, and weareth armour that is proof even against Sacnoth himself, and hath a sword the second most terrible in the world." Then Leothric said, "I am the lord of the sword Sacnoth." And he advanced toward the camel guard of Gaznak, and Sacnoth lifted up and down in his hand as though stirred by an exultant pulse. Then the camel guard of Gaznak fled, and the riders leaned forward and smote their camels with whips, and they went away with a great clamour of bells through colonnades and corridors and vaulted halls, and scattered into the inner darkness of the fortress. When the last sound of them had died away, Leothric was in doubt which way to go, for the camel guard was dispersed in many directions. So he went straight on till he came to a great stairway in the midst of the hall. Then Leothric set his foot in the middle of a wide step, and climbed steadily up the stairway for 5 minutes. Little light was there in the great hall through which Leothric ascended, for it only entered through arrow slits here and there, and in the world outside evening was waning fast. The stairway led up to 2 folding doors, and they stood a little ajar, and through the crack Leothric entered and tried to continue straight on, but could get no farther, for the whole room seemed to be full of festoons of ropes which swung from wall to wall, and were looped and draped from the ceiling. The whole chamber was thick and black with them. They were soft and light to the touch, like fine silk, but Leothric was unable to break any one of them. And though they swung away from him as he pressed forward, yet by the time he had gone 3 yards they were all about him like a heavy cloak. Then Leothric stepped back and drew Sacnoth, and Sacnoth divided the ropes without a sound, and without a sound the severed pieces fell to the floor. Leothric went forward, slowly moving Sacnoth in front of him up and down as he went. When he was come into the middle of the chamber, suddenly, as he parted with Sacnoth a great hammock of strands, he saw a spider before him that was larger than a ram. And the spider looked at him with eyes that were little, but in which there was much sin, and said, "Who are you that spoil the labour of years, all done to the honour of Satan?" And Leothric answered, "I am Leothric, son of Lorendiac." And the spider said, "I will make a rope at once to hang you with." Then Leothric parted another bunch of strands, and came nearer to the spider as he sat making his rope. And the spider looked up from his work, said, "What is that sword which is able to sever my ropes?" And Leothric said, "It is Sacnoth." Thereat the black hair that hung over the face of the spider parted to left and right, and the spider frowned. Then the hair fell back into place, and hid everything except the sin of the little eyes, which went on gleaming lustfully in the dark. But before Leothric could reach him, he climbed away with his hands, going up by one of his ropes to a lofty rafter, and there sat growling. But clearing his way with Sacnoth, Leothric passed through the chamber, and came to the farther door. And the door being shut, and the handle far up out of his reach, he hewed his way through it with Sacnoth, in the same way as he had through the port resonant, the way of egress for war. And so Leothric came into a well-lit chamber, where queens and princes were banqueting together, all at a great table, and thousands of candles were glowing all about, and their light shone in the wine that the princes drank, and on the huge gold candelabra, and the royal faces were irradiant with the glow, and the white tablecloth, and the silver plates, and the jewels in the hair of the queens, each jewel having a historian all to itself, who wrote no other chronicles all his days. Between the table and the door there stood 200 footmen in 2 rows of 100, facing one another. Nobody looked at Leothric as he entered through the hole in the door, but one of the princes asked a question of a footman, and the question was passed from mouth to mouth by all the 100 footmen, till it came to the last one nearest Leothric, and he said to Leothric, without looking at him, "What do you seek here?" And Leothric answered, "I seek to slay Gaznak." And footman to footman repeated all the way to the table, "He seeks to slay Gaznak." And another question came down the line of footmen, "What is your name?" And the line that stood opposite took his answer back. Then one of the princes said, "Take him away, where we shall not hear his screams." And footmen repeated it to footmen till it came to the last 2, and they advanced to seize Leothric. Then Leothric showed to them his sword, saying, "This is Sacnoth." And both of them said to the man nearest, "It is Sacnoth," then screamed and fled away. And 2 by 2, all up the double line, footman to footman repeated, "It is Sacnoth," then screamed and fled, till the last 2 gave the message to the table, and all the rest had gone. Hurriedly then arose the queens and princes, and fled out of the chamber. And the goodly table, when they were all gone, looked small and disorderly and awry. And to Leothric, pondering in the desolate chamber by what door he should pass onwards, there came from far away the sounds of music, and he knew that it was the magical musicians playing to Gaznak while he slept. Then Leothric, walking toward the distant music, passed out by the door opposite to the one through which he had cloven his entrance, and so passed into a chamber vast as the other, in which were many women weirdly beautiful. And they all asked him of his quest, And when they heard that it was to slay Gaznak, they all besought him to tarry among them, saying that Gaznak was immortal save for Sacnoth, and also that they had need of a knight to protect them from the wolves that rushed round and round the wainscot all the night, and sometimes broke in upon them through the mouldering oak. Perhaps Leothric had been tempted to tarry had they been human women, for theirs was a strange beauty. But he perceived that instead of eyes they had little flames that flickered in their sockets, and knew them to be the fevered dreams of Gaznak. Therefore he said, "I have business with Gaznak and with Sacnoth," and passed on through the chamber. And at the name of Sacnoth those women screamed, and the flames of their eyes sank low and dwindled to sparks. And Leothric left them, and hewing with Sacnoth passed through the farther door. Outside he felt the night air on his face, and found that he stood upon a narrow way between two abysses. To left and right of him, as far as he could see, the walls of the fortress ended in a profound precipice, though the roof still stretched above him. And before him lay the two abysses, full of stars, for they cut their way through the whole earth and revealed the under sky. And threading its course between them went the way, and it sloped upward, and its sides were sheer. And beyond the abysses, where the way led up to the farther chambers of the fortress, Leothric heard the musicians playing their magical tune. So he stepped on the way, which was scarcely a stride in width, and moved along it, holding Sacnoth naked. And to and fro beneath him, in each abyss, whirred the wings of vampires, passing up and down, all giving praise to Satan as they flew. Presently he perceived the dragon Thok lying upon the way, pretending to sleep, and his tail hung down into one of the abysses. And Leothric went toward him, and when he was quite close, Thok rushed at Leothric, and he smote deep with Sacnoth, and Thok tumbled into the abyss, screaming, and his limbs made a whirring in the darkness as he fell, and he fell till his screams sounded no louder than a whistle, and then he could be heard no more. Once or twice Leothric saw a star blink for an instant and reappear again, and this momentary eclipse of a few stars was all that remained in the world of the body of Thok. And Lunk, the brother of Thok, who had lain a little behind him, saw that this must be Sacnoth, and fled lumbering away. And all the while that he walked between the abysses, the mighty vault of the roof of the fortress still stretched over Leothric's head, all filled with gloom. Now, when the further side of the abyss came into view, Leothric saw a chamber that opened with innumerable arches upon the twin abysses, and the pillars of the arches went away into the distance and vanished in the gloom to left and right. Far down the dim precipice on which the pillars stood he could see windows, small and closely barred, and between the bars there showed at moments, and disappeared again, things that I shall not speak of. There was no light here except for the great southern stars that shone below the abysses, and here and there in the chamber, through the arches, lights that moved furtively without the sound of footfall. Then Leothric stepped from the way and entered the great chamber. Even to himself he seemed but a tiny dwarf as he walked under one of these colossal arches. The last faint light of evening flickered through a window painted in sombre colours, commemorating the achievements of Satan upon earth. High up in the wall the window stood, and the streaming lights of candles lower down moved stealthily away. Other light there was none, save for a faint blue glow from the steel eye of Tharagavverug, that peered restlessly about it from the hilt of Sacnoth. Heavily in the chamber hung the clammy odour of a large and deadly beast. Leothric moved forward slowly, with the blade of Sacnoth in front of him, feeling for a foe, and the eye in the hilt of it looking out behind. Nothing stirred. If anything lurked behind the pillars of the colonnade that held aloft the roof, it neither breathed nor moved. The music of the magical musicians sounded from very near. Suddenly the great doors on the far side of the chamber opened to left and right. For some moments Leothric saw nothing move, and waited, clutching Sacnoth. Then Wong Bongerok came toward him, breathing. This was the last and faithfulest guard of Gaznak, and came from slobbering just now his master's hand. More as a child than a dragon was Gaznak wont to treat him, giving him often in his fingers tender pieces of man, all smoking from his table. Long and low was Wong Bongerok, and subtle about the eyes, and he came breathing malice against Leothric out of his faithful breast, and behind him roared the armory of his tail, as when sailors drag the cable of the anchor, all rattling down the deck. And well Wong Bongerok knew that he now faced Sacnoth, for it had been his wont to prophesy quietly to himself for many years as he lay curled at the feet of Gaznak. And Leothric stepped forward into the blast of his breath and lifted Sacnoth to strike. But when Sacnoth was lifted up, the eye of Tharagavverug in the butt of the hilt beheld the dragon and perceived his subtlety. For he opened his mouth wide and revealed to Leothric the ranks of his sabre teeth, and his leather gums flapped upwards. But while Leothric made to smite at his head, he shot forward scorpion-wise over his head the length of his armoured tail. All this the eye perceived in the hilt of Sacnoth, who smote suddenly sideways. Not with the edge smote Sacnoth, for, had he done so, the severed end of the tail had still come hurtling on, as some pine tree that the avalanche has hurled point foremost from the cliff right through the broad breast of some mountaineer. So had Leothric been transfixed, but Sacnoth smote sideways with the flat of his blade, and sent the tail whizzing over Leothric's left shoulder, and it rasped upon his armour as it went, and left a groove upon it. Sideways then at Leothric smote the foiled tail of Wong Bongerok. The Sacnoth parried, and the tail went shrieking up the blade and over Leothric's head. Then Leothric and Wong Bongerok fought sword to tooth, and the sword smote as only Sacnoth can, and the evil faithful life of Wong Bongerok, the dragon, went out through the wide wound. Then Leothric walked on past that dead monster, and the armoured body still quivered a little. And for a while it was like all the ploughshares in a county working together in one field behind tired and struggling horses. Then the quivering ceased, and Wong Bongerok lay still to rust. And Leothric went on to the open gates, and Sacnoth dripped quietly along the floor. By the open gates through which Wong Bongerok had entered, Leothric came into a corridor echoing with music. This was the first place from which Leothric could see anything above his head, for hitherto the roof had ascended to mountainous heights and had stretched indistinct in the gloom. But along the narrow corridor hung huge bells low and near to his head, and the width of each brazen bell was from wall to wall, and they were one behind the other. And as he passed under each, the bell uttered, and its voice was mournful and deep, like to the voice of a bell speaking to a man for the last time when he is newly dead. Each bell uttered once as Leothric came under it, and their voices sounded solemnly and wide apart at ceremonious intervals, for if he walked slow these bells came closer together, and when he walked swiftly they moved farther apart, and the echoes of each bell tolling above his head went on before him, whispering to the others. Once when he stopped they all jangled angrily till he went on again. Between these slow and boding notes came the sound of the magical musicians. They were playing a dirge now, very mournfully. And at last Leothric came to the end of the corridor of the bells, and beheld there a small black door. And all the corridor behind him was full of the echoes of the tolling, and they all muttered to one another about the ceremony, and the dirge of the musicians came floating slowly through them like a procession of foreign elaborate guests. All of them boded ill to Leothric. The black door opened at once to the hand of Leothric, and he found himself in the open air in a wide court paved with marble. High over it shone the moon, summoned there by the hand of Gaznak. There Gaznak slept, and around him sat his magical musicians, all playing upon strings. And even sleeping, Gaznak was clad in armour, and only his wrists and face and neck were bare. But the marvel of that place was in the dreams of Gaznak. For beyond the wide court slept a dark abyss, and into the abyss there poured a white cascade of marble stairways, and widened out below into terraces and balconies with fair white statues on them, and descended again in a wide stairway, and came to lower terraces in the dark, where swart, uncertain shapes went to and fro. All these were the dreams of Gaznak, and issued from his mind, and becoming gleaming marble, passed over the edge of the abyss as the musicians played. And all the while out of the mind of Gaznak, lulled by that strange music, went spires and pinnacles, beautiful and slender, ever ascending skywards, and the marble dreams moved slow in time to the music. When the bells tolled and the musicians played their dirge, ugly gargoyles came out suddenly all over the spires and pinnacles, and great shadows passed swiftly down the steps and terraces, and there was hurried whispering in the abyss. When Leothric stepped from the black door, Gaznak opened his eyes. He looked neither to left nor right, but stood up at once, facing Leothric. Then the magicians played a death spell on their strings, and there arose a humming along the blade of Sacnoth as he turned the spell aside. When Leothric dropped not down, and they heard the humming of Sacnoth, the magicians arose and fled, all wailing as they went upon their strings. Then Gaznak drew out screaming from its sheath the sword that was the mightiest in the world except for Sacnoth, and slowly walked toward Leothric, and he smiled as he walked, although his own dreams had foretold his doom. And when Leothric and Gaznak came together, each looked at each, and neither spoke a word, but they smote both at once, and their swords met, and each sword knew the other and from whence he came. And whenever the sword of Gaznak smote on the blade of Sacnoth, it rebounded gleaming as hail from off slated roofs, but whenever it fell upon the armour of Leothric, it stripped it off in sheets. And upon Gaznak's armour Sacnoth fell, oft and furiously, but ever he came back snarling, leaving no mark behind, and as Gaznak fought he held his left hand hovering close over his head. Presently Leothric smote fair and fiercely at his enemy's neck, but Gaznak, clutching his own head by the hair, lifted it high aloft, and Sacnoth went cleaving through an empty space. Then Gaznak replaced his head upon his neck, and all the while fought nimbly with his sword. And again Leothric swept with Sacnoth at Gaznak's bearded neck, and ever the left hand of Gaznak was quicker than the stroke, and the head went up and the sword rushed vainly under it. And the ringing fight went on till Leothric's armour lay all round him on the floor, and the marble was splashed with his blood, and the sword of Gaznak was notched like a saw from meeting the blade of Sacnoth. Still Gaznak stood unwounded and smiling still. At last Leothric looked at the throat of Gaznak, and aimed with Sacnoth, and again Gaznak lifted his head by the hair, but not at his throat flew Sacnoth, for Leothric struck instead at the lifted hand, and through the wrist of it went Sacnoth, whirring as a scythe goes through the stem of a single flower. And bleeding the severed hand fell to the floor, and at once blood spurted from the shoulders of Gaznak and dripped from the fallen head, and the tall pinnacles went down into the earth, and the wide fair terraces all rolled away, and the court was gone like the dew, and the wind came, and the colonnades drifted thence, and all the colossal halls of Gaznak fell, and the abysses closed up suddenly, as the mouth of a man who, having told a tale, will for ever speak no more. Then Leothric looked around him in the marshes, where the night mist was passing away, and there was no fortress nor sound of dragon or mortal. Only beside him lay an old man, wizened and evil and dead, whose head and hand were severed from his body. And gradually over the wide lands the dawn was coming up, and ever growing in beauty as it came, like to the peal of an organ played by a master's hand, growing louder and lovelier as the soul of the master warms, and at last giving praise with all its mighty voice. Then the birds sang, and Leothric went homeward, and left the marshes, and came to the dark wood, and the light of the dawn ascending lit him upon his way. And into Allathurion he came ere noon, and with him brought the evil wizened head. And the people rejoiced, and their nights of trouble ceased. This is the tale of the vanquishing of the fortress unvanquishable save for Sacnoth, and of its passing away, as it is told and believed by those who love the mystic days of old. Others have said, and vainly claim to prove, that a fever came to Allathurion and went away, and that this same fever drove Leothric into the marshes by night, and made him dream there and act violently with a sword. And others again say that there hath been no town of Allathurion, and that Leothric never lived. Peace to them. The gardener hath gathered up this autumn's leaves. Who shall see them again, or who wot of them? And who shall say what hath befallen in the days of long ago? End of The Fortress Unvanquishable, Save for Sacnoth, by Lord Dunsany.
Gypsy by Booth Tarkington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Gypsy by Booth Tarkington. On a fair Saturday afternoon in November, Penrod's little old dog Duke returned to the ways of his youth, and had trouble with a strange cat on the back porch. This indiscretion, so uncharacteristic, was due to the agitation of a surprised moment, for Duke's experience had inclined him to a peaceful pessimism, and he had no ambition for hazardous undertakings of any sort. He was given to musing, but not to avoidable action, and he seemed habitually to hope for something which he was pretty sure would not happen. Even in his sleep, this gave him an air of wistfulness. Thus, being asleep in a nook behind the metal refuse can, when the strange cat ventured to ascend the steps of the porch, his appearance was so unwarlike that the cat felt encouraged to extend its field of reconnaissance, for the cook had been careless, and the backbone of a 3-pound whitefish lay at the foot of the refuse can. The cat was, for a cat, needlessly tall, powerful, independent, and masculine. Once, long ago, he had been a roly-poly, pepper-and-salt kitten. He had a home in those days, and a name, Gypsy, which he abundantly justified. He was precocious in dissipation. Long before his adolescence, his lack of domesticity was ominous, and he had formed bad companionships. Meanwhile, he grew so rangy, and developed such length and power of leg and such traits of character, that the father of the little girl who owned him was almost convincing when he declared that the young cat was half bronco and half Malay pirate, though, in light of Gypsy's later career, this seems bitterly unfair to even the lowest orders of broncos and Malay pirates. No, Gypsy was not the pet for a little girl. The rosy hearthstone and sheltered rug were too circumspect for him. Surrounded by the comforts of middle-class respectability, and profoundly oppressed, even in his youth, by the Puritan ideals of the household, he sometimes experienced a sense of suffocation. He wanted free air, and he wanted free life. He wanted the lights and the music. He abandoned the bourgeoisie irrevocably. He went forth in a May twilight, carrying the evening beefsteak with him, and joined the underworld. His extraordinary size, his daring, and his utter lack of sympathy soon made him the leader, and, at the same time, the terror, of all the loose-lived cats in a wide neighborhood. He contracted no friendships and had no confidants. He seldom slept in the same place twice in succession, and though he was wanted by the police, he was not found. In appearance he did not lack distinction of an ominous sort. The slow, rhythmic, perfectly controlled mechanism of his tail, as he impressively walked abroad, was incomparably sinister. The stately and dangerous walk of his long, vibrant whiskers, his scars, his yellow eye, so ice-cold, so fire-hot, haughty as the eye of Satan, gave him the deadly air of a mousquetaire duellist. His soul was in that walk and in that eye. It could be read, the soul of a bravo of fortune, living on his wits and his valor, asking no favors and granting no quarter. Intolerant, proud, sullen, yet watchful and constantly planning, purely a militarist, believing in slaughter as in a religion, and confident that art, science, poetry, and the good of the world were happily advanced thereby, Gypsy had become, though technically not a wild cat, undoubtedly the most untamed cat at large in the civilized world. Such, in brief, was the terrifying creature which now elongated its neck, and, over the top step of the porch, bent a calculating scrutiny upon the wistful and slumberous Duke. The scrutiny was searching but not prolonged. Gypsy muttered contemptuously to himself, "Oh, pshaw! I'm not afraid of that," and he approached the fishbone, his padded feet making no noise upon the boards. It was a desirable fishbone, large, with a considerable portion of the fish's tail still attached to it. It was about a foot from Duke's nose, and the little dog's dreams began to be troubled by his olfactory nerve. This faithful sentinel, on guard even while Duke slept, signaled that alarums and excursions by parties unknown were taking place, and suggested that attention might well be paid. Duke opened one drowsy eye. What the eye beheld was monstrous. Here was a strange experience, the horrific vision in the midst of things so accustomed. Sunshine fell sweetly upon porch and backyard. Yonder was the familiar stable, and from its interior came the busy hum of a carpenter's shop, established that morning by Duke's young master, in association with Samuel, Williams, and Herman. Here, close by, were the quiet refuse can and the wonted brooms and mops leaning against the latticed wall at the end of the porch. And there, by the foot of the steps, was the stone slab of the cistern, with the iron cover displaced and lying beside the round opening where the carpenters had left it not half an hour ago, after lowering a stick of wood into the water to season it. All about Duke were these usual and reassuring environs of his daily life, and yet it was his fate to behold, right in the midst of them, and in ghastly juxtaposition to his face, a thing of nightmare and lunacy. Gypsy had seized the fishbone by the middle. Out from one side of his head, and mingling with his whiskers, projected the long spiked spine of the big fish. Down from the other side of that ferocious head dangled the fish's tail, and from above the remarkable effect thus produced shot the intolerable glare of two yellow eyes. To the gaze of Duke, still blurred by slumber, this monstrosity was all of one piece. The bone seemed a living part of it. What he saw was like those interesting insect faces which the magnifying glass reveals to great M. Fabre. It was impossible for Duke to maintain the philosophic calm of M. Fabre. However, there was no magnifying glass between him and this spined and spiky face. Indeed, Duke was not in a position to think the matter over quietly. If he had been able to do that, he would have said to himself, "We have here an animal of most peculiar and unattractive appearance, though, upon examination, it seems to be only a cat stealing a fishbone. Nevertheless, as the thief is large beyond all my recollection of cats, and has an unpleasant stare, I will leave the spot at once." On the contrary, Duke was so electrified by his horrid awakening that he completely lost his presence of mind. In the very instant of his first eye's opening, the other eye and his mouth behaved similarly, the latter loosing upon the quiet air one shriek of mental agony before the little dog scrambled to his feet and gave further employment to his voice in a frenzy of profanity. At the same time, the subterranean diapason of a demoniac bass viol was heard. It rose to a wail, and rose again until it screamed like a small siren. It was Gypsy's war cry, and, at the sound of it, Duke became a frothing maniac. He made a convulsive frontal attack upon the hobgoblin, and the massacre began. Never releasing the fishbone for an instant, Gypsy laid back his ears in a chilling way, beginning to shrink into himself like a concertina, but rising amidships so high that he appeared to be giving an imitation of that peaceful beast, the dromedary. Such was not his purpose, however, for, having attained his greatest possible altitude, he partially sat down and elevated his right arm after the manner of a semaphore. This semaphore arm remained rigid for a second, threatening. Then it vibrated with inconceivable rapidity, fainting. But it was the treacherous left that did the work. Seemingly this left gave Duke 3 lightning little pats upon the right ear, but the change in his voice indicated that these were no love taps. He yelled, "Help!" and "Bloody murder!" Never had such a shattering uproar, all vocal, broken out upon a peaceful afternoon. Gipsy possessed a vocabulary for cat swearing, certainly second to none out of Italy, and probably equal to the best there, while Duke remembered and uttered things he had not thought of for years. The hum of the carpenter's shop ceased, and Sam Williams appeared in the stable doorway. He stared insanely. "My gory!" he shouted. "Duke's having a fight with the biggest cat you ever saw in your life. Come on!" His feet were already in motion toward the battlefield, with Penrod and Herman hurrying in his wake. Onward they sped, and Duke was encouraged by the sight and sound of these reinforcements to increase his own outrageous clamors and to press home his attack. But he was ill-advised. This time it was the right arm of the semaphore that dipped, and Duke's honest nose was but too conscious of what happened in consequence. A lump of dirt struck the refuse can with violence, and Gipsy beheld the advance of overwhelming forces. They rushed upon him from 2 directions, cutting off the steps of the porch. Undaunted, the formidable cat raked Duke's nose again, somewhat more lingeringly, and prepared to depart with his fishbone. He had little fear for himself, because he was inclined to think that, unhampered, he could whip anything on earth. Still, things seemed to be growing rather warm, and he saw nothing to prevent his leaving. And though he could laugh in the face of so unequal an antagonist as Duke, Gipsy felt that he was never at his best or able to do himself full justice until he could perform that feline operation inaccurately known as spitting. To his notion, this was an absolute essential to combat, but as all cats of the slightest pretensions to technique perfectly understand, it can neither be well done nor produce the best effects unless the mouth be open to its utmost capacity, so as to expose the beginnings of the alimentary canal, down which, at least that is the intention of the threat, the opposing party will soon be passing. And Gipsy could not open his mouth without relinquishing his fishbone. Therefore, on small accounts, he decided to leave the field to his enemies and to carry the fishbone elsewhere. He took 2 giant leaps. The first landed him on the edge of the porch. There, without an instant's pause, he gathered his fur-sheathed muscles, concentrated himself into one big steel spring, and launched himself superbly into space. He made a stirring picture, however brief, as he left the solid porch behind him and sailed upward on an ascending curve into the sunlit air. His head was proudly up. He was the incarnation of menacing power and of self-confidence. It is possible that the white fish's spinal column and flopping tail had interfered with his vision, and in launching himself he may have mistaken the dark, round opening of the cistern for its dark, round cover. In that case it was a leap calculated and executed with precision, for as the boys clamored their pleased astonishment, Gipsy descended accurately into the orifice and passed majestically from public view, with the fishbone still in his mouth and his haughty head still high. There was a grand splash. End of Gipsy by Booth Tarkington.
By Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Great Prize Fight by Mark Twain. The only true and reliable account of The Great Prize Fight for $100,000 at Seal Rock Point on Sunday last, between His Excellency Governor Stanford and the Honorable F. Lowe, Governor-elect of California. For the past month, the sporting world has been in a state of feverish excitement on account of the grand prize fight set for last Sunday between the two most distinguished citizens of California, for a purse of $100,000. The high social standing of the competitors, their exalted position in the arena of politics, together with the princely sum of money staked upon the issue of the combat, all conspired to render the proposed prize fight a subject of extraordinary importance, and to give it an éclat never before vouchsafed to such a circumstance since the world began. Additional luster was shed upon the coming contest by the lofty character of the seconds, or bottle holders, chosen by the two champions. These being no other than Judge Field, on the part of Governor Lowe, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, and the Honorable William M. Stewart, commonly called Bill Stewart, or bully-ragging Bill Stewart, of the city of Virginia, the most popular as well as the most distinguished lawyer in Nevada Territory, member of the Constitutional Convention, and future U.S. Senator for the state of Washoe, as I hope and believe, on the part of Governor Stanford. Principals and seconds together, it is fair to presume that such an array of talent was never entered for a combat of this description upon any previous occasion. Stewart and Field had their men in constant training at the Mission during the 6 weeks preceding the contest, and such was the interest taken in the matter that thousands visited that sacred locality daily to pick up such morsels of information as they might concerning the physical and scientific improvements being made by the gubernatorial acrobats. The anxiety manifested by the populace was intense. When it was learned that Stanford had smashed a barrel of flour to atoms with a single blow of his fist, the voice of the people was at his side. But when the news came that Lowe had caved in the head of a tubular boiler with one stroke of his powerful mawley, which term is in strict accordance with the language of the ring, the tide of opinion changed again. These changes were frequent, and they kept the minds of the public in such a state of continual vibration that I fear the habit thus acquired is confirmed, and that they will never more cease to oscillate. The fight was to take place on last Sunday morning at 10 o'clock. By 9, every wheeled vehicle and every species of animal capable of bearing burdens were in active service, and the avenues leading to the Seal Rock swarmed with them in mighty processions, whose numbers no man might hope to estimate. I determined to be upon the ground at an early hour. Now, I disliked to be exploded, as it were, out of my balmy slumbers by a sudden stormy assault upon my door, and an imperative order to get up. Wherefore I requested one of the intelligent porters of the Lick House to call at my palatial apartments and murmur gently through the keyhole the magic monosyllable, "Hash." That fetched me. The urbane livery stable keeper furnished me with a solemn, short-bodied, long-legged animal, a sort of animated counting-house stool, as it were, which he called a Morgan horse. He told me who the brute was sired by, and was proceeding to tell me who he was damned by, but I gave him to understand that I was competent to damn the horse myself, and should probably do it very effectually before I got to the battle-ground. I mentioned to him, however, that I was not proposing to attend a funeral. It was hardly necessary to furnish me an animal gifted with such oppressive solemnity of bearing as distinguished his Morgan. He said in reply that Morgan was only pensive when in the stable, but that on the road I would find him one of the liveliest horses in the world. He enunciated the truth. The brute bucked with me from the foot of Montgomery Street to the Occidental Hotel. The laughter which he provoked from the crowds of citizens along the sidewalks he took for applause, and honestly made every effort in his power to deserve it, regardless of consequences. He was very playful, but so suddenly were the creations of his fancy conceived and executed, and so much ground did he take up with them, that it was safest to behold them from a distance. In the self-same moment of time he shot his heels through the side of a street-car, and then backed himself into Barry and Patton's, and sat down on the free lunch table. Such was the length of this Morgan's legs. Between the Occidental and the Lick House, having become thoroughly interested in his work, he planned and carried out a series of the most extraordinary maneuvers ever suggested by the brain of any horse. He arched his neck and went tripping daintily across the street sideways, rearing up on his hind legs occasionally in a very disagreeable way, and looking into the second-story windows. He finally waltzed into the large ice-cream saloon opposite the Lick House but the memory of that perilous voyage hath caused me to digress from the proper subject of this paper, which is the great prize fight between Governors Low and Stanford. I will resume. After an infinitude of fearful adventures, the history of which would fill many columns of this newspaper, I finally arrived at the Seal Rock Point at 9:45, 2 hours and a half out from San Francisco, and not less gratified than surprised that I ever got there at all, and anchored my noble Morgan to a boulder on the hillside. I had to swathe his head in blankets also, because, while my back was turned for a single moment, he developed another atrocious trait of his most remarkable character. He tried to eat little Augustus Maltravers Jackson, the humble but interesting offspring of the Honorable J. Belvedere Jackson, a wealthy barber from San Jose. It would have been a comfort to me to leave the infant to his fate, but I did not feel able to pay for him. When I reached the battleground, the great champions were already stripped and prepared for the mill. Both were in splendid condition, and displayed a redundancy of muscle about the breast and arms which was delightful to the eye of the sportive connoisseur. They were well matched. Adepts said that Stanford's heft and tall stature were fairly offset by Low's superior litheness and activity. From their heads to the Union collars around their waists, their costumes were similar to that of the Greek slave. From thence down they were clad in flesh-colored tights and grenadier boots. The ring was formed upon the beautiful level sandy beach above the Cliff House, and within 20 paces of the snowy surf of the broad Pacific Ocean, which was spotted here and there with monstrous sea lions, attracted shorewards by curiosity concerning the vast multitude of people collected in the vicinity. At 5 minutes past 10, Brigadier General Wright, the referee, notified the seconds to bring their men up to the scratch. They did so amid the shouts of the populace, the noise whereof rose high above the roar of the sea. First round. The pugilists advanced to the center of the ring, shook hands, retired to their respective corners, and at the call of the timekeeper came forward and went at it. Low dashed out handsomely with his left and gave Stanford a pastor in the eye, and at the same moment his adversary mashed him in the ear. These singular phrases are entirely proper, Mr. Editor. I find them in the copy of Bell's Life in London, now lying before me. After some beautiful sparring, both parties went down. That is to say, they went down to the bottle holders, Stewart and Field, and took a drink. Second round. Stanford launched out a well-intended plunger, but Low parried it admirably and instantly busted him in the snoot. Cries of "Bully for the Marysville Infant!" After some lively fibbing, both of them are used to it in political life, the combatants went to grass. See Bell's Life. Third round. Both came up panting considerably. Low let go a terrific sidewinder, but Stanford stopped it handsomely and replied with an earthquake on Low's bread-basket. Enthusiastic shouts of "Sock it to him, my Sacramento pet!" More fibbing. Both down. Fourth round. The men advanced and sparred warily for a few moments, when Stanford exposed his cocoanut an instant, and Low struck out from the shoulder and split him in the mug. Cries of "Bully for the fat boy!" Fifth round. Stanford came up looking wicked, and let drive a heavy blow with his larboard flipper, which caved in the side of his adversary's head. Exclamations of "Hi! At him again, old Rusty!" From this time until the end of the conflict there was nothing regular in the proceedings. The two champions got furiously angry, and used up each other thus. No sooner did Low realize that the side of his head was crushed in like a dent in a plug hat, than he went after Stanford in the most desperate manner. With one blow of his fist he mashed his nose so far into his face that a cavity was left in its place the size and shape of an ordinary soup bowl. It is scarcely necessary to mention that in making room for so much nose, Governor Stanford's eyes were crowded to such a degree as to cause them to bug out like a grasshopper's. His face was so altered that he scarcely looked like himself at all. I never saw such a murderous expression as Stanford's countenance now assumed. You see, it was so concentrated. It had such a small number of features to spread around over. He let fly one of his battering rams and caved in the other side of Low's head. Ah me, the latter was a ghastly sight to contemplate after that. One of the boys said it looked like a beet which somebody had trod upon. Low was grit, though. He dashed out with his right and stove Stanford's chin clear back, even with his ears. What a horrible sight he was, gasping and reaching after his tobacco, which was away back among his under-jaw teeth. Stanford was unsettled for a while, but he soon rallied, and watching his chance, aimed a tremendous blow at his favorite mark, which crushed in the rear of Governor Low's head in such a way that the crown thereof projected over his spinal column like a shed. He came up to the scratch like a man, though, and sent one of his ponderous fists crashing through his opponent's ribs and in among his vitals, and instantly afterward he hauled out poor Stanford's left lung and smacked him in the face with it. If I ever saw an angry man in my life, it was Leland Stanford. He fairly raved. He jumped at his old specialty, Governor Low's head. He tore it loose from his body and knocked him down with it. Sensation in the crowd. Staggered by his extraordinary exertion, Governor Stanford reeled, and before he could recover himself, the headless but indomitable Low sprang forward, pulled one of his legs out by the roots, and dealt him a smashing plaster over the eye with the end of it. The ever watchful Bill Stewart sallied out to the assistance of his crippled principal with a pair of crutches, and the battle went on again as fiercely as ever. At this stage of the game the battleground was strewn with a sufficiency of human remains to furnish material for the construction of 3 or 4 men of ordinary size, and good sound brains enough to stock a whole country like the one I came from in the noble old state of Missouri. And so dyed were the combatants in their own gore that they looked like shapeless, mutilated, red-shirted firemen. The moment a chance offered, Low grabbed Stanford by the hair of the head, swung him thrice round and round in the air like a lasso, and then slammed him on the ground with such mighty force that he quivered all over, and squirmed painfully, like a worm. And behold, his body and such of his limbs as he had left shortly assumed a swollen aspect, like unto those of a rag-doll baby stuffed with sawdust. He rallied again, however, and the 2 desperadoes clinched and never let up until they had minced each other into such insignificant odds and ends that neither was able to distinguish his own remnants from those of his antagonist. It was awful. Bill Stewart and Judge Field issued from their corners and gazed upon the sanguinary reminiscences in silence during several minutes. At the end of that time, having failed to discover that either champion had got the best of the fight, they threw up their sponges simultaneously, and General Wright proclaimed in a loud voice that the battle was drawn. May my ears never again be rent asunder with a burst of sound similar to that which greeted this announcement from the multitudes. Amen. By order of General Wright, baskets were procured, and Bill Stewart and Judge Field proceeded to gather up the fragments of their late principals, while I gathered up my notes and went after my infernal horse, who had slipped his blankets and was foraging among the neighboring children. P.S. Messrs. Editors, I have been the victim of an infamous hoax. I have been imposed upon by that ponderous miscreant, Mr. Frank Lawler of the Lick House. I left my room a moment ago, and the first man I met on the stairs was Governor Stanford, alive and well, and as free from mutilation as you or I. I was speechless. Before I reached the street, I actually met Governor Low also, with his own head on his own shoulders, his limbs intact, his inner mechanism in its proper place, and his cheeks blooming with gorgeous robustitude. I was amazed, but a word of explanation from him convinced me that I had been swindled by Mr. Lawler with a detailed account of a fight which had never occurred, and was never likely to occur. That I had believed him so implicitly as to sit down and write it out, as other reporters have done before me, in language calculated to deceive the public into conviction that I was present at it myself, and to establish it with a string of falsehoods intended to render that deception as plausible as possible. I ruminated upon my singular position for many minutes, arrived at no conclusion. That is to say, no satisfactory conclusion, except that Lawler was an accomplished knave, and I was a consummate ass. I had suspected the first before, though, and been acquainted with the latter fact for nearly a quarter of a century. In conclusion, permit me to apologize in the most abject manner to the present Governor of California, to the Honorable Mr. Low, the Governor-elect, to Judge Field, and to the Honorable William M. Stewart, for the great wrong which my natural imbecility has impelled me to do them in penning and publishing the foregoing sanguinary absurdity. If it were to do over again, I don't really know that I would do it. It is not possible for me to say how I ever managed to believe that refined and educated gentlemen like these could stoop to engage in the loathsome and degrading pastime of prize fighting. It was just Lawler's work, you understand, the lubberly, swelled-up effigy of a 9 days drowned man. But I shall get even with him for this. The only excuse he offers is that he got the story from John B. Winters, and though, of course, it must be just so, as if a future congressman for the state of Washoe could by any possibility tell the truth. Do you know that if either of these miserable scoundrels were to cross my path while I am in this mood, I would scalp him in a minute? That's me. That's my style. End of The Great Prize Fight by Mark Twain.
Green Gardens by Francis Noyes Hart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Green Gardens by Francis Noyes Hart. Daphne was singing to herself when she came through the painted gate in the back wall. She was singing partly because it was June and Devon, and she was 17, and partly because she had caught a breathtaking glimpse of herself in the long mirror as she had flashed through the hall at home, and it seemed almost too good to be true that the radiant small person in the green muslin frock, with the wreath of golden hair bound about her head, and the sea-blue eyes laughing back at her, was really Miss Daphne Chiltern. Incredible, incredible luck to look like that, half Dryad, half Kate Greenaway. She danced down the turf path to the herb garden, swinging her great wicker basket and singing like a small mad thing. "He promised to buy me a bonny blue ribbon," caroled Daphne, all her own ribbons flying. "He promised to buy me a bonny blue ribbon. He promised to buy me a bonny blue ribbon to tie up—" The song stopped as abruptly as though someone had struck it from her lips. A strange man was kneeling by the beehive in the herb garden. He was looking at her over his shoulder, at once startled and amused, and she saw that he was wearing a rather shabby tweed suit, and that his face was oddly brown against his close-cropped, tawny hair. He smiled, his teeth a strong flash of white. "Hello," he greeted her, in a tone at once casual and friendly. Daphne returned the smile uncertainly. "Hello," she replied gravely. The strange man rose easily to his feet, and she saw that he was very tall and carried his head rather splendidly, like the young bronze Greek in Uncle Roland's study at home. But his eyes were strange, quite dark and burned out. The rest of him looked young and vivid and adventurous, but his eyes looked as though the adventure were over, though they were still questing. "Were you looking for anyone?" she asked, and the man shook his head, laughing. "Huh, no one in particular, unless it was you." Daphne's soft brow darkened. "It couldn't possibly have been me," she said in a rather stately small voice, Because, you see, I don't know you. Perhaps you didn't know that there is no one living in Green Gardens now." "Oh, yes, I knew. The Fanes have left for Ceylon, haven't they?" "Sir Harry left 2 weeks ago, because he had to see the old governor before he sailed. But Lady Audrey only left last week. She had to close the London house, too, so there was a great deal to do." "I see. And so Green Gardens is deserted." "It is sold," said Daphne with a small quaver in her voice. "Just this afternoon. I came over to say good bye to it, and to get some mint and lavender from the garden." "Sold," repeated the man, and there was an agony of incredulity in the stunned whisper. He flung out his arm against the sun-warmed bricks of the high wall, as though to hold off some invader. "No, no. They'd never dare to sell it." "I'm glad you mind so much," said Daphne softly. "It's strange that nobody minds but us, isn't it? I cried at first, and then I thought that it would be happier if it wasn't lonely and empty, poor dear. And then it was such a beautiful day that I forgot to be unhappy." The man bestowed a wretched smile on her. "You hardly conveyed the impression of unrelieved gloom as you came around that corner," he assured her. I haven't a very good memory for being unhappy," Daphne confessed remorsefully, a lovely and guilty rose staining her to her brow at the memory of that exultant chant. He threw back his head with a sudden shout of laughter. "These are glad tidings. I'd rather find a pagan than a Puritan at Green Gardens any day. Let's both have a poor memory. Do you mind if I smoke?" "No," she replied. "But do you mind if I ask you what you are doing here?" "Not a bit." He lit the stubby brown pipe, curving his hand dexterously to shelter it from the little breeze. He had the most beautiful hands that she had ever seen, slim and brown and fine. They looked as though they would be miraculously strong and miraculously gentle. "I came to see whether there was honey still for tea, Mistress Dryad." "Honey for tea?" she echoed wonderingly. "Was that why you were looking at the hive?" He puffed meditatively. "Well, partly. It's a quotation from a poem. Ever read Rupert Brooke?" "Oh, yes, yes." Her voice tripped in its eagerness. "I know one by heart. 'If I should die, think only this of me, that there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever England, there shall be.'" He cut in on the magical little voice roughly. "Ah, what damned nonsense! Do you suppose he's happy in his foreign field, that golden lover? Why shouldn't even the dead be homesick? No, no, he was sick for home in Germany when he wrote that poem of mine. He's sicker for it in heaven, I'll warrant." He pulled himself up swiftly at the look of amazement in Daphne's eyes. "I've clean forgotten my manners," he confessed ruefully. "No, don't get that flying look in your eyes. I swear that I'll be good. It's a long time since I've talked to anyone who needed gentleness. If you knew what need I had of it, you'd stay a little while, I think." "Of course I'll stay," she said. "I'd love to, if you want me to." "I want you to more than I've ever wanted anything that I can remember." His tone was so matter-of-fact that Daphne thought that she must have imagined the words. "Now can't we make ourselves comfortable for a little while? I'd feel safer if you weren't standing there ready for instant flight. Here's a nice bit of grass, and the wall for a back." Daphne glanced anxiously at the green muslin frock. It's pretty hard to be comfortable without cushions," she submitted diffidently. The man yielded again to laughter. "Aren't even dryads afraid to spoil their frocks? Cushions it shall be. There are some extra ones in the chest in the East Indian room, aren't there?" Daphne let the basket slip through her fingers. her eyes black through sheer surprise. "But how did you know? How did you know about the lacquer chest?" she whispered breathlessly. "Oh, devil take me for a blundering ass!" He stood considering her forlornly for a moment, and then shrugged his shoulders with a brilliant and disarming smile. "The game's up, thanks to my inspired lunacy, but I'm going to trust you not to say that you've seen me. I know about the lacquer chest because I always kept my marbles there." "Are you Stephen Fane?" At the odd whisper the man bowed low, all mocking grace, his hand on his heart, the sun burnishing his tawny head. "Oh!" breathed Daphne. She bent to pick up the wicker basket, her small face white and hard. "Wait," said Stephen Fane. His face was white and hard too. "You are right to go. Entirely, absolutely right. But I am going to beg you to stay. I don't know what you've heard about me. However vile it is, it's less than the truth." "I have heard nothing of you," said Daphne, holding her gold-wreathed head high. "But 5 years ago I was not allowed to come to Green Gardens for weeks because I mentioned your name. I was told that it was not a name to pass decent lips." Something terrible leapt in those burned-out eyes, and died. "I had not thought they would use their hate to lash a child," he said. "They were quite right, and you too. Good night." "Good night," replied Daphne clearly. She started down the path, but at its bend she turned to look back, because she was 17 and it was June, and she remembered his laughter. He was standing quite still by the golden straw beehive, but he had thrown one arm across his eyes, as though to shut out some intolerable sight. And then, with a soft little rush, she was standing beside him. How do we get the cushions?" she demanded breathlessly. Stephen Fane dropped his arm, and Daphne drew back a little at the sudden blaze of wonder in his face. "Oh," he whispered voicelessly, "oh, you loveliness!" He took a step toward her, and then stood still, clenching his brown hands. Then he thrust them deep in his pockets, standing very straight. "I do think," he said carefully, "I do think you had better go. The fact that I have tried to make you stay simply proves the particular type of rotter that I am. Good-bye. I'll never forget that you came back." "I am not going," said Daphne sternly. "Not if you beg me, not if you are a devil out of hell. Because you need me. And no matter how many wicked things you have done, there can't be anything as wicked as going away when someone needs you. How do we get the cushions?" "Oh, my wise dryad!" His voice broke on laughter, but Daphne saw that his lashes were suddenly bright with tears. "Stay, then. Why, even I cannot harm you. God himself can't grudge me this little space of wonder. He knows how far I've come for it, how I've fought and struggled and ached to win it, how in dirty lands and dirty places I've dreamt of summer twilight in a still garden. And England, England." "Didn't you dream of me?" said Daphne wistfully, with a little catch of reproach. He laughed again, unsteadily. "Why, who could ever dream of you, my wonder? You are 1,000,000 dreams come true." Daphne bestowed on him a tremulous and radiant smile. "Please let us get the cushions. I think I am a little tired." "And I am a graceless fool. There used to be a pane of glass cut out in one of the south casement windows. Shall we try that?" "Please, yes. How did you find it, Stephen?" She saw again that thrill of wonder on his face, but his voice was quite steady. "I didn't find it. I did it. It was uncommonly useful, getting in that way sometimes, I can tell you. And by the Lord Harry, here it is. Wait a minute, loveliness. I'll get through and open the south door for you. No chance that way of spoiling the frock." He swung himself up with the swift, sure grace of a cat, smiled at her, vanished. It was hardly a minute later that she heard the bolts dragging back in the south door, and he flung it wide. The sunlight streamed into the deep hall and stretched hesitant fingers into the dusty quiet of the great East Indian room, gilding the soft tones of the faded chintz, touching very gently the polished furniture and the dim prints on the walls. He swung across the threshold without a word, Daphne tiptoeing behind him. "How still it is," he said in a hushed voice. "How sweet it smells." "It's the pot pourri in the Canton jars," she told him shyly. "I always made it every summer for Lady Audrey. She thought I did it better than any one else. I think so, too." She flushed at the mirth in his eyes, but held her ground sturdily. "Flowers are sweeter for you if you love them, even dead ones," she explained bravely. "They would be dead indeed if they were not sweet for you." Her cheeks burned bright at the low intensity of his voice, but he turned suddenly away. "Oh, there she sails. There she sails still, my beauty. Isn't she the proud one, though? Straight into the wind." He hung over the little ship model, thrilled as any child. "The Flying Lady. See where it's painted on her? Grandfather gave it to me when I was 7. He had it from his father when he was 6. Lord, how proud I was." He stood back to see it better, frowning a little. "One of those ropes is wrong. Any fool could tell that." His hands hovered over it for a moment, dropped. "No matter. The new owners are probably not seafarers. The lacquer chest is at that far end, isn't it? Yes, here. Are 3 enough? 4? We're off." But still he lingered, sweeping the great room with his dark eyes. "It's full of all kinds of junk. They never liked it. No period, you see. I had the run of it. I loved it as though it were alive. It was alive for me. From Elizabeth's day down, all the family adventurers brought their treasures here, beaten gold and hammered silver, mother of pearl and peacock feathers, strange woods and stranger spices, porcelains and embroideries and blown glass. There was always an adventurer somewhere in each generation, and however far he wandered, he came back to Green Gardens to bring his treasures home. When I was a yellow-headed imp of Satan, hiding my marbles in the lacquer chest, I used to swear that when I grew up I would bring home the finest treasure of all, if I had to search the world from end to end. And now the last adventurer has come home to Green Gardens, and he has searched the world from end to end, and he is empty-handed." "No, no," whispered Daphne. "He has brought home the greatest treasure of all, that adventurer. He has brought home the beaten gold of his love, and the hammered silver of his dreams, and he has brought them from very far." "He had brought greater treasures than those to you, lucky room," said the last of the adventurers. "You can never be sad again. You will always be gay and proud, because for just one moment he brought you the gold of her hair and the silver of her voice." "He is talking great nonsense, Room," said a very small voice. "But it is beautiful nonsense, and I am a wicked girl, and I hope that he will talk some more. And, please, I think we will go into the garden and see." All the way back down the flagged path to the herb garden they were quiet. Even after he had arranged the cushions against the rose-red wall, even after he had stretched out at full length beside her and lighted another pipe. After a while he said, staring at the straw hive, "There used to be a jolly little fat brown one that was a great pal of mine. How long do bees live?" "I don't know," she answered vaguely, and after a long pause, full of quiet, pleasant odors from the bee garden, and the sleepy, happy noises of small things tucking themselves away for the night, and the faint but poignant drift of tobacco smoke, she asked, "What was it about honey still for tea?" "Oh, that. He raised himself on one elbow so that he could see her better. It was a poem I came across while I was in East Africa. Someone sent a copy of Rupert Brooke's things to a chap out there, and this one fastened itself around me like a vise. It starts where he is sitting in a cafe in Berlin with a lot of German Jews around him, swallowing down their beer, and suddenly he remembers. All the lost, unforgettable beauty comes back to him in that dirty place. It gets him by the throat. It got me, too. Ah, God, to see the branches stir across the moon at Grantchester, to smell the thrilling, sweet, and rotten, unforgettable, unforgotten river smell, and hear the breeze sobbing in the little trees. Oh, is the water sweet and cool, gentle and brown above the pool, and laughs the immortal river still under the mill, under the mill. Say, is there beauty yet to find, and certainty, and quiet kind, deep meadows yet for to forget the lies and truths and pain? Oh, yet stands the church clock at 10 to 3, and is there honey still for tea? That's beautiful, she said, but it hurts. Thank God you'll never know how it hurts, little golden heart in quiet gardens. But for some of us, caught like rats in the trap of the ugly fever we call living, it was black torture, and yet our dear delight to remember the deep meadows we had lost, to wonder if there was honey still for tea. Stephen, won't you tell me about it? Won't that help? And suddenly someone else looked at her through those haunted eyes, a little boy, terrified and forsaken. Oh, I have no right to soil you with it, but I came back to tell someone about it. I had to. I had to. I had to wait until Father and Audrey went away. I knew they'd hate to see me. She was my stepmother, you know, and she always loathed me, and he never cared. In East Africa I used to stay awake at night thinking that I might die, and that no one in England would ever care. No one would know how I had loved her. It was worse than dying to think that. But why couldn't you come back to Green Gardens? Why couldn't you make them see, Stephen? Why, what was there to see? When they sent me down from Oxford for that dirty little affair, I was only 19, and they told me I had disgraced my name and Green Gardens and my country, and I went mad with pride and shame, and swore I'd drag their precious name through the dirt of every country in the world. And I did. And I did. His head was buried in his arms, but Daphne heard. It seemed strange indeed to her that she felt no shrinking and no terror, only great pity for what he had lost, great grief for what he might have had. For a minute she forgot that she was Daphne, the heedless and gay-hearted, and that he was a broken and evil man. For a minute he was a little lad, and she was his lost mother. "Don't mind, Stephen," she whispered to him. "Don't mind. Now you have come home. Now it is all done with, that ugliness. Please, please don't mind." "No, no," said the stricken voice. "You don't know. You don't know. Thank God. But I swear I've paid. I swear I have. When the others used to take their dirty drugs to make them forget, they would dream of strange paradises, unknown heavens. But through the haze and mist that they brought, I would remember. I would remember. The filth and the squalor and vileness would fade and dissolve, and I would see the sundial, with the yellow roses on it, warm in the sun, and smell the clove pinks in the kitchen border, and touch the cresses by the brook, cool and green and wet. All the sullen drums and whining flutes would sink to silence, and I would hear the little yellow-headed cousin of the vicar's singing in the twilight, singing, "There is a lady sweet and kind, and weep you no more, sad fountains, and hark, hark the lark, and the small painted yellow faces and the little wicked hands and perfumed fans would vanish, and I would see again the gay beauty of the lady who hung above the mantel in the long drawing room, the lady who laughed across the centuries in her white muslin frock, with eyes that matched the blue ribbon in her wind-blown curls, the lady who was as young and lovely as England for all the years. Oh, I would remember. I would remember. It was twilight, and I was hurrying home through the dusk after tennis at the rectory. There was a bell ringing quietly somewhere, and a moth flying by brushed against my face with velvet, and I could smell the hawthorn hedge glimmering white, and see the first star swinging low above the trees, and lower still, and brighter still, the lights of home. And then before my very eyes they would fade, dimmer and dimmer. They would flicker and go out, and I would be back again, with tawdriness and shame and vileness fast about me, and I would pay. But now you have paid enough, Daphne told him. Oh, Shirley, Shirley, you have paid enough. Now you have come home. Now you can forget. No, said Stephen Fane. Now I must go. Go? At the small, startled echo, he raised his head. What else? He asked. Did you think that I would stay? But I do not want you to go. Her lips were white, but she spoke very clearly. Stephen Fane never moved, but his eyes, dark and wondering, rested on her like a caress. Oh, my little loveliness, what dream is this? You must not go away again. You must not. I am baser than I thought, he said, very low. I have made you pity me. I who have forfeited your lovely pity this long time. It cannot even touch me now. I have sat here like a dark Othello, telling tales to a small white Desdemona. And you, God help me, have thought me tragic and abused. You shall not think that. In a few minutes I will be gone. I will not have you waste a dream on me. Listen, there is nothing vile that I have not done. Nothing, do you hear? Not clean sin, like murder. I have cheated at cards, and played with loaded dice, and stolen the rings off the fingers of an Argentine Jewess who... His voice twisted and broke before the lovely mercy in the frightened eyes that still met him so bravely. But why, Stephen? So that I could buy my dreams. So that I could purchase peace with little dabs of brown in a pipe bowl, little puffs of white in the palm of my hand, little drops of liquid on a ball of cotton, so that I could drug myself with dirt, and forget the dirt and remember England. He rose to his feet with that swift grace of his, and Daphne rose too, slowly. I am going now. Will you walk to the gate with me? He matched his long step to hers, watching the troubled wonder on her small white face intently. How old are you, my Dryad? I am 17. 17! Oh, God, be good to us. I had forgotten that one could be 17. What's that? He paused, suddenly alert, listening to a distant whistle, sweet on the summer air. Oh, that is Robin. Ah! His smile flashed, tender and ironic. And who is Robin? He is just Robin. He is down from Cambridge for a week, and I told him that he might walk home with me. Then I must be off quickly. Is he coming to this gate? No, to the south one. Listen to me, my Dryad. Are you listening? For her face was turned away. Yes, said Daphne. You are going to forget me, to forget this afternoon, to forget everything but Robin whistling through the summer twilight. No, said Daphne. Yes, because you have a very poor memory about unhappy things. You told me so. But just for a minute after I have gone, you will remember now all is very well with me, because I have found the deep meadows, and honey still for tea, and you. You are to remember that for just 1 minute. Will you? And now, good-bye." She tried to say the words, but she could not. For a moment he stood staring down at the white pathos of the small face, and then he turned away. But when he came to the gate, he paused and put his arms about the wall, as though he would never let it go, laying his cheek against the sun-warmed bricks, his eyes fast closed. The whistling came nearer, and he stirred, put his hand on the little painted gate, vaulted across it lightly, and was gone. She turned at Robin's quick step on the walk. "Ready, dear? What are you staring at?" "Nothing. Robin, Robin, did you ever hear of Stephen Fane?" He nodded grimly. Do you know what he is doing now?" "Doing now?" He stared at her blankly. "What on earth do you mean? Why, he's been dead for months. Killed in the campaign in East Africa. Only decent thing he ever did in his life. Why?" Daphne never stirred. She stood quite still, staring at the painted gate. Then she said, very carefully, "Someone thought that they had seen him quite lately." Robin laughed comfortingly. "No use looking so scared about it, my blessed child. Perhaps they did. The War Office made all kinds of ghastly blunders. It was a quick step from missing in action to killed. And he probably would have been jolly glad of a chance to drop out quietly and have everyone think he was done for." Daphne never took her eyes from the gate. "Yes," she said quietly, "I suppose he would. Will you get my basket, Robin? I left it by the beehive. There are some cushions that belong in the East Indian room, too. The south door is open." When he had gone, she stood shaking for a moment, listening to his footsteps die away, and then she flew to the gate, searching the twilight desperately with straining eyes. There was no one there. No one at all. But then the turn in the lane would have hidden him by now, and suddenly terror fell from her like a cloak. She turned swiftly to the brick wall, straining up on tiptoes, to lay her cheek against its roughened surface, to touch it very gently with her lips. She could hear Robin whistling down the path, but she did not turn. She was bidding farewell to Green Gardens, and the last adventurer. End of Green Gardens by Frances Noyes Hart.
London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Heathen by Jack London. I met him first in a hurricane, and though we had gone through the hurricane on the same schooner, it was not until the schooner had gone to pieces under us that I first laid eyes on him. Without doubt I had seen him with the rest of the Kanaka crew on board, but I had not consciously been aware of his existence, for the Petite Jeanne was rather overcrowded. In addition to her 8 or 10 Kanaka seamen, her white captain, mate, and supercargo, and her 6 cabin passengers, she sailed from Rangiroa with something like 85 deck passengers, Pomotans and Tahitians, men, women, and children, each with a trade box, to say nothing of sleeping mats, blankets, and clothes bundles. The pearling season in the Paumotus was over, and all hands were returning to Tahiti. The 6 of us cabin passengers were pearl buyers. 2 were Americans. 1 was Ah Choon, the whitest Chinese I have ever known. 1 was German. 1 was a Polish Jew, and I completed the half dozen. It had been a prosperous season. Not one of us had cause for complaint, nor one of the 85 deck passengers either. All had done well, and all were looking forward to a rest off and a good time in Papeete. Of course, the Petite Jeanne was overloaded. She was only 70 tons, and she had no right to carry a tithe of the mob she had on board. Beneath her hatches she was crammed and jammed with pearl shell and copra. Even the trade room was packed full of shell. It was a miracle that the sailors could work her. There was no moving about the decks. They simply climbed back and forth along the rails. In the night time they walked upon the sleepers who carpeted the deck, I'll swear 2 deep. Oh, and there were pigs and chickens on deck, and sacks of yams, while every conceivable place was festooned with strings of drinking coconuts and bunches of bananas. On both sides, between the fore and main shrouds, guys had been stretched, just low enough for the foreboom to swing clear, and from each of these guys at least 50 bunches of bananas were suspended. It promised to be a messy passage, even if we did make it in the 2 or 3 days that would have been required if the southeast trades had been blowing fresh. But they weren't blowing fresh. After the first 5 hours, the trade died away in a dozen or so gasping fans. The calm continued all that night and the next day. One of those glaring, glassy calms, when the very thought of opening one's eyes to look at it is sufficient to cause a headache. The second day a man died. An Easter Islander, one of the best divers that season in the lagoon. Smallpox, that is what it was, though how smallpox could come on board when there had been no known cases ashore when we left Rongaroa is beyond me. There it was, though, smallpox, a man dead, and 3 others down on their backs. There was nothing to be done. We could not segregate the sick, nor could we care for them. We were packed like sardines. There was nothing to do but rot or die. That is, there was nothing to do after the night that followed the first death. On that night, the mate, the supercargo, the Polish Jew, and 4 native divers sneaked away in the large whaleboat. They were never heard of again. In the morning, the captain promptly scuttled the remaining boats, and there we were. That day there were 2 deaths. The following day 3. Then it jumped to 8. It was curious to see how we took it. The natives, for instance, fell into a condition of dumb, stolid fear. The captain, Audus his name was, a Frenchman, became very nervous and voluble. He actually got the twitches. He was a large, fleshy man, weighing at least 200 pounds, and he quickly became a faithful representation of a quivering jelly mountain of fat. The German, the 2 Americans, and myself bought up all the Scotch whiskey and proceeded to stay drunk. The theory was beautiful. Namely, if we kept ourselves soaked in alcohol, every smallpox germ that came into contact with us would immediately be scorched to a cinder. And the theory worked, though I must confess that neither Captain Audaus or Ah Choon were attacked by the disease either. The Frenchman did not drink at all, while Ah Choon restricted himself to 1 drink daily. It was a pretty time. The sun, going into northern declination, was straight overhead. There was no wind except for frequent squalls, which blew fiercely for from 5 minutes to half an hour, and wound up by deluging us with rain. After each squall the awful sun would come out, drawing clouds of steam from the soaked decks. The steam was not nice. It was the vapor of death, freighted with millions and millions of germs. We always took another drink when we saw it going up from the dead and dying, and usually we took 2 or 3 more drinks, mixing them exceptionally stiff. Also, we made it a rule to take an additional several each time they hove the dead over to the sharks that swarmed about us. We had a week of it, and then the whiskey gave out. It is just as well, or I shouldn't be alive now. It took a sober man to pull through what followed, as you will see when I mention the little fact that only 2 men did pull through. The other man was a heathen. At least, that was what I heard Captain Audaus call him at the moment I first became aware of the heathen's existence. But to come back. It was at the end of the week, with the whiskey gone and the pearl buyers sober, that I happened to glance at the barometer that hung in the cabin companionway. Its normal register in the Paumotus was 29.90. And it was even quite customary to see it vacillate between 29.85 and 30, or even 30.05. But to see it as I saw it, down to 29.62, was sufficient to sober the most drunken pearl buyer that ever incinerated smallpox microbes in Scotch whiskey. I called Captain Audaus's attention to it, only to be informed that he had watched it going down for several hours. There was little to do, but that little he did very well, considering the circumstances. He took off the light sails, shortened right down to storm canvas, spread lifelines, and waited for the wind. His mistake lay in what he did after the wind came. He hove to on the port tack, which was the right thing to do south of the equator, if, and there was the rub, if one were not in the direct path of a hurricane. We were in the direct path. I could see that by the steady increase of the wind and the equally steady fall of the barometer. I wanted him to turn and run with the wind on the port quarter until the barometer ceased falling, and then to heave to. We argued till he was reduced to hysteria, but budge he would not. The worst of it was that I could not get the rest of the pearl buyers to back me up. Who was I, anyway, to know more about the sea and its ways than a properly qualified captain, was what was in their minds, I knew. Of course the sea rose with the wind frightfully, and I shall never forget the first 3 seas the Petite Jeanne shipped. She had fallen off, as vessels do at times when hove to, and the first sea made a clean breach. The lifelines were only for the strong and well, and little good were they even for them when the women and children, the bananas and coconuts, the pigs and trade boxes, the sick and dying, were swept along in a solid, screeching, groaning mass. The second sea filled the Petite Jeanne's decks flush with the rails, and as her stern sank down and her bow tossed skyward, all the miserable dunnage of life and luggage poured aft. It was a human torrent. They came head first, feet first, sideways, rolling over and over, twisting, squirming, writhing, and crumpled up. Now and again one caught a grip on a stanchion or a rope, but the weight of the bodies behind tore such grips loose. One man I noticed fetch up head on and square on with a starboard bit. His head cracked like an egg. I saw what was coming, sprang on top of the cabin, and from there into the mainsail itself. Ah Choon and one of the Americans tried to follow me, but I was one jump ahead of them. The American was swept away and over the stern like a piece of chaff. Ah Choon caught a spoke of the wheel and swung in behind it, but a strapping Raratongan Vahine woman, she must have weighed 250, brought up against him and got an arm around his neck. He clutched the Kanaka steersman with the other hand, and just at that moment the schooner flung down to starboard. The rush of bodies and sea that was coming along the port runway between the cabin and the rail turned abruptly and poured to starboard. Away they went, Vahine, Ah Choon, and steersman, and I swear I saw Ah Choon grin at me with philosophic resignation as he cleared the rail and went under. The third sea, the biggest of the 3, did not do so much damage. By the time it arrived, nearly everybody was in the rigging. On deck, perhaps a dozen gasping, half-drowned and half-stunned wretches were rolling about or attempting to crawl into safety. They went by the board, as did the wreckage of the 2 remaining boats. The other pearl buyers and myself between seas managed to get about 15 women and children into the cabin and battened down. Little good it did the poor creatures in the end. Wind? Out of all my experience I could not have believed it possible for the wind to blow as it did. There is no describing it. How can one describe a nightmare? It was the same way with that wind. It tore the clothes off our bodies. I say tore them off, and I mean it. I am not asking you to believe it. I am merely telling something that I saw and felt. There are times when I do not believe it myself. I went through it, and that is enough. One could not face that wind and live. It was a monstrous thing, and the most monstrous thing about it was that it increased and continued to increase. Imagine countless millions and billions of tons of sand. Imagine this sand tearing along at 90, 100, 120, or any other number of miles per hour. Imagine further this sand to be invisible, impalpable, yet to retain all the weight and density of sand. Do all this, and you may get a vague inkling of what that wind was like. Perhaps sand is not the right comparison. Consider it mud, invisible, impalpable, but heavy as mud. Nay, it goes beyond that. Consider every molecule of air to be a mud bank in itself. Then try to imagine the multitudinous impact of mud banks. No, it is beyond me. Language may be adequate to express the ordinary conditions of life, but it cannot possibly express any of the conditions of so enormous a blast of wind. It would have been better had I stuck by my original intention of not attempting a description. I will say this much. The sea, which had risen at first, was beaten down by that wind. More, it seemed as if the whole ocean had been sucked up in the maw of the hurricane and hurled on through that portion of space which previously had been occupied by the air. Of course, our canvas had gone long before, but Captain Oudouse had on the Petite Jeanne something I had never before seen on a South Sea schooner, a sea anchor. It was a conical canvas bag, the mouth of which was kept open by a huge hoop of iron. The sea anchor was bridled something like a kite, so that it bit into the water as a kite bites into the air, but with a difference. The sea anchor remained just under the surface of the ocean in a perpendicular position. A long line in turn connected it with the schooner. As a result, the Petite Jeanne rode bow on to the wind and to what sea there was. The situation really would have been favorable had we not been in the path of the storm. True, the wind itself tore our canvas out of the gaskets, jerked out our topmasts, and made a raffle of our running gear, but still we would have come through nicely had we not been square in front of the advancing storm center. That was what fixed us. I was in a state of stunned, numbed, paralyzed collapse from enduring the impact of the wind, and I think I was just about ready to give up and die when the center smote us. The blow we received was an absolute lull. There was not a breath of air. The effect on one was sickening. Remember that for hours we had been at terrific muscular tension, withstanding the awful pressure of that wind, and then suddenly the pressure was removed. I know that I felt as though I was about to expand, to fly apart in all directions. It seemed as if every atom composing my body was repelling every other atom, and was on the verge of rushing off irresistibly into space. But that lasted only for a moment. Destruction was upon us. In the absence of the wind and pressure, the sea rose. It jumped, it leaped, it soared straight toward the clouds. Remember, from every point of the compass that inconceivable wind was blowing in toward the center of calm. The result was that the seas sprang up from every point to the compass. There was no wind to check them. They popped up like corks released from the bottom of a pail of water. There was no system to them, no stability. They were hollow, maniacal seas. They were 80 feet high at the least. They were not seas at all. They resembled no sea a man has ever seen. They were splashes, monstrous splashes, that is all. Splashes that were 80 feet high. 80? They were more than 80. They went over our mastheads. They were spouts, explosions. They were drunken. They fell anywhere, anyhow. They jostled one another. They collided. They rushed together and collapsed upon one another, or fell apart like 1,000 waterfalls all at once. It was no ocean any man had ever dreamed of, that hurricane center. It was confusion thrice confounded. It was anarchy. It was a hell pit of sea water gone mad. The Petite Jeanne? I don't know. The heathen told me afterward that he did not know. She was literally torn apart, ripped wide open, beaten into a pulp, smashed into kindling wood, annihilated. When I came to, I was in the water, swimming automatically, though I was about 2/3 drowned. How I got there I had no recollection. I remembered seeing the Petite Jeanne fly to pieces at what must have been the instant that my own consciousness was buffeted out of me. But there I was, with nothing to do but make the best of it, and in that best there was little promise. The wind was blowing again. The sea was much smaller and more regular, and I knew that I had passed through the center. Fortunately, there were no sharks about. The hurricane had dissipated the ravenous horde that had surrounded the death ship and fed off of the dead. It was about midday when the Petite Jeanne went to pieces, and it must have been 2 hours afterward when I picked up with one of her hatch covers. Thick rain was driving at the time, and it was the merest chance that flung me and the hatch cover together. A short length of line was trailing from the rope handle, and I knew that I was good for a day at least, if the sharks did not return. 3 hours later, possibly a little longer, sticking close to the cover, and with closed eyes concentrating my whole soul upon the task of breathing in enough air to keep me going, and at the same time of avoiding breathing in enough water to drown me, it seemed to me that I heard voices. The rain had ceased, and the wind and sea were easing marvelously. Not 20 feet away from me, on another hatch cover, were Captain Oudouse and the heathen. They were fighting over the possession of the cover. At least, the Frenchman was. "Bien noir!" I heard him scream, and at the same time I saw him kick the Kanaka. Now, Captain Outhouse had lost all his clothes, except his shoes, and they were heavy brogans. It was a cruel blow, for it caught the heathen on the mouth and the point of the chin, half stunning him. I looked for him to retaliate, but he contented himself with swimming about forlornly, a safe 10 feet away. Whenever a fling of the sea threw him closer, the Frenchman, hanging on with his hands, kicked out at him with both feet. Also, at the moment of delivering each kick, he called the Kanaka a black heathen. "For 2 centimes I'd come over there and drown you, you white beast!" I yelled. The only reason I did not go was that I felt too tired. The very thought of the effort to swim over was nauseating. So I called to the Kanaka to come to me, and proceeded to share the hatch cover with him. Otoo, he told me his name was. Also, he told me that he was a native of Bora Bora, the most westerly of the society group. As I learned afterward, he had got the hatch cover first, and after some time, encountering Captain Oudouse, had offered to share it with him, and had been kicked off for his pains. And that was how Otoo and I first came together. He was no fighter. He was all sweetness and gentleness, a love creature, though he stood nearly 6 feet tall and was muscled like a gladiator. He was no fighter, but he was also no coward. He had the heart of a lion, and in the years that followed I have seen him run risks that I would never dream of taking. What I mean is that while he was no fighter, and while he always avoided precipitating a row, he never ran away from trouble when it started. And it was ware shoal when once Otoo went into action. I shall never forget what he did to Bill King. It occurred in German Samoa. Bill King was hailed the champion heavyweight of the American Navy. He was a big brute of a man, a veritable gorilla, one of those hard-hitting, rough-housing chaps, and clever with his fists as well. He picked the quarrel, and he kicked Otoo twice and struck him once before Otoo felt it necessary to fight. I don't think it lasted 4 minutes, at the end of which time Bill King was the unhappy possessor of 4 broken ribs, a broken forearm, and a dislocated shoulder blade. Otoo knew nothing of scientific boxing. He was merely a manhandler, and Bill King was something like 3 months in recovering from the bit of manhandling he received that afternoon on Apia Beach. But I am running ahead of my yarn. We shared the hatch cover between us. We took turn and turn about, one lying flat on the cover and resting, while the other, submerged to the neck, merely held on with his hands. For 2 days and nights, spell and spell, on the cover and in the water, we drifted over the ocean. Toward the last I was delirious most of the time, and there were times, too, when I heard Otoo babbling and raving in his native tongue. Our continuous immersion prevented us from dying of thirst, though the sea water and the sunshine gave us the prettiest imaginable combination of salt prickle and sunburn. In the end, Otoo saved my life, for I came to lying on the beach 20 feet from the water, sheltered from the sun by a couple of coconut leaves. No one but Otoo could have dragged me there and stuck up the leaves for shade. He was lying beside me. I went off again, and the next time I came around it was a cool and starry night, and Otoo was pressing a drinking coconut to my lips. We were the sole survivors of the Petite Jeanne. Captain Oudouse must have succumbed to exhaustion, for several days later his hatch cover drifted ashore without him. Otoo and I lived with the natives of the atoll for a week, when we were rescued by a French cruiser and taken to Tahiti. In the meantime, however, we had performed the ceremony of exchanging names. In the South Seas such a ceremony binds 2 men closer together than blood brothership. The initiative had been mine, and Otoo was rapturously delighted when I suggested it. "It is well," he said in Tahitian, "for we have been mates together for 2 days on the lips of death." But Death stuttered. I smiled. "It was a brave deed you did, master," he replied, "and Death was not vile enough to speak." "Why do you master me?" I demanded, with a show of hurt feelings. "We have exchanged names. To you I am Otoo, to me you are Charlie, and between you and me, forever and forever, you shall be Charlie and I shall be Otoo. It is the way of the custom. And when we die, if it does happen that we live again somewhere beyond the stars and the sky, still shall you be Charlie to me, and I Otoo to you." "Yes, master," he answered, his eyes luminous and soft with joy. "There you go!" I cried indignantly. "What does it matter what my lips utter?" he argued. "They are only my lips. But I shall think Otoo always. Whenever I think of myself, I shall think of you. Whenever men call me by name, I shall think of you. And beyond the sky and beyond the stars, always and forever, you shall be Otoo to me. Is it well, master?" I hid my smile and answered that it was well. We parted at Papeete. I remained ashore to recuperate, and he went on in a cutter to his own island, Bora Bora. 6 weeks later he was back. I was surprised, for he had told me of his wife, and said that he was returning to her, and would give over sailing on far voyages. "Where do you go, master?" he asked after our first greeting. I shrugged my shoulders. It was a hard question. "All the world," was my answer. "All the world, all the sea, and all the islands that are in the sea." "I will go with you," he said simply. "My wife is dead." I never had a brother, but from what I have seen of other men's brothers, I doubt if any man ever had a brother that was to him what Otoo was to me. He was brother and father and mother as well. And this I know: I lived a straighter and better man because of Otoo. I cared little for other men, but I had to live straight in Otoo's eyes. Because of him I dared not tarnish myself. He made me his ideal, compounding me, I fear, chiefly out of his own love and worship. And there were times when I stood close to the steep pitch of Hades, and would have taken the plunge had not the thought of Otoo restrained me. His pride in me entered into me, until it became one of the major rules in my personal code to do nothing that would diminish that pride of his. Naturally, I did not learn right away what his feelings were toward me. He never criticized, never censured, and slowly the exalted place I held in his eyes dawned upon me, and slowly I grew to comprehend the hurt I could inflict upon him by being anything less than my best. For 17 years we were together. For 17 years he was at my shoulder, watching while I slept, nursing me through fever and wounds, ay, and receiving wounds in fighting for me. He signed on the same ships with me, and together we ranged the Pacific from Hawaii to Sydney Head, and from Torres Straits to the Galapagos. We blackbirded from the New Hebrides and the Line Islands over to the westward, clear through Louisiades, New Britain, New Ireland, and New Hanover. We were wrecked 3 times, in the Gilberts, in the Santa Cruz group, and in the Fijis. And we traded and solved wherever a dollar promised in the way of pearl and pearl shell, copra, bêche de mer, hawkbill, turtle shell, and stranded wrecks. It began in Papeete, immediately after his announcement that he was going with me over all the sea and the islands in the midst thereof. There was a club in those days in Papeete where the pearlers, traders, captains, and riff-raff of South Sea adventurers foregathered. The play ran high and the drink ran high, and I am very much afraid that I kept later hours than were becoming or proper. No matter what the hour was when I left the club, there was Otoo waiting to see me safely home. At first I smiled, next I chided him. Then I told him flatly that I stood in need of no wet nursing. After that I did not see him when I came out of the club. Quite by accident, a week or so later, I discovered that he still saw me home, lurking across the street among the shadows of the mango trees. What could I do? I know what I did do. Insensibly I began to keep better hours. On wet and stormy nights, in the thick of the folly and the fun, the thought would persist in coming to me of Otoo keeping his dreary vigil under the dripping mangoes. Truly he had made a better man of me. Yet he was not straight-laced, and he knew nothing of common Christian morality. All the people on Bora Bora were Christians, but he was a heathen, the only unbeliever on the island, a gross materialist who believed that when he died he was dead. He believed merely in fair play and square dealing. Petty meanness in his code was almost as serious as wanton homicide, and I do believe that he respected a murderer more than a man given to small practices. Otoo had my welfare always at heart. He thought ahead for me, weighed my plans, and took a greater interest in them than I did myself. At first, when I was unaware of this interest of his in my affairs, he had to divine my intentions, as, for instance, at Papeete, when I contemplated going partners with a knavish fellow countryman on a guano venture. I did not know he was a knave, nor did any white man in Papeete. Neither did Otoo know, but he saw how thick we were getting, and found out for me, and without my asking him. Native sailors from the ends of the seas knock about on the beach in Tahiti, and Otoo, suspicious merely, went among them till he had gathered sufficient data to justify his suspicions. Oh, it was a nice history, that of Randolph Wooders. I couldn't believe it when Otoo first narrated it, but when I sheeted it home to Wooders he gave in without a murmur, and got away on the first steamer to Auckland. At first, I am free to confess, I couldn't help but resenting Otoo's poking his nose into my business. But I knew that he was wholly unselfish, and soon I had to acknowledge his wisdom and discretion. He had his eyes open always to my main chance, and he was both keen-sighted and far-sighted. In time he became my counselor, until he knew more of my business than I did myself. He really had my interest at heart more than I did. Mine was the magnificent carelessness of youth, for I preferred romance to dollars, and adventure to a comfortable billet with all-night inn. So it was well that I had someone to look out for me. I know that if it had not been for Otoo, I should not be here today. Of numerous instances, let me give one. I had had some experience in blackbirding before I went pearling in the Paumotus. Otoo and I were in Samoa. We really were on the beach and hard aground, when my chance came to go as recruiter on a blackbird brig. Otoo signed on before the mast, and for the next half-dozen years, in as many ships, we knocked about the wildest portions of Melanesia. Otoo saw to it that he always pulled stroke oar in my boat. Our custom in recruiting labor was to land the recruiter on the beach. The covering boat always lay on its oars several hundred feet offshore, while the recruiter's boat, also lying on its oars, kept afloat on the edge of the beach. When I landed with my trade goods, leaving my steering sweep apeak, Otoo left his stroke position and came into the stern sheets, where a Winchester lay ready to hand under a flap of canvas. The boat's crew was also armed, the Sniders concealed under canvas flaps that ran the length of the gunwales. While I was busy arguing and persuading the woolly-headed cannibals to come and labor on the Queensland plantations, Otoo kept watch. And often his low voice warned me of suspicious actions and impending treachery. Sometimes it was the quick shot from his rifle, knocking a savage over, that was the first warning I received, and in my rush to the boat his hand was always there to jerk me flying aboard. Once, I remember, on Santa Ana, the boat grounded just as the trouble began. The covering boat was dashing to our assistance, but the several score of savages would have wiped us out before it arrived. Otoo took a flying leap ashore, dug both hands into the trade goods, and scattered tobacco, beads, tomahawks, knives, and calicoes in all directions. This was too much for the woolly heads. While they scrambled for the treasure, the boat was shoved clear, and we were aboard and 40 feet away, and I got 30 recruits off that very beach in the next 4 hours. The particular instance I have in mind was on Malaita, the most savage island in the easterly Solomons. The natives had been remarkably friendly, and how were we to know that the whole village had been taking up a collection for over 2 years with which to buy a white man's head? The beggars are all head hunters, and they especially esteem a white man's head. The fellow who captured the head would receive the whole collection. As I say, they appeared very friendly, and on this day I was fully 100 yards down the beach from the boat. Otoo had cautioned me, and, as usual, when I did not heed him, I came to grief. The first I knew, a cloud of spears sailed out of the mangrove swamp at me. At least a dozen were sticking into me. I started to run, but tripped over one that was fast in my calf, and went down. The woolly heads made a run for me, each with a long-handled fantail tomahawk with which to hack off my head. They were so eager for the prize that they got in one another's way. In the confusion I avoided several hacks by throwing myself right and left on the sand. Then Otoo arrived, Otoo the man-handler. In some way he had got hold of a heavy war club, and at close quarters it was a far more efficient weapon than a rifle. He was right in the thick of them, so that they could not spear him, while their tomahawks seemed worse than useless. He was fighting for me, and he was in a true berserker rage. The way he handled that club was amazing. Their skulls squashed like overripe oranges. It was not until he had driven them back, picked me up in his arms, and started to run that he received his first wounds. He arrived in the boat with 4 spear thrusts, got his Winchester, and with it got a man for every shot. Then we pulled aboard the schooner and doctored up. 17 years we were together. He made me. I should today be a supercargo, a recruiter, or a memory, if it had not been for him. "You spend your money and you go out and get more," he said one day. "It is easy to get money now, but when you get old your money will be spent, and you will not be able to go out and get more. I know, master, I have studied the ways of white men. On the beaches are many old men who were young once, and who could get money just like you. Now they are old, and they have nothing, and they wait about for the young men like you to come ashore and buy drinks for them. The black boy is a slave on the plantations. He gets $20 a year. He works hard. The overseer does not work hard. He rides a horse and watches the black boy work. He gets $1,200 a year. I am a sailor on the schooner. I get $15 a month. That is because I am a good sailor. I work hard. The captain has a double awning, and drinks beer out of a long bottle. I have never seen him haul a rope or pull an oar. He gets $150 a month. I am a sailor. He is a navigator. Master, I think it would be very good for you to know navigation." Otoo spurred me on to it. He sailed with me as second mate on my first schooner, and he was far prouder of my command than I was myself. Later on it was, "The captain is well paid, master, but the ship is in his keeping, and he is never free from the burden. It is the owner who is better paid, the owner who sits ashore with many servants and turns his money over." "True, but a schooner costs $5,000, an old schooner at that," I objected. "I should be an old man before I saved $5,000. "There be short ways for white men to make money," he went on, pointing ashore at the coconut fringed beach. "We were in the Solomons at the time, picking up a cargo of ivory nuts along the east coast of Guadalcanar. Between this river mouth and the next it is 2 miles," he said. "The flat land runs far back. It is worth nothing now. Next year, who knows? Or the year after, men will pay much money for that land. The anchorage is good. Big steamers can lie close up. You can buy the land 4 miles deep from the old chief for 10,000 sticks of tobacco, 10 bottles of Squareface, and a Snyder, which will cost you maybe $100. Then you place the deed with the commissioner, and the next year or the year after you sell and become the owner of a ship." I followed his lead, and his words came true, though in 3 years instead of 2. Next came the grasslands deal on Guadalcanar, 20,000 acres, on a governmental 999 years lease at a nominal sum. I owned the lease for precisely 90 days, when I sold it to a company for half a fortune. Always it was Otoo who looked ahead and saw the opportunity. He was responsible for the solving of the Doncaster, brought in at auction for £100, and clearing 3,000 after every expense was paid. He led me into the Savai plantation and the cocoa venture on Upolu. We did not go seafaring so much as in the old days. I was too well off. I married, and my standard of living rose, but Otoo remained the same old-time Otoo, moving about the house or trailing through the office, his wooden pipe in his mouth, a shilling undershirt on his back, and a 4-shilling lava about his loins. I could not get him to spend money. There was no way of repaying him except with love, and God knows he got that in full measure from all of us. The children worshipped him, and if he had been spoilable, my wife would surely have been his undoing. The children! He really was the one who showed them the way of their feet in the world practical. He began by teaching them to walk. He sat up with them when they were sick. One by one, when they were scarcely toddlers, he took them down to the lagoon and made them into amphibians. He taught them more than I ever knew of the habits of fish and the ways of catching them. In the bush it was the same thing. At 7, Tommy knew more woodcraft than I ever dreamed existed. At 6, Mary went over the sliding rock without a quiver, and I have seen strong men balk at that feat. And when Frank had just turned 6, he could bring up shillings from the bottom in 3 fathoms. My people in Bora Bora do not like heathen. They are all Christians. And I do not like Bora Bora Christians, he said one day, when I, with the idea of getting him to spend some of the money that was rightfully his, had been trying to persuade him to make a visit to his own island in one of our schooners, a special voyage which I had hoped to make a record breaker in the matter of prodigal expense. I say one of our schooners, though legally at the time they belonged to me. I struggled long with him to enter into partnership. "We have been partners from the day the Petite Chaume went down," he said at last. "But if your heart so wishes, then shall we become partners by law. I have no work to do, yet are my expenses large. I drink and eat and smoke in plenty. It costs much, I know. I do not pay for the playing of billiards, for I play on your table, but still the money goes. Fishing on the reef is only a rich man's pleasure. It is shocking the cost of hooks and cotton line. Yes, it is necessary that we be partners by law. I need the money. I shall get it from the head clerk in the office." So the papers were made out and recorded. A year later I was compelled to complain. "Charlie," said I, "you are a wicked old fraud, a miserly skinflint, a miserable land crab. Behold, your share for the year in all our partnership has been thousands of dollars. The head clerk has given me this paper. It says that in the year you have drawn just $87.20. "Is there any owing me?" he asked anxiously. "I tell you, thousands and thousands," I answered. His face brightened as with an immense relief. "It is well," he said. "See that the head clerk keeps good account of it. When I want it, I shall want it, and there must not be a cent missing. If there is," he added fiercely after a pause, "it must come out of the clerk's wages." And all the time, as I afterward learned, his will, drawn up by Carruthers and making me sole beneficiary, lay in the American consul's safe. But the end came, as the end must come to all human associations. It occurred in the Solomons, where our wildest work had been done in the wild young days, and where we were once more principally on holiday, incidentally to look after our holdings on Florida Island and to look over the pearling possibilities of the Mboli Pass. We were lying at Tsavo, having run into trade for curios. Now Tsavo is alive with sharks. The custom of the woolly heads of burying their dead in the sea did not tend to discourage the sharks from making the adjacent waters a hangout. It was my luck to be coming aboard in a tiny overloaded native canoe when the thing capsized. There were 4 woolly heads and myself in it, or rather hanging to it. The schooner was 100 yards away. I was just hailing for a boat when one of the woolly heads began to scream. Holding on to the end of the canoe, both he and that portion of the canoe were dragged under several times. Then he loosed his clutch and disappeared. A shark had got him. The 3 remaining savages tried to climb out of the water upon the bottom of the canoe. I yelled and struck at the nearest with my fist, but it was no use. They were in a blind funk. The canoe could barely have supported one of them. Under the 3 it upended and rolled sideways, throwing them back into the water. I abandoned the canoe and started to swim toward the schooner, expecting to be picked up by the boat before I got there. One of the savages elected to come with me, and we swam along silently, side by side, now and again putting our faces into the water and peering about for sharks. The screams of the man who stayed by the canoe informed us that he was taken. I was peering into the water when I saw a big shark pass directly beneath me. He was fully 16 feet in length. I saw the whole thing. He got the woolly head by the middle, and away he went, the poor devil, head, shoulders, and arms out of the water all the time, screeching in a heart-rending way. He was carried along in this fashion for several hundred feet when he was dragged beneath the surface. I swam doggedly on, hoping that that was the last unattached shark. But there was another. Whether it was the one that had attacked the natives earlier, or whether it was one that had made a good meal elsewhere, I do not know. At any rate, he was not in such haste as the others. I could not swim so rapidly now, for a large part of my effort was devoted to keeping track of him. I was watching him when he made his first attack. By good luck I got both hands on his nose, and though his momentum nearly shoved me under, I managed to keep him off. He veered clear and began circling about again. A second time I escaped him by the same maneuver. The third rush was a miss on both sides. He sheared at the moment my hands should have landed on his nose, but his sandpaper hide (I had on a sleeveless undershirt) scraped the skin off one arm from elbow to shoulder. By this time I was played out, and gave up hope. The schooner was still 200 feet away. My face was in the water, and I was watching him maneuver for another attempt, when I saw a brown body pass between us. It was Otoo. "Swim for the schooner, master," he said, and he spoke gaily, as though the affair were a mere lark. "I know sharks. The shark is my brother." I obeyed, swimming slowly on, while Otoo swam about me, keeping always between me and the shark, foiling his rushes and encouraging me. "The davit tackle carried away, and they are rigging the falls," he explained a minute or so later, and then went under to head off another attack. By the time the schooner was 30 feet away I was about done for. I could scarcely move. They were heaving lines at us from on board, but they continually fell short. The shark, finding that it was receiving no hurt, had become bolder. Several times it nearly got me, but each time Otoo was there just the moment before it was too late. Of course, Otoo could have saved himself any time, but he stuck by me. "Goodbye, Charlie. I'm finished," I just managed to gasp. I knew that the end had come, and that the next moment I should throw up my hands and go down. But Otoo laughed in my face, saying, "I will show you a new trick. I will make that shark feel sick." He dropped in behind me, where the shark was preparing to come at me. "A little more to the left," he next called out. "There is a line there, on the water. To the left, master, to the left." I changed my course and struck out blindly. I was by that time barely conscious. As my hand closed on the line I heard an exclamation from on board. I turned and looked. There was no sign of Otoo. The next instant he broke the surface. Both hands were off at the wrists, the stumps spouting blood. "Otoo!" he called softly, and I could see in his gaze the love that thrilled in his voice. Then, and only then, at the very last of all our years, he called me by that name. "Goodbye, Otoo," he called. Then he was dragged under, and I was hauled aboard, where I fainted in the captain's arms. And so passed Otoo, who saved me and made me a man, and who saved me in the end. We met in the maw of a hurricane, and parted in the maw of a shark, with 17 intervening years of comradeship, the like of which I dare to assert has never befallen two men, the one brown and the other white. If Jehovah be from his high place watching every sparrow fall, not least in his kingdom shall be Otoo, the one heathen of Bora Bora. End of The Heathen by Jack London.
House of Mapui. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Note from reader. 1 fathom is equal to 6 English feet, or a bit less than 2 meters. The House of Mapui by Jack London. Despite the heavy clumsiness of her lines, the Aorai handled easily in the light breeze, and her captain ran her well in before he hove to just outside the suck of the surf. The atoll of Hikueru lay low on the water, a circle of pounded coral sand 100 yards wide, 20 miles in circumference, and from 3 to 5 feet above high water mark. On the bottom of the huge and glassy lagoon was much pearl shell, and from the deck of the schooner, across the slender ring of the atoll, the divers could be seen at work. But the lagoon had no entrance for even a trading schooner. With a favoring breeze, cutters could win in through the tortuous and shallow channel, but the schooners lay off and on outside and sent in their small boats. The Aorai swung out a boat smartly, into which sprang half a dozen brown-skinned sailors clad only in scarlet loincloths. They took the oars, while in the stern sheets, at the steering sweep, stood a young man garbed in the tropic white that marks the European. The golden strain of Polynesia betrayed itself in the sun glint of his fair skin and cast up golden sheens and lights through the glimmering blue of his eyes. Raoul he was, Alexander Raoul, youngest son of Marie Raoul, the wealthy quarter caste who owned and managed half a dozen trading schooners similar to the Aorai. Across the eddy just outside the entrance, and in and through and over a boiling riptide, the boat fought its way to the mirrored column of the lagoon. Young Raoul leaped out onto the white sand and shook hands with the tall native. The man's chest and shoulders were magnificent, but the stump of a right arm, beyond the flesh of which the age-whitened bone projected several inches, attested the encounter with a shark that had put an end to his diving days and made him a fawner and an intriguer for small favors. "Have you heard, Alec?" were his first words. "Mapuhi has found a pearl. Such a pearl. Never was there one like it ever fished up in Hikueru, nor in all of Paumotus, nor in all the world. Buy it from him. He has it now. And remember that I told you first. He is a fool, and you can get it cheap. Have you any tobacco?" Straight up the beach to a shack under a pandanus tree Raoul headed. He was his mother's supercargo, and his business was to comb all the Paumotus for the wealth of copra, shell, and pearls that they yielded up. He was a young supercargo. It was his second voyage in such capacity, and he suffered much secret worry from his lack of experience in pricing pearls. But when Mapuhi exposed the pearl to his sight, he managed to suppress the startle it gave him, and to maintain a careless commercial expression on his face. For the pearl had struck him a blow. It was as large as a pigeon egg, a perfect sphere, of a whiteness that reflected opalescent lights from all colors about it. It was alive. Never had he seen anything like it. When Mapuhi dropped it into his hand he was surprised by the weight of it. That showed that it was a good pearl. He examined it closely through a pocket magnifying glass. It was without flaw or blemish. The purity of it seemed almost to melt into the atmosphere out of his hand. In the shade it was softly luminous, gleaming like a tender moon. So translucently white was it that when he dropped it into a glass of water he had difficulty in finding it. So straight and swiftly had it sunk to the bottom that he knew its weight was excellent. "Well, what do you want for it?" he asked with a fine assumption of nonchalance. "I want," Mapuhi began, and behind him, framing his own dark face, the dark faces of two women and a girl nodded concurrence in what he wanted. Their heads were bent forward, they were animated by a suppressed eagerness, their eyes flashed avariciously. "I want a house," Mapuhi went on. "It must have a roof of galvanized iron and an octagon drop clock. It must be 6 fathoms long with a porch all around. A big room must be in the center, with a round table in the middle of it and the octagon drop clock on the wall. There must be 4 bedrooms, 2 on each side of the big room, and in each bedroom must be an iron bed, 2 chairs, and a washstand. And back of the house must be a kitchen, a good kitchen with pots and pans and a stove. And you must build the house on my island, which is Fakarava." "Is that all?" Raoul asked incredulously. "There must be a sewing machine," spoke up Tefara, Mapuhi's wife. "Not forgetting the octagon drop clock," added Nauri, Mapuhi's mother. "Yes, that is all," said Mapuhi. Young Raoul laughed. He laughed long and heartily. But while he laughed, he secretly performed problems in mental arithmetic. He had never built a house in his life, and his notions concerning house building were hazy. While he laughed he calculated the cost of the voyage to Tahiti for the materials, of the materials themselves, of the voyage back again to Fakarava, and the cost of landing the materials and of building the house. It would come to 4,000 French dollars, allowing a margin for safety. 4,000 French dollars were equivalent to 20,000 francs. It was impossible. How was he to know the value of such a pearl? 20,000 francs was a lot of money, and of his mother's money at that. "Mapui," he said, "you are a big fool. Set a money price." But Mapui shook his head, and the three heads behind him shook with his. "I want the house," he said. "It must be 6 fathoms long with a porch all around." "Yes, yes," Raoul interrupted. "I know all about your house, but it won't do. I'll give you 1,000 Chili dollars. The four heads chorused a silent negative. "And 100 Chili dollars in trade." "I want the house," Mapui began. "What good will the house do you?" Raoul demanded. "The first hurricane that comes along will wash it away. You ought to know." "Captain Raffi says it looks like a hurricane right now." "Not on Fakarava," said Mapui. "The land is much higher there. On this island, yes. Any hurricane can sweep Hikueru. I will have the house on Fakarava. It must be 6 fathoms long with a porch all around." And Raoul listened again to the tale of the house. Several hours he spent in the endeavor to hammer the house obsession out of Mapui's mind, but Mapui's mother and wife, and Nakaura, Mapui's daughter, bolstered him in his resolve for the house. Through the open doorway, while he listened for the 20th time to the detailed description of the house that was wanted, Raoul saw his schooner's second boat draw up on the beach. The sailors rested on the oars, advertising haste to be gone. The first mate of the Aorai sprang ashore, exchanged a word with the one-armed native, then hurried towards Raoul. The day grew suddenly dark, as a squall obscured the face of the sun. Across the lagoon Raoul could see approaching the ominous line of the puff of wind. "Captain Raffi says you've got to get the hell out of here," was the mate's greeting. "If there's any shell, we've got to run the risk of picking it up later on. So he says." The barometers dropped to 2970. The gust of wind struck the pandanus tree overhead and tore through the palms beyond, flinging half a dozen ripe coconuts with heavy thuds to the ground. Then came the rain out of the distance, advancing with the roar of a gale of wind and causing the water of the lagoon to smoke in driven windrows. The sharp rattle of the first drops was on the leaves when Raoul sprang to his feet. 1,000 Chili dollars, cash down, Mapui," he said, "and 200 Chili dollars in trade." "I want a house," the other began. "Mapui!" Raoul yelled in order to make himself heard. "You are a fool." He flung out of the house and side by side with the mate fought his way down the beach toward the boat. They could not see the boat. The tropic rain sheeted about them so that they could see only the beach under their feet and the spiteful little waves from the lagoon that snapped and bit at the sand. A figure appeared through the deluge. It was Huru Huru, the man with the one arm. "Did you get the pearl?" he yelled in Raoul's ear. "Mapui is a fool," was the answering yell, and the next moment they were lost to each other in the descending water. Half an hour later, Huru Huru, watching from the seaward side of the atoll, saw the two boats hoisted in and the Aorai pointing her nose out to sea. And near her, just come in from the sea on the wings of the squall, he saw another schooner hove to and dropping a boat into the water. He knew her. It was the Orohena, owned by Toriki, the half-caste trader who served as his own supercargo and doubtlessly was even then in the stern sheets of the boat. Huru Huru chuckled. He knew that Mapui owed Toriki for trade goods advanced the year before. The squall had passed. The hot sun was blazing down and the lagoon was once more a mirror. But the air was sticky like mucilage, and the weight of it seemed to burden the lungs and make breathing difficult. "Have you heard the news, Toriki?" Huru Huru asked. "Mapui has found a pearl. Never was there a pearl like it ever fished up in Hikueru, nor anywhere in the Paumotus, nor anywhere in all the world. Mapui is a fool. Besides, he owes you money. Remember that I told you first. Have you any tobacco?" and to the grass shack of Mapui went Toriki. He was a masterful man, withal a fairly stupid one. Carelessly he glanced at the wonderful pearl, glanced for a moment only, and carelessly he dropped it into his pocket. "You are lucky," he said. "It is a nice pearl. I will give you credit on the books." "I want a house," Mapuhi began in consternation. "It must be 6 fathoms." "6 fathoms your grandmother," was the trader's retort. "You want to pay up your debts, that's what you want. You owed me $1,200 Chile. Very well, you owe them no longer. The account is squared. Besides, I will give you credit for 200 Chile. If, when I get to Tahiti, the pearl sells well, I will give you credit for another 100. That will make 300. But mind, only if the pearl sells well. I may even lose money on it." Mapui folded his arms in sorrow and sat with bowed head. He had been robbed of his pearl. In place of the house he had paid a debt. There was nothing to show for the pearl. "You are a fool," said Tefara. "You are a fool," said Nauri, his mother. "Why did you let the pearl into his hand?" "What was I to do?" Mapui protested. "I owed him the money. He knew I had the pearl. You heard him yourself ask to see it. I had not told him. He knew. Someone else told him, and I owed him the money." "Mapui is a fool," mimicked Nagarua. She was 12 years old and did not know any better. Mapui relieved his feelings by sending her reeling from a box on the ear, while Tefara and Nauri burst into tears and continued to upbraid him after the manner of women. Hura Hura, watching on the beach, saw a third schooner that he knew heave to outside the entrance and drop a boat. It was the Hira, well named, for she was owned by Levi, the German Jew, the greatest pearl buyer of them all, and, as well known, Hira was the Tahitian god of fishermen and thieves. "Have you heard the news?" Hura Hura asked, as Levi, a fat man with massive asymmetrical features, stepped out onto the beach. "Mapui has found a pearl. There was never a pearl like it in Hikueru, in all the Paumotus, in all the world. Mapui is a fool. He has sold it to Toriki for 1,400 Chile. I listened outside and heard. Toriki is likewise a fool. You can buy it from him cheap. Remember that I told you first. Have you any tobacco?" "Where is Toriki?" "In the house of Captain Lynch, drinking absinthe. He has been there an hour." And while Levi and Toriki drank absinthe and chaffered over the pearl, Huru Huru listened and heard the stupendous price of 25,000 francs agreed upon. It was at this time that both the Orohena and the Hiru, running in close to shore, began firing guns and signaling frantically. The 3 men stepped outside in time to see the 2 schooners go hastily about and head offshore, dropping mainsails and flying jibs on the run in the teeth of the squall that heeled them far over on the whitened water. Then the rain blotted them out. "They'll be back after it's over," said Toriki. "We'd better be getting out of here." "I reckon the glass has fallen some more," said Captain Lynch. He was a white-bearded sea captain, too old for service, who had learned that the only way to live on comfortable terms with his asthma was on Hikueru. He went inside to look at the barometer. "Great God!" they heard him exclaim, and rushed in to join him at staring at a dial, which marked 29:20. Again they came out, this time anxiously to consult sea and sky. The squall had cleared away, but the sky remained overcast. The 2 schooners, under all sail, and joined by a third, could be seen making back. A veer in the wind induced them to slack off sheets, and 5 minutes afterwards a sudden veer from the opposite quarter caught all 3 schooners aback, and those on shore could see the boom tackles being slacked away or cast off on the jump. The sound of the surf was loud, hollow, and menacing, and a heavy swell was setting in. A terrible sheet of lightning burst before their eyes, illuminating the dark day, and the thunder rolled wildly about them. Toriki and Levi broke into a run for their boats, the latter ambling along like a panic-stricken hippopotamus. As their 2 boats swept out the entrance, they passed the boat of the Aorahi coming in. In the stern sheets, encouraging the rowers, was Raoul. Unable to shake the vision of the pearl from his mind, he was returning to accept Mapuhi's price of a house. He landed on the beach in the midst of a driving thunder squall that was so dense that he collided with Hura Hura before he saw him. "Too late!" yelled Hura Hura. Mapuhi sold it to Toriki for 1,400 Chili, and Toriki sold it to Levy for 25,000 francs, and Levy will sell it in France for 100,000 francs. Have you any tobacco?" Raoul felt relieved. His troubles about the pearl were over. He need not worry any more, even if he had not got the pearl. But he did not believe Huru Huru. Mapuhi might well have sold it for 1,400 Chili, but that Levy, who knew pearls, should have paid 25,000 francs was too wide a stretch. Raoul decided to interview Captain Lynch on the subject, but when he arrived at that ancient mariner's house, he found him looking wide-eyed at the barometer. "What do you read it?" Captain Lynch asked anxiously, rubbing his spectacles and staring again at the instrument. 29:10, said Raoul. "I have never seen it so low before." "I should say not," snorted the captain. 50 years, boy and man on all the seas, and I've never seen it go down to that. Listen." They stood for a moment while the surf rumbled and shook the house. Then they went outside. The squall had passed. They could see the Aorai lying becalmed a mile away and pitching and tossing madly in the tremendous seas that rolled in stately procession down out of the northeast and flung themselves furiously upon the coral shore. One of the sailors from the boat pointed at the mouth of the passage and shook his head. Raoul looked and saw a white anarchy of foam and surge. "I guess I'll stay with you tonight, Captain," he said, then turned to the sailor and told him to haul the boat out and to find shelter for himself and fellows. 29 flat, Captain Lynch reported, coming out from another look at the barometer, a chair in his hand. He sat down and stared at the spectacle of the sea. The sun came out, increasing the sultriness of the day, while the dead calm still held. The seas continued to increase in magnitude. "What makes that sea is what gets me," Raoul muttered petulantly. "There is no wind, yet look at it. Look at that fellow there." Miles in length, carrying tens of thousands of tons in weight, its impact shook the frail atoll like an earthquake. Captain Lynch was startled. "Gracious!" he bellowed, half rising from his chair, then sinking back. "But there is no wind," Raoul persisted. "I could understand it if there was wind along with it." "You'll get the wind soon enough without worrying for it," was the grim reply. The two men sat on in silence. The sweat stood out on their skin in myriads of tiny drops that ran together, forming blotches of moisture, which in turn coalesced into rivulets that dripped to the ground. They panted for breath, the old man's efforts being especially painful. A sea swept up the beach, licking around the trunks of the coconuts and subsiding almost at their feet. "Way past high water mark," Captain Lynch remarked, "and I've been here 11 years." He looked at his watch. "It is 3 o'clock." A man and woman, at their heels a motley following of brats and curs, trailed disconsolately by. They came to a halt beyond the house and, after much irresolution, sat down in the sand. A few minutes later another family trailed in from the opposite direction, the men and women carrying a heterogeneous assortment of possessions. And soon several hundred persons of all ages and sexes were congregated about the captain's dwelling. He called to one new arrival, a woman with a nursing babe in her arms, and in answer received the information that her house had just been swept into the lagoon. This was the highest spot of land in miles, and already, in many places on either hand, the great seas were making a clean breach of the slender ring of the atoll and surging into the lagoon. 20 miles around stretched the ring of the atoll, and in no place was it more than 50 fathoms wide. It was the height of the diving season, and from all the islands around, even as far as Tahiti, the natives had gathered. "There are 1,200 men, women, and children here," said Captain Lynch. "I wonder how many will be here tomorrow morning." "But why don't it blow? That's what I want to know," Raoul demanded. "Don't worry, young man, don't worry. you'll get your troubles fast enough." Even as Captain Lynch spoke, a great watery mass smote the atoll. The sea water churned about them 3 inches deep under the chairs. A low wail of fear went up from the many women. The children, with clasped hands, stared at the immense rollers and cried piteously. Chickens and cats, wading perturbably in the water, as if by common consent, with flight and scramble took refuge on the roof of the captain's house. A Paumotan, with a litter of newborn puppies in the basket, climbed into a coconut tree and 20 feet above the ground made the basket fast. The mother floundered about in the water beneath, whining and yelping. And still the sun shone brightly and the dead calm continued. They sat and watched the seas and the insane pitching of the Aorai. Captain Lynch gazed at the huge mountains of water sweeping in until he could gaze no more. He covered his face with his hands to shut out the sight, then went into the house. 2860, he said quietly, when he returned. In his arm was a coil of small rope. He cut it into 2-fathom lengths, giving one to Raoul, and retaining one for himself, distributed the remainder among the women with the advice to pick out a tree and climb. A light air began to blow out of the northeast, and the fan of it on his cheek seemed to cheer Raoul up. He could see the Aorai trimming her sheets and heading offshore, and he regretted that he was not on her. She would get away at any rate, but as for the atoll... A sea breached across, almost sweeping him off his feet, and he selected a tree. Then he remembered the barometer and ran back to the house. He encountered Captain Lynch on the same errand, and together they went in. 2820, said the old mariner. It's going to be fair hell around here. What was that? The air seemed filled with the rush of something. The house quivered and vibrated, and they heard the thrumming of a mighty note of sound. The windows rattled. 2 panes crashed, a draught of wind tore in, striking them and making them stagger. The door opposite banged shut, shattering the latch. The white doorknob crumpled in fragments to the floor. The room's walls bulged like a gas balloon in the process of sudden inflation. Then came the new sound like the rattle of musketry, as the spray from a sea struck the wall of the house. Captain Lynch looked at his watch. It was 4 o'clock. He put on a coat of pilot cloth, unhooked the barometer, and stowed it away in a capacious pocket. Again a sea struck the house with a heavy thud, and the light building tilted, twisted, quarter around on its foundation, and sank down its floor at an angle of 10 degrees. Raoul went out first. The wind caught him and whirled him away. He noted that it had hauled around to the east. With a great effort he threw himself on the sand, crouching and holding his own. Captain Lynch, driven like a wisp of straw, sprawled over him. 2 of the Aorai's sailors, leaving a coconut tree to which they had been clinging, came to their aid, leaning against the wind at impossible angles and fighting and clawing every inch of the way. The old man's joints were stiff and he could not climb, so the sailors, by means of short ends of rope tied together, hoisted him up the trunk a few feet at a time till they could make him fast at the top of the tree, 50 feet from the ground. Raoul passed his length of rope around the base of an adjacent tree and stood looking on. The wind was frightful. He had never dreamed it could blow so hard. A sea breached across the atoll, wetting him to the knees ere it subsided into the lagoon. The sun had disappeared and a lead-colored twilight settled down. A few drops of rain, driving horizontally, struck him. The impact was like that of leaden pellets. A splash of salt spray struck his face. It was like the slap of a man's hand. His cheeks stung, and involuntary tears of pain were in his smarting eyes. Several hundred natives had taken to the trees, and he could have laughed at the bunches of human fruit clustering in the tops. Then, being Tahitian-born, he doubled his body at the waist, clasped the trunk of his tree with his hands, pressed the soles of his feet against the near surface of the trunk, and began to walk up the tree. At the top he found 2 women, 2 children, and a man. One little girl clasped a house cat in her arms. From his eyrie he waved his hand to Captain Lynch, and that doughty patriarch waved back. Raoul was appalled at the sky. It had approached much nearer. In fact, it seemed just over his head, and it had turned from lead to black. Many people were still on the ground, grouped about the bases of the trees and holding on. Several such clusters were praying, and in one the Mormon missionary was exhorting. A weird sound, rhythmical, faint as the faintest chirp of a far cricket, enduring but for a moment, but in the moment suggested to him vaguely the thought of heaven and celestial music, came to his ears. He glanced about him and saw, at the base of another tree, a large cluster of people holding on by ropes and by one another. He could see their faces working and their lips moving in unison. No sound came to him, but he knew they were singing hymns. Still the wind continued to blow harder. By no conscious process could he measure it, for it had long since passed beyond all his experience of wind, but he knew somehow, nevertheless, that it was blowing harder. Not far away a tree was uprooted, flinging its load of human beings to the ground. A sea washed across the strip of land, and they were gone. Things were happening quickly. He saw a brown shoulder and a black head silhouetted against the churning white of the lagoon. The next instant that too had vanished. Other trees were going, falling and crisscrossing like matches. He was amazed at the power of the wind. His own tree was swaying perilously. One woman was wailing and clutching the little girl, who in turn still hung on to the cat. The man, holding the other child, touched Raoul's arm and pointed. He looked and saw the Mormon church careening drunkenly 100 feet away. It had been torn from its foundations, and wind and sea were heaving and shoving it toward the lagoon. A frightful wall of water caught it, tilted it, and flung it against a half-dozen coconut trees. The bunches of human fruit fell like ripe coconuts. The subsiding wave showed them on the ground, some lying motionless, others squirming and writhing. They reminded him strangely of ants. He was not shocked. He had risen above horror. Quite as a matter of course he noted the succeeding wave sweep the sand clean of the human wreckage. A third wave, more colossal than any he had yet seen, hurled the church into the lagoon, where it floated off into the obscurity to leeward, half submerged, reminding him for all the world of a Noah's Ark. He looked for Captain Lynch's house and was surprised to find it gone. Things certainly were happening quickly. He noticed that many of the people in the trees that still held had descended to the ground. The wind had yet again increased. His own tree showed that. It no longer swayed or bent over and back. Instead, it remained practically stationary, curved in a rigid angle from the wind and merely vibrating. But the vibration was sickening. It was like that of a tuning fork or the tongue of a Jew's harp. It was the rapidity of the vibration that made it so bad. Even though its roots held, it could not stand the strain for long. Something would have to break. Ah, there was one that had gone. He had not seen it go, but there it stood, the remnant, broken off halfway up the trunk. One did not know what happened unless he saw it. The mere crashing of trees and wails of human despair occupied no place in that mighty volume of sound. He chanced to be looking in Captain Lynch's direction when it happened. He saw the trunk of the tree halfway up splinter and part without noise. The head of the tree, with 3 sailors of the Aurora and the old captain, sailed off over the lagoon. It did not fall to the ground, but drove through the air like a piece of chaff. For 100 yards he followed its flight when it struck the water. He strained his eyes, and was sure that he saw Captain Lynch wave farewell. Raoul did not wait for anything more. He touched the native and made signs to descend to the ground. The man was willing, but his women were paralyzed from terror, and he elected to remain with them. Raoul passed his rope around the tree and slid down. A rush of salt water went over his head. He held his breath and clung desperately to the rope. The water subsided, and in the shelter of the trunk he breathed once more. He fastened the rope more securely, and then was put under by another sea. One of the women slid down and joined him, the native remaining by the other woman, the 2 children, and the cat. The supercargo had noticed how the groups clinging at the bases of the other trees continually diminished. Now he saw the process work out alongside him. It required all his strength to hold on, and the woman who had joined him was growing weaker. Each time he emerged from the sea he was surprised to find himself still there, and next surprised to find the woman still there. At last he emerged to find himself alone. He looked up. The top of the tree had gone as well. At half his original height the splintered end vibrated. He was safe. The roots still held, while the tree had been shorn of its windage. He began to climb up. He was so weak that he went slowly, and sea after sea caught him before he was above them. Then he tied himself to the trunk and stiffened his soul to face the night, and he knew not what. He felt very lonely in the darkness. At times it seemed to him that it was the end of the world, and that he was the last one left alive. Still the wind increased. Hour after hour it increased. By what he calculated was 11 o'clock, the wind had become unbelievable. It was a horrible, monstrous thing, a screaming fury, a wall that smote and passed on, but that continued to smite and pass on, a wall without end. It seemed to him that he had become light and ethereal, that it was he that was in motion, that he was being driven with inconceivable velocity through unending solidness. The wind was no longer air in motion. It had become substantial as water or quicksilver. He had a feeling that he could reach into it and tear it out in chunks as one might do with the meat in the carcass of a steer, that he could seize hold of the wind and hang on to it as a man might hang on to the face of a cliff. The wind strangled him. He could not face it and breathe, for it rushed in through his mouth and nostrils, distending his lungs like bladders. At such moments it seemed to him that his body was being packed and swollen with solid earth. Only by pressing his lips to the trunk of the tree could he breathe. Also, the ceaseless impact of the wind exhausted him. Body and brain became wearied. He no longer observed, no longer thought, and was but semi-conscious. One idea constituted his consciousness, so this was a hurricane. That one idea persisted irregularly. It was like a feeble flame that flickered occasionally. From a state of stupor he would return to it. So this was a hurricane. Then he would go off into another stupor. The height of the hurricane endured from 11 at night till 3 in the morning, and it was at 11 that the tree in which clung Mapuhi and his women snapped off. Mapuhi rose to the surface of the lagoon, still clutching his daughter Nagara. Only the South Sea Islander could have lived in such a driving smother. The pandanus tree to which he had attached himself turned over and over in the froth and churn, and it was only by hanging on at times and waiting, and at other times shifting his grips rapidly, that he was able to get his head and Nakara's to the surface at intervals sufficiently near together to keep the breath in them. But the air was mostly water, what with flying spray and sheeted rain that poured along at right angles to the perpendicular. It was 10 miles across the lagoon to the further ring of sand. Here, tossing tree trunks, timbers, wrecks of cutters, and wreckage of houses killed 9 out of 10 of the miserable beings who survived the passage of the lagoon. Half drowned, exhausted, they were hurled into this mad mortar of the elements and battered into formless flesh. But Mapuhi was fortunate. His chance was the 1 in 10. It fell to him by the freakage of fate. He emerged upon the sand, bleeding from a score of wounds. Nakakura's left arm was broken, the fingers of her right hand were crushed, and cheek and forehead were laid open to the bone. He clutched a tree that yet stood, and clung on, holding the girl and sobbing for air, while the waters of the lagoon washed by knee-high and at times waist-high. At 3 in the morning the backbone of the hurricane broke. By 5 no more than a stiff breeze was blowing, and by 6 it was dead calm and the sun was shining. The sea had gone down. On the yet restless edge of the lagoon, Mapuhi saw the broken bodies of those who had failed in the landing. Doubtless Tafara and Aurora were among them. He went along the beach examining them, and came upon his wife lying half in and half out of the water. He sat down and wept, making harsh animal sounds after the manner of primitive grief. Then she stirred uneasily and groaned. He looked more closely. Not only was she alive, but she was uninjured. She was merely sleeping. Hers also had been the 1 chance in 10. Of the 1,200 alive the night before, but 300 remained. The Mormon missionary and a gendarme made the census. The lagoon was cluttered with corpses. Not a house nor a hut was standing. In the whole atoll not 2 stones remained one upon another. 1 in 50 of the coconut palms still stood, and they were wrecks, while on not one of them remained a single nut. There was no fresh water. The shallow wells that caught the surface seepage of the rain were filled with salt. Out of the lagoon, a few soaked bags of flour were recovered. The survivors cut the hearts out of the fallen coconut trees and ate them. Here and there they crawled into tiny hutches, made by hollowing out the sand and covering over with fragments of metal roofing. The missionary made a crude still, but he could not distill water for 300 persons. By the end of the day, Raoul, taking a bath in the lagoon, discovered that his thirst was somewhat relieved. He cried out the news, and thereupon 300 men, women, and children could have been seen, standing up to their necks in the lagoon and trying to drink water in through their skins. Their dead floated about them, or were stepped upon where they still lie on the bottom. On the 3rd day the people buried their dead and sat down to wait for the rescue steamers. In the meantime, Naura, torn from her family by the hurricane, had been swept away on an adventure of her own. Clinging to a rough plank that wounded and bruised her and that filled her body with splinters, she was thrown clear over the atoll and carried away to sea. Here, under the amazing buffets of mountains of water, she lost her plank. She was an old woman, nearly 60, but she was Paumotan born, and she had never been out of sight of the sea in her life. Swimming in the darkness, strangling, suffocating, fighting for air, she was struck a heavy blow on the shoulder by a coconut. On the instant her plan was formed, and she seized the nut. In the next hour she captured 7 more. Tied together they formed a life buoy that preserved her life, while at the same time it threatened to pound her to a jelly. She was a fat woman, and she bruised easily, but she had had the experience of hurricanes, and while she prayed to her shark god for protection from sharks, she waited for the wind to break. But at 3 o'clock she was in such a stupor that she did not know. Nor did she know at 6 o'clock when the dead calm settled down. She was shocked into consciousness when she was thrown upon the sand. She dug in with raw and bleeding hands and feet and clawed against the backwash until she was beyond the reach of the waves. She knew where she was. This land could be no other than the tiny islet of Takokota. It had no lagoon. No one lived upon it. Hikueru was 15 miles away. She could not see Hikueru, but she knew that it lay to the south. The days went by, and she lived on the coconuts that had kept her afloat. They supplied her with drinking water and with food. But she did not drink all she wanted, nor eat all she wanted. Rescue was problematical. She saw the smoke of the rescue steamers on the horizon, but what steamer could be expected to come to the lonely, uninhabited Takokota? From the first she was tormented by corpses. The sea persisted in flinging them upon her bit of sand, and she persisted until her strength failed and thrust them back into the sea where the sharks tore at them and devoured them. When her strength failed, the bodies festooned her beach with ghastly horror, and she withdrew from them as far as she could, which was not far. By the 10th day her last coconut was gone, and she was shriveling from thirst. She dragged herself along the sand, looking for coconuts. It was strange that so many bodies floated up, and no nuts. Surely there were more coconuts afloat than dead men. She gave up at last, and lay exhausted. The end had come. Nothing remained but to wait for death. Coming out of a stupor, she became slowly aware that she was gazing at a patch of sandy red hair on the head of a corpse. The sea flung the body towards her, then drew it back. It turned over, and she saw that it had no face. Yet there was something familiar about that patch of sandy red hair. An hour passed. She did not exert herself to make the identification. She was waiting to die, and it mattered little to her what man that thing of horror once might have been. But at the end of the hour she sat up slowly and stared at the corpse. An unusually large wave had thrown it beyond the reach of the lesser waves. Yes, she was right. That patch of red hair could belong to but one man in the Paumotus. It was Levi, the German Jew, the man who had bought the pearl and carried it away on the Hira. Well, one thing was evident, the Hira had been lost. The pearl buyer's god of fishermen and thieves had gone back on him. She crawled down to the dead man. His shirt had been torn away, and she could see the leather money belt about his waist. She held her breath and tugged at the buckles. They gave easier than she had expected, and she crawled hurriedly away across the sand, dragging the belt after her. Pocket after pocket she unbuckled in the belt and found empty. Where could he have put it? In the last pocket of all she found it, the first and only pearl he had bought on the voyage. She crawled a few feet further to escape the pestilence of the belt and examined the pearl. It was the one Mapui had found and been robbed of by Toriki. She weighed it in her hand and rolled it back and forth caressingly, but in it she saw no intrinsic beauty. What she did see was the house Mapui and Tefara and she had builded so carefully in their minds. Each time she looked at the pearl she saw the house in all its details, including the octagon drop clock on the wall. That was something to live for. She tore a strip from her ahu and tied the pearl securely about her neck. Then she went on along the beach, panting and groaning, but resolutely seeking for coconuts. Quickly she found one, and as she glanced around, a second. She broke one, drinking its water, which was mildewy, and eating the last particle of the meat. A little later she found its shattered dugout. Its outrigger was gone, but she was hopeful, and before the day was out she found the outrigger. Every find was an augury. The pearl was a talisman. Late in the afternoon she saw a wooden box floating low in the water. When she dragged it out on the beach its contents rattled, and inside she found 10 tins of salmon. She opened one by hammering it on the canoe. When a leak was started she drained the tin. After that she spent several hours in extracting the salmon, hammering and squeezing it out a morsel at a time. 8 days longer she waited for rescue. In the meantime she fastened the outrigger back on the canoe, using for lashings all the coconut fiber she could find, and also what remained of her ahu. The canoe was badly cracked, and she could not make it watertight, but a calabash made from a coconut she stored on board for a bailer. She was hard put for a paddle. With a piece of tin she sawed off all her hair close to the scalp. Out of the hair she braided a cord, and by means of the cord she lashed a 3-foot piece of broom handle to a board from the salmon case. She gnawed wedges with her teeth, and with them wedged the lashing. On the 18th day, at midnight, she launched the canoe through the surf and started back for Hikueru. She was an old woman. Hardship had stripped her fat from her till scarcely more than bones and skin and a few stringy muscles remained. The canoe was large, and should have been paddled by 3 strong men. But she did it alone, with a makeshift paddle. Also the canoe leaked badly, and 1/3 of her time was devoted to bailing. By clear daylight she looked vainly for Hikueru. A stern Takokota had sunk beneath the sea rim. The sun blazed down on her nakedness, compelling her body to surrender its moisture. 2 tins of salmon were left, and in the course of the day she battered holes in them and drained the liquid. She had no time to waste in extracting the meat. The current was setting to the westward. She made westing whether she made southing or not. In the early afternoon, standing upright in the canoe, she sighted Hikueru. Its wealth of coconut palms was gone. Only here and there, at wide intervals, could she see the ragged remnants of trees. The sight cheered her. She was nearer than she had thought. The current was setting her to the westward. She bore up against it and paddled on. The wedges in the paddle lashing worked loose, and she lost much time at frequent intervals in driving them tight. Then there was the bailing. 1 hour and 3 she had to cease paddling in order to bail. And all the time she drifted to the westward. By sunset, Hakueru bore southeast from her 3 miles away. There was a full moon, and by 8 o'clock the land was due east and 2 miles away. She struggled on for another hour, but the land was as far away as ever. She was in the main grip of the current, the canoe was too large, the paddle was too inadequate, and too much of her time and strength was wasted in bailing. Besides, she was very weak and growing weaker. Despite her efforts, the canoe was drifting off to the westward. She breathed a prayer to her shark god, slipped over the side, and began to swim. She was actually refreshed by the water and quickly left the canoe astern. At the end of an hour the land was perceptibly nearer. Then came her fright. Right before her eyes, not 20 feet away, a large fin cut the water. She swam steadily toward it, and slowly it glided away, curving off to the right and circling around her. She kept her eyes on the fin and swam on. When the fin disappeared, she lay face downward in the water and watched. When the fin reappeared, she resumed her swimming. The monster was lazy, she could see that. Without doubt he had been well fed since the hurricane. Had he been very hungry, she knew he would not have hesitated for making a dash for her. He was 15 feet long, and one bite, she knew, could cut her in half. But she did not have any time to waste on him. Whether she swam or not, the current drew away from the land just the same. A half hour went by, and the shark began to grow bolder. Seeing no harm in her, he drew closer, in narrowing circles, cocking his eyes at her impudently as he slid past. Sooner or later, she knew well enough, he would get up sufficient courage to dash at her. She resolved to play first. It was a desperate act she meditated. She was an old woman, alone in the sea, and weak from starvation and hardship, and yet she, in the face of this sea tiger, must anticipate his dash by herself dashing at him. She swam on, waiting her chance. At last he passed languidly by, barely 8 feet away. She rushed at him suddenly, feigning that she was attacking him. He gave a wild flirt of his tail as he fled away, and his sandpaper hide, striking her, took off her skin from elbow to shoulder. He swam rapidly, in a widening circle, and at last disappeared. In the hole in the sand, covered over by fragments of metal roofing, Mapui and Tefara lay disputing. "If you had done as I said," charged Tefara for the 1000th time, "and hidden the pearl and told no one, you would have it now. But Huru was with me when I opened the shell. Have I not told you so times and times and times without end? And now we shall have no house. Raoul told me today that if you had not sold the pearl to Toriki, I did not sell it, Toriki robbed me. That if you had not sold the pearl, he would give you 5,000 French dollars, which is 10,000 Chili. He has been talking to his mother," Mapui explained. "She has an eye for a pearl." "And now the pearl is lost," Tefara complained. "It paid my debt with Toriki. That is 1,200 I have made, anyway." "Toriki is dead," she cried. "They have heard no word of his schooner. She was lost along with the Aorai and the Hira. Will Toriki pay you the 300 credit he promised? No, because Toriki is dead. And had you found no pearl, would you today owe Toriki the 1,200? No, because Toriki is dead, and you cannot pay dead men." "But Levi did not pay Toriki," Mapui said. "He gave him a piece of paper that was good for the money in Pape'i, and now Levi is dead and cannot pay, and Toriki is dead, and the paper lost with him, and the pearl is lost with Levi. You are right, Tefara. I have lost the pearl and got nothing for it. Now let us sleep." He held up his hand suddenly and listened. From without came a noise as of one who breathed heavily and with pain. A hand fumbled against the mat that served for a door. "Who is there?" Mapui cried. "Naura," came the answer. "Can you tell me where is my son Mapui?" Tefara screamed and gripped her husband's arm. "A ghost," she chattered. "A ghost." Mapui's face was a ghastly yellow. He clung weakly to his wife. "Good woman," he said in faltering tones, striving to disguise his vice, "I know your son well. He is living on the east side of the lagoon." From without came the sound of a sigh. Mapui began to feel elated. He had fooled the ghost. "But where do you come from, old woman?" he asked. "From the sea," was the dejected answer. "I knew it! I knew it!" screamed Tefara, rocking to and fro. "Since when is Tefara bedded in a strange house?" came Nauri's voice through the matting. Mapui looked fear and reproach at his wife. It was her voice that had betrayed them. "And since when has Mapui, my son, denied his old mother?" the voice went on. "No, no, I have not. Mapui has not denied you," he cried. "I am not Mapui. He is on the east side of the lagoon, I tell you." Ngakuru sat up in the bed and began to cry. The matting started to shake. "What are you doing?" Mapui demanded. "I am coming in," said the voice of Nauri. One end of the matting lifted. Tefara tried to dive under the blankets, but Mapui held on to her. He had to hold on to something. Together, struggling with each other, with shivering bodies and chattering teeth, they gazed with protruding eyes at the lifting mat. They saw Nauru, dripping with sea water, without her ahu, creep in. They rolled over backwards from her and fought for Ngakura's blanket with which to cover their heads. "You might give your old mother a drink of water," the ghost said plaintively. "Give her a drink of water," Tefara commanded in a shaking voice. "Give her a drink of water," Mapui passed on the command to Ngakura. And together they kicked Ngakura from under the blanket. A minute later, peeping, Mapui saw the ghost drinking. When it reached out a shaking hand and laid it on his, he felt the weight of it and was convinced that it was no ghost. Then he emerged, dragging Tefara after him, and in a few minutes all were listening to Naura's tale. And when she told of Levi and dropped the pearl into Tefara's hand, even she was reconciled to the reality of her mother-in-law. "In the morning," said Tefara, "you will sell the pearl to Raoul for 5,000 French." "The house?" objected Naura. "He will build the house," Tefara answered. "He weighs it will cost 4,000 French. Also will he give 1,000 French in credit, which is 2,000 Chili." "And it will be 6 fathoms long?" Naura queried. "Aye," answered Mapua, 6 fathoms. "And in the middle room will be the octagon drop clock?" "Aye, and the round table as well." "Then give me something to eat, for I am hungry," said Naura complacently. "And after that we will sleep, for I am weary. And tomorrow we will have more talk about the house before we sell the pearl. It will be better if we take the 1,000 French in cash. Money is ever better than credit in buying goods from the traders." End of The House of Mapui by Jack London. Recorded by Tom Crawford in Cool, California, in fall of 2009.
By Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. In the House of Sudhu by Rudyard Kipling. A stone's throw out on either hand from that well-ordered road we tread, and all the world is wild and strange. Churl and ghoul and djinn and sprite shall bear us company tonight. For we have reached the oldest land, wherein the powers of darkness range. From the Dusk to the Dawn. The house of Suddhoo, near the Takasali gate, is two-storied, with 4 carved windows of old brown wood and a flat roof. You may recognize it by 5 red handprints arranged like the 5 of diamonds on the whitewash between the upper windows. Bhagwan Das, the Bunia, and a man who says he gets his living by seal cutting live in the lower story, with a troop of wives, servants, friends, and retainers. The 2 upper rooms used to be occupied by Janoo and Azizun, and a little black and tan terrier that was stolen from an Englishman's house and given to Janoo by a soldier. Today only Janoo lives in the upper rooms. Suddhoo sleeps on the roof generally, except when he sleeps in the street. He used to go to Peshawar in the cold weather to visit his son, who sells curiosities near the Eduardes gate, and then he slept under a real mud roof. Suddhoo is a great friend of mine because his cousin had a son who secured, thanks to my recommendation, the post of head messenger to a big firm in the station. Suddhoo says that God will make me a lieutenant governor one of these days. I dare say his prophecy will come true. He is very, very old, with white hair and no teeth worth showing, and he has outlived his wits, outlived nearly everything except his fondness for his son at Peshawar. Janoo and Azizun are Kashmiris, ladies of the city, and theirs was an ancient and more or less honorable profession. But Azizun has since married a medical student from the northwest, and has settled down to a most respectable life somewhere near Bareilly. Bhagwan Das is an extortionate and an adulterer. He is very rich. The man who is supposed to get his living by seal cutting pretends to be very poor. This lets you know as much as is necessary of the 4 principal tenants in the house of Suddhoo. Then there's me, of course, but I am only the chorus that comes in at the end to explain things, so I do not count. Suddhoo was not clever. The man who pretends to cut seals was the cleverest of them all. Bhagwan Das only knew how to lie, except Janoo. She was also beautiful, but that was her own affair. Suddhoo's son at Peshawar was attacked by pleurisy, and old Suddhoo was troubled. The seal-cutter man heard of Suddhoo's anxiety and made capital out of it. He was abreast of the times. He got a friend in Peshawar to telegraph daily accounts of the son's health, and here the story begins. Suddhoo's cousin's son told me one evening that Suddhoo wanted to see me, that he was too old and feeble to come personally, and that I should be conferring an everlasting honor on the house of Suddhoo if I went to him. I went, but I think, seeing how well off Suddhoo was then, that he might have sent something better than an ekka, which jolted fearfully to haul out a future lieutenant governor to the city on a muggy April evening. The ekka did not run quickly. It was full dark when we pulled up opposite the door of Runjit Singh's tomb, near the main gate of the fort. Here was Suddhoo, and he said that by reason of my condescension it was absolutely certain that I should become a lieutenant governor while my hair was yet black. Then we talked about the weather and the state of my health, and the wheat crops for 15 minutes in the Huzuri Ba, under the stars. Suddhoo came to the point at last. He said that Janoo had told him that there was an order of the Sirkar against magic, because it was feared that magic might one day kill the Empress of India. I didn't know anything about the state of the law, but I fancied that something interesting was going to happen. I said that so far from magic being discouraged by the government, it was highly commended. The greatest officials of the state practiced it themselves. If the financial statement isn't magic, I don't know what is. Then, to encourage him further, I said that if there was any jadoo afoot, I had not the least objection to giving it my countenance and sanction, and to seeing that it was clean jadoo, white magic, as distinguished from the unclean jadoo, which kills folk. It took a long time before Suddhoo admitted that this was just what he had asked me to come for. Then he told me in jerks and quavers that the man who said he cut seals was a sorcerer of the cleanest kind, that every day he gave Suddhoo news of his sick son in Peshawar more quickly than the lightning could fly, and that this news was always corroborated by the letters. Further, that he had told Suddhoo how a great danger was threatening his son, which could be removed by clean jadoo, and, of course, heavy payment. I began to see exactly how the land lay, and told Suddhoo that I also understood a little jadoo in the western line, and would go to his house and see that everything was done decently and in order. We set off together, and on the way Suddhoo told me that he had paid the seal cutter between 100 and 200 rupees already, and the jadoo of that night would cost 200 more, which was cheap, he said, considering the greatness of his son's danger, but I do not think he meant it. The lights were all cloaked in the front of the house when we arrived. I could hear awful noises from behind the seal cutter's shop front, as if someone were groaning his soul out. Suddhoo shook all over, and while we groped our way upstairs told me that the jadoo had begun. Janoo and Azizun met us at the stairhead and told us that the jadoo work was coming off in their rooms because there was more space there. Janoo is a lady of free-thinking turn of mind. She whispered that the jadoo was an invention to get money out of Suddhoo, and that the seal cutter would go to a hot place when he died. Suddhoo was nearly crying with fear and old age. He kept walking up and down the room in the half-light, repeating his son's name over and over again, and asking Azizun if the seal cutter ought not to make a reduction in the case of his own landlord. Janoo pulled me over to the shadow in the recess of the carved bow windows. The boards were up, and the rooms were only lit by one tiny oil lamp. There was no chance of my being seen if I stayed still. Presently the groans below ceased, and we heard steps on the staircase. That was the seal cutter. He stopped outside the door as the terrier barked and Azizun fumbled at the chain, and he told Suddhoo to blow out the lamp. This left the place in jet darkness except for the red glow from the two huqas that belonged to Janoo and Azizun. The seal cutter came in, and I heard Suddhoo throw himself down on the floor and groan. Azizun caught her breath, and Janoo backed onto one of the beds with a shudder. There was a clink of something metallic, and then shot up a pale blue-green flame near the ground. The light was just enough to show Azizun pressed against one corner of the room with the terrier between her knees, Janoo with her hands clasped, leaning forward as she sat on the bed, Suddhoo face down, quivering, and the seal cutter. I hope I may never see another man like that seal cutter. He was stripped to the waist, with a wreath of white jasmine as thick as my wrist around his forehead, a salmon-colored loincloth round his middle, and a steel bangle on each ankle. This was not awe-inspiring. It was the face of the man that turned me cold. It was blue-gray in the first place. In the second, the eyes were rolled back till you could only see the whites of them, and in the third, the face was the face of a demon, a ghoul, anything you please except of the sleek, oily old ruffian who sat in the daytime over his turning lathe downstairs. He was lying on his stomach with his arms turned and crossed behind him, as if he had been thrown down, pinioned. His head and neck were the only parts of him off the floor. They were nearly at right angles to the body, like the head of a cobra at spring. It was ghastly. In the center of the room, on the bare earth floor, stood a big, deep brass basin, with a pale blue-green light floating in the center like a night light. Round that basin the man on the floor wriggled himself 3 times. How he did it I do not know. I could see the muscles ripple along his spine and fall smooth again, but I could not see any other motion. The head seemed the only thing alive about him, except that slow curl and uncurl of the laboring back muscles. Janoo from the bed was breathing 70 to the minute. Azizun held her hands before her eyes, and old Suddhoo, fingering at the dirt that had got into his white beard, was crying to himself. The horror of it was that the creeping, crawly thing made no sound, only crawled. And remember, this lasted for 10 minutes, while the terrier whined, and Azizun shuddered, and Janoo gasped, and Suddhoo cried. I felt the hair lift at the back of my head, and my heart thump like a thermantidote paddle. Luckily the seal cutter betrayed himself by his most impressive trick, and made me calm again. After he had finished that unspeakable crawl, he stretched his head away from the floor as high as he could, and sent out a jet of fire from his nostrils. Now, I knew how fire spouting is done. I can do it myself, so I felt at ease. The business was a fraud. If he had only kept to that crawl without trying to raise the effect, goodness knows what I might not have thought. Both the girls shrieked at the jet of fire, and the head dropped, chin down, on the floor with a thud, the whole body lying then like a corpse with its arms trussed. There was a pause of 5 full minutes after this, and the blue-green flame died down. Janoo stooped to settle one of her anklets, while Azizun turned her face to the wall and took the terrier in her arms. Suddhoo put out an arm mechanically to Janoo's huqua, and she slid it across the floor with her foot. Directly above the body and on the wall were a couple of flaming portraits in stamped paper frames of the Queen and the Prince of Wales. They looked down on the performance, and to my thinking seemed to heighten the grotesqueness of it all. Just when the silence was getting unendurable, the body turned over and rolled away from the basin to the side of the room, where it lay stomach up. There was a faint plop from the basin, exactly like the noise a fish makes when it takes a fly, and the green light in the center revived. I looked at the basin, and saw bobbing in the water the dried, shriveled black head of a native baby. Open eyes, open mouth, and shaved scalp. It was worse, being so very sudden, than the crawling exhibition. We had no time to say anything before it began to speak. Read Poe's account of the voice that came from the mesmerized dying man, and you will realize less than one half of the horror of that head's voice. There was an interval of a second or two between each word, and a sort of ring, ring, ring in the note of the voice, like the timbre of a bell. It pealed slowly, as if talking to itself, for several minutes before I got rid of my cold sweat. Then the blessed solution struck me. I looked at the body lying near the doorway, and saw just where the hollow of the throat joins on the shoulders a muscle that had nothing to do with any man's regular breathing, twitching away steadily. The whole thing was a careful reproduction of the Egyptian teraphin that one reads about sometimes, and the voice was as clever and as appalling a piece of ventriloquism as one could wish to hear. All this time the head was lapping against the side of the basin, and speaking. It told Suddhoo, on his face again whining, of his son's illness, and of the state of the illness up to the evening of that very night. I always shall respect the seal cutter for keeping so faithfully to the time of the Peshawar telegrams. It went on to say that skilled doctors were night and day watching over the man's life, and that he would eventually recover if the fee to the potent sorcerer whose servant was the head in the basin were doubled. Here the mistake from the artistic point of view came in. To ask for twice your stipulated fee in a voice that Lazarus might have used when he rose from the dead is absurd. Janoo, who is really a woman of masculine intellect, saw this as quickly as I did. I heard her say "Ash nanin farib" scornfully under her breath, and just as she said so the light in the basin died out, the head stopped talking, and we heard the room door creak on its hinges. Then Janoo struck a match, lit the lamp, and we saw that head, basin, and seal cutter were gone. Suddhoo was wringing his hands and explaining to anyone who cared to listen that if his chances of eternal salvation depended on it, he could not raise another 200 rupees. Azizun was nearly in hysterics in the corner, while Janoo sat down composedly on one of the beds to discuss the probabilities of the whole thing being a bunao, or make-up. I explained as much as I knew of the seal cutter's way of jadoo, but her argument was much more simple. "The magic that is always demanding gifts is no true magic," said she. "My mother told me that the only potent love spells are those which are told you for love. This seal cutter man is a liar and a devil. I dare not tell, do anything, or get anything done, because I am in debt to Bhagwan Dass, the bunnia, for 2 gold rings and a heavy anklet. I must get my food from his shop. The seal cutter is a friend of Bhagwan Dass, and he would poison my food. A fool's jadoo has been going on for 10 days, and has cost Suddhoo many rupees each night. The seal cutter used black hens and lemons and mantras before. He never showed us anything like this till tonight. Azizun is a fool, and will be a Purdanishan soon. Suddhoo has lost his strength and his wits. See now, I had hoped to get from Suddhoo many rupees while he lived, and many more after his death, and behold, He is spending everything on that offspring of a devil and a she-ass, the seal-cutter." Here I said, "But what induced Suddhoo to drag me into this business? Of course I can speak to the seal-cutter, and he shall refund. The whole thing is child's talk, shame, and senseless." "Suddhoo is an old child," said Janoo. "He has lived on the roofs these 70 years, and is as senseless as a milk-goat. He brought you here to assure himself that he was not breaking any law of the Sirkar, whose salt he ate many years ago. He worships the dust off the feet of the seal-cutter, and that cow-devourer has forbidden him to go and see his son. What does Suddhoo know of your laws or the lightning post? I have to watch his money going day by day to that lying beast below." Janoo stamped her foot on the floor and nearly cried with vexation, while Suddhoo was whimpering under a blanket in the corner, and Azizun was trying to guide the pipe-stem to his foolish old mouth. Now the case stands thus. Unthinkingly, I have laid myself open to the charge of aiding and abetting the seal-cutter in obtaining money under false pretenses, which is forbidden by Section 420 of the Indian Penal Code. I am helpless in the matter for these reasons. I cannot inform the police. What witness would support my statements? Janoo refuses flatly. And Azizun is a veiled woman, somewhere near Bareilly, lost in this big India of ours. I dare not again take the law into my own hands and speak to the seal-cutter, for certain am I that not only would Suddhoo disbelieve me, but this step would end in the poisoning of Janoo, who is bound hand and foot by her debt to the bunnia. Suddhoo is an old dotard, and whenever we meet mumbles my idiotic joke that the Sirkar rather patronizes the black art than otherwise. His son is well now, but Suddhoo is completely under the influence of the seal-cutter, by whose advice he regulates the affairs of his life. Janoo watches daily the money that she hoped to wheedle out of Suddhoo taken by the seal-cutter, and becomes daily more furious and sullen. She will never tell, because she dare not, but unless something happens to prevent her, I am afraid that the seal-cutter will die of cholera, the white arsenic kind, about the middle of May, and thus I shall have to be privy to a murder in the house of Suddhoo. End of In the House of Suddhoo by Rudyard Kipling.
A List to Starboard by F. Hopkinson Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. A List to Starboard by F. Hopkinson Smith, Part 1. A short, square chunk of a man walked into a shipping office on the east side, and inquired for the manager of the line. He had kindly blue eyes, a stub nose, and a mouth that shut to like a rat trap, and stayed shut. Under his chin hung a pair of half-moon whiskers which framed his weather-beaten face as a spiked collar frames a dog's. "You don't want to send this vessel to sea again," blurted out the chunk. "She ought to go to the dry dock. Her boats haven't had a brush full of paint for a year. Her boilers are caked clear to her top flues, and her pumps won't take care of her bilge water. Charter something else and lay her up." The manager turned in his revolving chair and faced him. He was the opposite of the captain in weight, length, and thickness, a slim, well-groomed, puffy-cheeked man of 60, with a pair of uncertain, badly aimed eyes, and a voice like the purr of a cat. "Oh, my dear captain, you surely don't mean what you say. She is perfectly seaworthy and sound. Just look at her inspection." And he passed him the certificate. "No, I don't want to see it. I know 'em by heart. It's a lie, whatever it says. Give an inspector $20 and he's stone blind." The manager laughed softly. He had handled too many rebellious captains in his time. They all had a protest of some kind. It was either the crew, or the grub, or the coal, or the way she was stowed. Then he added softly, more as a joke than anything, "Not afraid, are you, Captain?" A crack started from the left-hand corner of the captain's mouth, crossed a fissure in his face, stopped within half an inch of his stub nose, and died out in a smile of derision. "What I'm afraid of is neither here nor there. There's cattle aboard. That is, there will be by tomorrow night. And there's a lot of passengers booked, some of them women and children. It isn't honest to ship 'em, and you know it. As to her boilers, send for the chief engineer. He'll tell you. You call it taking risks. I call it murder." "And so I understand you refuse to obey the orders of the board? And yet she's got to sail on the 16th if she sinks outside." "When I refuse to obey the orders of the board, I'll tell the board, not you. And when I do tell 'em, I'll tell 'em something else, and that is, that this chartering of worn-out tramps, painting 'em up and putting 'em into the line, has got to stop, or there'll be trouble." "But this will be her last trip, Captain. Then we'll overhaul her." "I've heard that lie for a year. She'll run as long as they can insure her and her cargo. As for the women and children, I suppose they don't count." And he turned on his heel and left the office. On the way out he met the chief engineer. "Do the best you can, Mike," he said. "Orders are we sail on the 16th." On the fourth day out this conversation took place in the smoking-room between a group of passengers. "Regular tub, this ship," growled the man who knew it all to the bum actor. "Screw out of the water every souse she makes. Lot of dirty sailors skating over the decks instead of keeping below where they belong. Chief engineer loafing in the captain's room every chance he gets. There he goes now. And it's the second time since breakfast. And the captain is no better. And just look at the accommodations. 3 stewards and a woman. What's that to look after 35 passengers? Half the time I have to wait an hour to get something to eat, such as it is. And my bunk wasn't made up yesterday until plumb night. That bunch in the steerage must be having a hard time." "We get all we pay for," essayed the travelling man. "She ain't rigged for cabin passengers, and the captain don't want 'em. Didn't want to take me, except our folks had a lot of stuff aboard. Had enough passengers, he said." "Well, he took the widow and her 2 kids," continued the man who knew it all, "and they were the last to get aboard. Half the time he's playing nurse instead of looking after his ship. Had 'em all on the bridge yesterday." "He had to take 'em," protested the travelling man. "She was put under his charge by his owners, so one of the stewards told me." "Oh, had to, did he? Yes, I've been there before. No use talking. This line's got to be investigated, and I'm going to do the investigating as soon as I get ashore, and don't you forget it. What's your opinion?" The bum actor made no reply. He had been cold and hungry too many days and nights to find fault with anything. But for the generosity of a few friends he would still be tramping the streets, sleeping where he could. 3 meals a day, 4 if he wanted them, and a bed and a room all to himself instead of being one in a row of 10, was heaven to him. What the captain, or the engineer, or the crew, or anybody else did, was of no moment, so he got back alive. As to the widow's children, he had tried to pick up an acquaintance with them himself, especially the boy, but she had taken them away when she saw how shabby were his clothes. The Texas cattle agent now spoke up. He was a tall, raw-boned man with a red chin-whisker and red, weather-scorched face, whose clothing looked as if it had been pulled out of shape in the effort to accommodate itself to the spread of his shoulders and round of his thighs. His trousers were tucked in his boots, the straps hanging loose. He generally sat by himself in one corner of the cramped smoking-room, and seldom took part in the conversation. The bum actor and he had exchanged confidences the night before, and the Texan therefore felt justified in answering in his friend's stead. "You're way off, friend," he said to the man who knew it all. "There ain't nothing the matter with the line, nor the ship, nor the captain. This is my 6th trip aboard of her, and I know. They had a strike among the stevedores the day we sailed, and then, too, we've got a scrub lot of stokers below, and the captain's got to handle 'em just so. That kind gets ugly when anything happens. I had 60 head of cattle aboard here on my last trip over, and some of 'em got loose in a storm, and there was hell to pay with the crew till things got straightened out. I ain't much on shooting irons, but they come in handy that time. I helped, and I know. Got a couple in my cabin now. Needn't tell me nothing about the captain. He's all there when he's wanted, and it don't take him more'n a minute, either, to get busy." The door of the smoking-room opened, and the object of his eulogy strolled in. He was evidently just off the bridge, for the thrash of the spray still glistened on his oilskins and on his grey, half-moon whiskers. That his word was law aboard ship, and that he enforced it in the fewest words possible, was evident in every line of his face and every tone of his voice. If he deserved an overhauling, it certainly would not come from any one on board, least of all from Carhart, the man who knew it all. Loosening the thong that bound his sou'wester to his chin, he slapped it twice across the chair back, the water flying in every direction, and then faced the room. "Mr. Bonner." "Yes, sir," answered the big-shouldered Texan, rising to his feet. "I'd like to see you for a minute." And without another word the two men left the room and made their way in silence down the wet deck to where the chief engineer stood. "Mike, this is Mr. Bonner. You remember him, don't you? You can rely on his carrying out any orders you give him. If you need another man, let him pick him out." And he continued on to his cabin. Once there, the captain closed the door behind him, shutting out the pound and swash of the sea, took from a rack over his bunk a roll of charts, spread one on a table, and with his head in his hands studied it carefully. The door opened, and the chief engineer again stood beside him. The captain raised his head. "Will Bonner serve?" he asked. "Yes, glad to, and he thinks he's got another man. He's what he calls out his way a tenderfoot, he says, but he's game and can be depended on. Have you made up your mind where she'll cross?" And he bent over the chart. The captain picked up a pair of compasses, balanced them for a moment in his fingers, and with the precision of a seamstress threading a needle, dropped the points astride a wavy line known as the steamer track. The engineer nodded. "That will give us about 22 hours leeway," he said gravely, "if we make 12 knots. "Yes, if you make 12 knots. Can you do it?" "I can't say. Depends on that gang of shovelers and the way they behave. They're a tough lot, jailbirds and tramps, most of 'em. If they get ugly, there ain't but one thing left. That, I suppose, you won't object to." The captain paused for a moment in deep thought, glanced at the pinprick in the chart, and said with a certain forceful meaning in his voice, "No, not if there's no other way." The chief engineer waited, as if for further reply, replaced his cap, and stepped out into the wind. He had got what he came for, and he had got it straight. With the closing of the door, the captain rolled up the chart, laid it in its place among the others, readjusted the thong of his sou'wester, stopped for a moment before a photograph of his wife and child, looked at it long and earnestly, and then mounted the stairs to the bridge. With the exception that the line of his mouth had straightened and the knots in his eyebrows tightened, he was, despite the smoking-room critics, the same bluff, determined sea-dog who had defied the manager the week before. Part 2. When Bonner, half an hour later, returned to the smoking-room, he too had caught the splash of the sea, the spray drenching the rail. The bum actor crossed over and took the seat beside him. The Texan was the only passenger who had spoken to him since he came aboard, and he had already begun to feel lonely. This time he started the conversation by brushing the salt spray from the agent's coat. "Got wet, didn't you? Too bad. Wait till I wipe it off." And he dragged a week-old handkerchief from his pocket. Then, seeing that the Texan took no notice of the attention, he added, "What did the captain want?" The Texan did not reply. He was evidently absorbed in something outside his immediate surroundings, for he continued to sit with bent back, his elbows on his knees, his eyes on the floor. Again the question was repeated. "What did the captain want? Nothing the matter, is there?" Fear had always been his master, fear of poverty mostly, and it was poverty in the worst form to others if he failed to get home. This thought had haunted him night and day. "Yes and no. Don't worry. It'll all come out right. You seem nervous." "I am. I've been through a lot and have almost reached the end of my rope. Have you got a wife at home?" The Texan shook his head. "Well, if you'd understand better than I can tell you. I have, and a 3-year-old boy besides. I'd never have left them if I'd known. I came over under contract for a 6 months engagement, and we were stranded in Pittsburgh and had hard work getting back to New York. Some of them are there yet. All I want now is to get home. Nothing else will save them. Here's a letter from her I don't mind showing you. You can see for yourself what I'm up against. The boy never was strong." The big Texan read it through carefully, handed it back without a comment or word of sympathy, and then, with a glance around him as if in fear of being overheard, asked, "Can you keep your nerve in a mix-up?" "Do you mean a fight?" queried the actor. "Maybe." "I don't like fights. Never did." Anything that would imperil his safe return was to be avoided. "I neither, but sometimes you got to. Are you handy with a gun?" "Why?" "Nothing. I'm only asking." Carhart, the man who knew it all, here lounged over from his seat by the table and dropped into a chair beside them, cutting short his reply. The Texan gave a significant look at the actor, enforcing his silence, and then buried his face in a newspaper a month old. Carhart spread his legs, tilted his head back on the chair, slanted his stiff-brim hat till it made a thatch for his nose, and began one of his customary growls. To the room, to the drenched portholes, to the brim of his hat, as a half-asleep dog sometimes does when things have gone wrong with him, or he dreams they have. "This ship reminds me of another old tramp, the Persia," he drawled. "Same scrub crew and same cut of a captain. Hadn't been for 2 of the passengers and me, we'd never got anywhere. Had a fire in the lower hold and a lot of turpentine, and when they put that out we found her cargo had shifted and she was down by the head about 6 feet. Then the crew made a rush for the boats and left us with only 4 leaky ones to go 1,000 miles. They'd taken 'em all, hadn't been for me and another fellow who stood over 'em with a gun." The bum actor raised his eyes. "What happened then?" he asked in a nervous voice. "Oh, we pitched in and righted things, got into port at last. But the captain was no good. He'd have left with the crew if we'd let him." "Is the shifting of a cargo a serious matter?" continued the actor. "This is my second crossing, and I'm not much up on such things." "Depends on the weather," interpolated a passenger. "And on how she's stowed," continued Carhart. "I've been mistrusting this ship ain't plumb on her keel. You can tell that from the way she falls off after each wave strikes her. I have been out on deck looking things over, and she seems to me to be down by the stern more than she ought." "Maybe she'll be lighter when more coal gets out of her," suggested another passenger. "Yes, but she's listed some to starboard. I watched her a while this morning. She ain't loaded right, or she's loaded wrong a purpose. That occurs sometimes with a gang of striking stevedores." The noon whistle blew, and the talk ended with the setting of everybody's watch, except the bum actors, whose timepiece decorated a shop window in the Bowery. That night, one of those uncomfortable rumors, started doubtless by Carhart's talk, shivered through the ship, its vibrations even reaching the widow lying awake in her cabin. This said that some hundreds of barrels of turpentine had broken loose and were smashing everything below. If any one of them rolled into the furnaces, an explosion would follow which would send them all to eternity. That this absurdity was immediately denied by the purser, who asserted with some vehemence that there was not a gallon of turpentine aboard, did not wholly allay the excitement, nor did it stifle the nervous anxiety which had now taken possession of the passengers. As the day wore on, several additional rumors joined those already extant. One was dropped in the ear of the Texan by the bum actor as the two stood on the upper deck watching the sea, which was rapidly falling. "I got so worried I thought I'd go down into the engine-room myself," he whispered. "I'm just back. Something's wrong down there, or I'm mistaken. I wish you'd go and find out. I knew that turpentine yarn was a lie, but I wanted to be sure, so I thought I'd ask one of the stokers who had come up for a little air. He was about to answer me when the chief engineer came down from the bridge, where he had been talking to the captain, and ordered the man below before he had time to fill his lungs. I waited a little while, hoping he or some of the crew would come up again, and then I went down the ladder myself. When I got to the first landing, I come bump up against the chief engineer. He was standing in the gangway fooling with a revolver he had in his hand, as if he'd been cleaning it. 'I'll have to ask you to get back where you came from,' he said. 'This ain't no place for passengers.' And up I came. What do you think it means? I'd get ugly, too, if he kept me in that heat and never let me get a whiff of air. I tell you, that's an awful place down there. Suppose you go and take a look. Your knowing the captain might make some difference." "Were any of the stokers around?" "No, none of them. I didn't see a soul but the chief engineer, and I didn't see him more than a minute." The big Texan moved closer to the rail and again scrutinized the skyline. He had kept this up all the morning, his eye searching the horizon as he moved from one side of the ship to the other. The inspection over, he slipped his arm through the actor's and started him down the deck toward the cattle agent's captain. When the two emerged, the Texan's face still wore the look which had rested on it since the time the captain had called him from the smoking room. The actor's countenance, however, had undergone a change. All his nervous timidity was gone. His lips were tightly drawn, the line of the jaw more determined. He looked like a man who had heard some news which had first steadied and then solidified him. These changes often overtake men of sensitive, highly strung natures. On the way back they encountered the captain accompanied by the chief engineer. The two were heading for the saloon, the bugle having sounded for luncheon. As they passed by with their easy, swinging gait, the passengers watched them closely. If there was danger in the air, these two officers of all men would know it. The captain greeted the Texan with a significant look, waited until the actor had been presented, looked the Texan's friend over from head to foot, and then with a nod to several of the others, halted opposite a steamer chair in which sat the widow and her two children, one a baby and the other a boy of 4, a plump, huggable little fellow, every inch of whose surface invited a caress. "Please stay a minute and let me talk to you, Captain," the widow pleaded. "I've been so worried. None of these stories are true, are they? There can't be any danger, or you would have told me, wouldn't you?" The captain laughed heartily, so heartily that even the chief engineer looked at him in astonishment. "What stories do you hear, my dear lady?" "That the steamer isn't loaded properly." Again the captain laughed, this time under the curls of the chubby boy, whom he had caught in his arms and was kissing eagerly. "Not loaded right," he puffed at last when he got his breath. "Well, well, what a pity! That yarn, I guess, comes from some of the navigators in the smoking-room. They generally run the ship. Here, you little rascal, turn out your toes and dance a jig for me. Oh, no, not that way. This way or out with 'em. Here, let me show you. 1, 2, off we go. Now the pigeon wing and the double twist and the rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. That's the way, my lad." He had the boy's hands now, the child shouting with laughter, the overjoyed mother clapping her hands as the big burly captain, with his face twice as red from the exercise, danced back and forth across the deck, the passengers forming a ring about them. "There!" sputtered the captain, all out of breath from the exercise, as he dropped the child back into the widow's arms. "Now all of you come down to luncheon. The weather is getting better every minute. The glass is rising, and we are going to have a fine night." Carhart, who had watched the whole performance with an ill-concealed sneer on his face, muttered to the man next him, "What did I tell you? He's a pretty kind of a captain, ain't he? He's mashed on the widow just as I told you. Smoking-room yarn, is it? I bet I could pick out half a dozen men right in them chairs who could run the ship as well as he does. Maybe we'll have to take charge, after all. Don't you think so, Mr. Bonner?" The Texan smiled grimly. "I'll let you do the picking, Mr. Carhart." And with his hand on the actor's arm, the two went below. A counter-current now swept through the ship. If anything was really the matter, the captain would not be dancing jigs, nor would he leave the bridge for his meals. This, like all other counter-currents, wave or otherwise, tossed up a bobble of dispute when the two clashed. There was no doubt about it. Carhart had been talking through his hat, shooting off his mouth, the man was a gas-bag, etc., etc. When appeal for confirmation was made to the Texan and the actor, who now seemed inseparable, neither made reply. They evidently did not care to be mixed up in what Bonner characterized with a grim smile as more hot air. All through the meal the captain kept up his good-natured mood, chatting with the widow who sat on his right, the baby in her lap, making a pig of a lemon and some toothpicks for the boy, who had crawled up into his arms, exchanging nods and smiles down the length of the table with several new arrivals, or congratulating those nearest to him on their recovery after the storm, ending by carrying both boy and baby to the upper deck, so that he might not forget how to handle his own when he got back, he laughed in explanation. Part 3. Luncheon over, the passengers, many of whom had been continuously in their berths, began to crowd the decks. These soon discovered that the ship was not on an even keel, a fact confirmed when attention was called to the slant of the steamer chairs and the roll of an orange toward the scuppers. Explanation was offered by the Texan, who argued that the wind had hauled, and being then abeam had given her a list to starboard. This, while not wholly satisfactory to the more experienced, allayed the fears of the women (there were 2 or 3 on board beside the widow), who welcomed the respite from the wrench and stagger of the previous hours. Attention was now drawn by a nervous passenger to a gang of sailors under the first officer, who were at work overhauling the boats on the forward deck, immediately under the eyes of the captain, who had returned to the bridge, as well as to an approaching wall of fog which, while he was speaking, had blanketed the ship, sending 2 of the boat gang on a run to the bow. The fog-horn also blew continuously, almost without intermission. Now and then it, too, would give 3 short, sharp snorts, as if of warning. The passengers had now massed themselves in groups, some touch of sympathy or previous acquaintance, or trait of courage but recently discovered, having drawn them together. Again the captain passed down the deck. This time he stopped to light a cigarette from a passenger's cigar, remarking as he did so that it was as thick as pea soup on the bridge, but he thought it would lighten before morning. Then, halting beside the chair of an old lady who had but recently appeared on deck, he congratulated her on her recovery and kept on his way to the boats. The widow, however, was still anxious. "What are they doing with the boats?" she asked, her eyes following the captain's disappearing figure. "Only overhauling 'em, madam," spoke up the Texan, who had stationed himself near her chair. "But isn't that unusual?" she inquired in a tremulous voice. "No, madam, just precaution. Always a safe one in a fog. Collision comes so quick sometimes they don't have time even to clear the davits." "But the sailors are carrying up boxes and kegs and putting them in the boats. What's that for?" broke in another passenger, who had been leaning over the forward rail. "Grub and water, I guess," returned the Texan. "It's 1,000 miles to the nearest land, and there ain't no bakery on the way that I know of. Can't be too careful where there's women and babies aboard, special little fellas like these," and he ran his hand through the boy's curls. "The captain don't take no chances. That's what I like him for." Again the current of hope submerged the current of despair. The slant of the deck, however, increased, although the wind had gone down, so much so that the steamer chairs had to be lashed to the iron handholds skirting the wall of the upper cabins. So had the fog, which was now so dense that it hid completely the work of the boat gang. With the passing of the afternoon and the approach of night, thus deepening the gloom, there was added another and a new anxiety to the drone of the foghorn. This was a Coston signal which flashed from the bridge, flooding the deck with light and penciling masts and rigging in lines of fire. These flashes kept up at intervals of 5 minutes, the colors changing from time to time. An indefinable fear now swept through the vessel. The doubters and scoffers from the smoking-room, who stood huddled together near the forward companionway, talked in whispers. The slant of the deck, they argued, might be due to a shift of the cargo, a situation serious but not dangerous. But why burn Costons? The only men who seemed to be holding their own, and who were still calm and undisturbed, were the Texan and the actor. These, during the conference, had moved toward the flight of steps leading to the bridge, and had taken their positions near the bottom step, but within reach of the widow's chair. Once the actor loosened his coat and slipped in his hand as if to be sure of something he did not want to lose. While this was going on, the captain left the bridge in charge of the second officer and descended to his cabin. Reaching over his bunk, he unhooked the picture of his wife and child, tore it from its frame, looked at it intently for a moment, and then, with a sigh, slid it in an inside pocket. This done, he stripped off his wet storm coat, thrust his arms into a close-fitting reefing jacket, unhooked a holster from its place, dropped its contents into his outside pocket, and walked slowly down the flight of steps to where the Texan and the actor stood waiting. Then, facing the passengers, and in the same tone of voice with which he would have ordered a cup of coffee from a steward, he said, "My friends, I find it necessary to abandon the ship. There is time enough and no necessity for crowding. The boats are provisioned for 30 days. The women and children will go first. This order will be literally carried out. Those who disobey it will have to be dealt with in another way. This, I hope, you will not make necessary. I will also tell you that I believe we are still within the steamer zone, although the fog and weather have prevented any observation. Do you stay here, madam? I'll come for you when I'm ready." And he laid his hand encouragingly on the widow's arm. With this he turned to the Texan and the actor. "You understand, both of you, do you not, Mr. Bonner? You and your friend will guard the aft companionway, and help the chief engineer take care of the stokers and the steerage. I and the first officer will fill the boats." The beginning of a panic is like the beginning of a fire. First a curl of smoke licking through a closed sash, then a rush of flame, and then a roar freighted with death. Its subduing is along similar lines, a sharp command clearing the way, concentrated effort, and courage. Here the curl of smoke was an agonized shriek from an elderly woman who fell fainting on the deck. The rush of flame was a wild surge of men hurling themselves toward the boats, and the roar which meant death was the frenzied throng of begrimed, half-naked stokers and crazed emigrants who were wedged in a solid mass in the companionway leading to the upper deck. The subduing was the same. "Back, all of you!" shouted the engineer. "The first man who passes that door without my permission I'll kill. 5 of you at a time, no crowding. Keep 'em in line, Mr. Bonner, you and your friend." The Texan and the bum actor were within 3 feet of him as he spoke. The Texan as cool as if he were keeping count of a drove of steers, except that he tallied with the barrel of a 6-shooter instead of a notebook and pencil. The bum actor's face was deathly white, and his pistol hand trembled a little, but he did not flinch. He ranged the lucky ones in line farther along, and kept them there. "Anything to get home," he had told the Texan, when he had slipped Bonner's other revolver, an hour before, into his pocket. On the saloon deck the flame of fear was still raging, although the sailors and the 3 stewards were so many moving automatons under the first officer's orders. The widow, with her baby held tight to her breast, had not moved from where the captain had placed her, nor had she uttered a moan. The crisis was too great for anything but implicit obedience. The captain had kept his word, and had told her when danger threatened. She must now wait for what God had in store for her. The boy stood by the first officer. He had clapped his hands and laughed when he saw the first boat swing clear of the davits. Carhart was the colour of ashes and could hardly articulate. He had edged up close to the gangway where the boats were to be filled. Twice he had tried to wedge himself between the first officer and the rail, and twice had been pushed back, the last time with a swing that landed him against a pile of steamer chairs. All this time the foghorn had kept up its monotonous din, the costons flaring at intervals. The stoppage of either would only have added to the terror now partly allayed by the captain's encouraging talk, which was picked up and repeated all over the ship. The first boat was now ready for passengers. "This way, madam, you first," the captain said to the widow. "You must go alone with the baby, and I—" He did not finish the sentence. Something had caught his ear, something that made him lunge heavily toward the rail, his eyes searching the gloom, his hand cupped to his ear. "Hold hard, men!" he cried. "Keep still, all of you!" Out of the stillness of the night came the moan of a distant foghorn. This was followed by a wild cheer from the men at the boat davits. At the same instant a dim, far-away light cut its way through the black void, burned for a moment, and disappeared like a dying star. Another cheer went up. This time the watch on the foretop and the men astride the nose sent it whirling through the choke and damp with an added note of joy. The captain turned to the widow. "That's her. That's the St. Louis. I've been hoping for her all day, and didn't give up until the fog shut in." "And we can stay here." "No, we haven't a moment to lose. Our fires are nearly out now. We've been in a sinking condition for 48 hours. We sprung a leak where we couldn't get at it, and our pumps are clogged." "Stand aside, men." "All ready, madam." "No, you can't manage them both. Give me the boy. I'll bring him in the last boat." End of story.
By Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Melons by Bret Harte. As I do not suppose the most gentle of readers will believe that anybody's sponsors in baptism ever willfully assumed the responsibility of such a name, I may as well state that I have reason to infer that Melons was simply the nickname of a small boy I once knew. If he had any other, I never knew it. Various theories were often projected by me to account for this strange cognomen. His head, which was covered with a transparent down like that which clothes very small chickens, plainly permitting the scalp to show through, to an imaginative mind might have suggested that succulent vegetable. That his parents, recognizing some poetical significance in the fruits of the season, might have given this name to an August child was an Oriental explanation. That from his infancy he was fond of indulging in melons seemed, on the whole, the most likely, particularly as fancy was not bred in McGinnis's Court. He dawned upon me as Melons. His proximity was indicated by shrill youthful voices, as "Ah, Melons!" or playfully, "Hi, Melons!" or authoritatively, "You, Melons!" McGinnis's Court was a democratic expression of some obstinate and radical property holder. Occupying a limited space between two fashionable thoroughfares, it refused to conform to circumstances, but sturdily paraded its unkempt glories and frequently asserted itself in ungrammatical language. My window, a rear room on the ground floor, in this way derived blended light and shadow from the court. So low was the window sill that had I been the least disposed to somnambulism it would have broken out under such favorable auspices, and I should have haunted McGinnis's Court. My speculations as to the origin of the court were not altogether gratuitous, for by means of this window I once saw the past as through a glass darkly. It was a Celtic shadow that early one morning obstructed my ancient lights. It seemed to belong to an individual with a pea coat, a stubby pipe, and bristling beard. He was gazing intently at the court, resting on a heavy cane, somewhat in the way that heroes dramatically visit the scenes of their boyhood. As there was little of architectural beauty in the court, I came to the conclusion that it was McGinnis looking after his property. The fact that he carefully kicked a broken bottle out of the road somewhat strengthened me in the opinion. But he presently walked away, and the court knew him no more. He probably collected his rents by proxy, if he collected them at all. Beyond Melons, of whom all this is purely introductory, there was little to interest the most sanguine and hopeful nature. In common with all such localities, a great deal of washing was done, in comparison with the visible results. There was always something whisking on the line, and always something whisking through the court, that looked as if it ought to be there. A fish, geranium, of all plants kept for the recreation of mankind, certainly the greatest illusion, straggled under the window. Through its dusty leaves I caught the first glance of Melons. His age was about 7. He looked older from the venerable whiteness of his head, and it was impossible to conjecture his size, as he always wore clothes apparently belonging to some shapely youth of 19. A pair of pantaloons that, when sustained by a single suspender, completely equipped him, formed his everyday suit. How, with this lavish superfluity of clothing, he managed to perform the surprising gymnastic feats it has been my privilege to witness, I have never been able to tell. His turning the crab and other minor dislocations were always attended with success. It was not an unusual sight at any hour of the day to find Melons suspended on a line, or to see his venerable head appearing above the roofs of the outhouses. Melons knew the exact height of every fence in the vicinity, its facilities for scaling, and the possibility of seizure on the other side. His more peaceful and quieter amusements consisted in dragging a disused boiler by a large string, with hideous outcries, to imaginary fires. Melons was not gregarious in his habits. A few youth of his own age sometimes called upon him, but they eventually became abusive, and their visits were more strictly predatory incursions for old bottles and junk, which formed the staple of McGinnis's Court. Overcome by loneliness one day, Melons inveigled a blind harper into the court. For 2 hours did that wretched man prosecute his unhallowed calling, unrecompensed, and going round and round the court, apparently under the impression that it was some other place, while Melons surveyed him from an adjoining fence with calm satisfaction. It was this absence of conscientious motives that brought Melons into disrepute with his aristocratic neighbors. Orders were issued that no child of wealthy and pious parentage should play with him. This mandate, as a matter of course, invested Melons with a fascinating interest to them. Admiring glances were cast at Melons from nursery windows. Baby fingers beckoned to him. Invitations to tea on wood and pewter were lisped to him from aristocratic backyards. It was evident he was looked upon as a pure and noble being, untrammeled by the conventionalities of parentage, and physically as well as mentally exalted above them. One afternoon an unusual commotion prevailed in the vicinity of McGinnis's Court. Looking from my window, I saw Melons, perched on the roof of a stable, pulling a rope by which one Tommy, an infant scion of an adjacent and wealthy house, was suspended in mid-air. In vain the female relatives of Tommy congregated in the backyard, expostulated with Melons. In vain the unhappy father shook his fist at him. Secure in his position, Melons redoubled his exertions, and at last landed Tommy on the roof. Then it was that the humiliating fact was disclosed that Tommy had been acting in collusion with Melons. He grinned delightedly back at his parents, as if by merit raised to that bad eminence. Long before the ladder arrived that was to succor him, he became the sworn ally of Melons, and I regret to say, incited by the same audacious boy, chafed his own flesh and blood below him. He was eventually taken, though of course Melons escaped, but Tommy was restricted to the window after that, and the companionship was limited to "Hi, Melons," and "You, Tommy," and Melons, to all practical purposes, lost him forever. I looked afterward to see some signs of sorrow on Melons's part, but in vain. He buried his grief, if he had any, somewhere in his one voluminous garment. At about this time my opportunities of knowing Melons became more extended. I was engaged in filling a void in literature of the Pacific coast, as this void was a pretty large one, and as I was informed that the Pacific coast languished under it, I set apart 2 hours each day to this work of filling in. It was necessary that I should adopt a methodical system, so I retired from the world and locked myself in my room at a certain hour each day after coming from my office. I then carefully drew out my portfolio and read what I had written the day before. This would suggest some alterations, and I would carefully rewrite it. During this operation I would turn to consult a book of reference, which invariably proved extremely interesting and attractive. It would generally suggest another and a better method of filling in. Turning this method over reflectively in my mind, I would finally commence the new method, which I eventually abandoned for the original plan. At this time I would become convinced that my exhausted faculties demanded a cigar. The operation of lighting a cigar usually suggested that a little quiet reflection and meditation would be of service to me, and I always allowed myself to be guided by prudential instincts. Eventually, seated by my window as before stated, Melons asserted himself, though our conversation rarely went further than "Hello, mister," and "Ah, Melons." A vagabond instinct we felt in common implied a communion deeper than words. In this spiritual commingling the time passed, often beguiled by gymnastics on the fence or line, always with an eye to my window, until dinner was announced, and I found a more practical void required my attention. An unlooked-for incident drew us in closer relation. A seafaring friend just from a tropical voyage had presented me with a bunch of bananas. They were not quite ripe, and I hung them before my window to mature in the sun of McGinnis's Court, whose forcing qualities were remarkable. In the mysteriously mingled odors of ship and shore which they diffused throughout my room, there was lingering reminiscence of low latitudes. But even that joy was fleeting and evanescent. They never reached maturity. Coming home one day, as I turned the corner of that fashionable thoroughfare before alluded to, I met a small boy eating a banana. There was nothing remarkable in that, but as I neared McGinnis's Court I presently met another small boy, also eating a banana. A third small boy engaged in a like occupation obtruded a painful coincidence upon my mind. I leave the psychological reader to determine the exact correlation between the circumstance and the sickening sense of loss that overcame me on witnessing it. I reached my room. The bananas were gone. There was but one that knew of their existence, but one who frequented my window, but one capable of gymnastic effort to procure them, and that was, I blush to say it, Melons. Melons the depredator. Melons despoiled by larger boys of his ill-gotten booty, or reckless and indiscreetly liberal. Melons, now a fugitive on some neighborhood housetop. I lit a cigar, and drawing my chair to the window, sought surcease of sorrow in the contemplation of the fish geranium. In a few moments something white passed my window at about the level of the edge. There was no mistaking that hoary head, which now represented to me only aged iniquity. It was Melons, that venerable juvenile hypocrite. He affected not to observe me, and would have withdrawn quietly, but that horrible fascination which causes the murderer to revisit the scene of his crime impelled him toward my window. I smoked calmly and gazed at him without speaking. He walked several times up and down the court with a half-rigid, half-belligerent expression of eye and shoulder, intended to represent the carelessness of innocence. Once or twice he stopped, and putting his arms their whole length into his capacious trousers, gazed with some interest at the additional width they thus acquired. Then he whistled. These singular conflicting conditions of John Brown's body and soul were at that time beginning to attract the attention of youth, and Melons's performance of that melody was always remarkable. But today he whistled falsely and shrilly between his teeth. At last he met my eye. He winced slightly, but recovered himself, and going to the fence stood for a few moments on his hands, with his bare feet quivering in the air. Then he turned toward me, and threw out a conversational preliminary. "They is a circus," said Melons gravely, hanging with his back to the fence and his arms twisted around the palings. "A circus over yonder," indicating the locality with his foot, "with horses and horseback riders. There's a man what rides 6 horses to onct, 6 horses to onct, and nary a saddle." He paused in expectation. Even this equestrian novelty did not affect me. I still kept a fixed gaze on Melons's eye, and he began to tremble and visibly shrink in his capacious garment. Some other desperate means — conversation with Melons was always a desperate means — must be resorted to. He recommenced more artfully. "Do you know Carrots?" I had a faint remembrance of a boy of that euphonious name, with scarlet hair, who was a playmate and persecutor of Melons, but I said nothing. "Carrots is a bad boy. Killed a policeman onct. Wears a dirk knife in his boots. Saw him today, looking in your windy." I felt that this must end here. I rose sternly and addressed Melons. "Melons, this is all irrelevant and impertinent to the case. You took those bananas. Your proposition regarding Carrots, even if I were inclined to accept it as credible information, does not alter the material issue. You took those bananas. The offense under the statutes of California is a felony. How far Carrots may have been accessory to the fact, either before or after, is not my intention at present to discuss. The act is complete. Your present conduct shows the animo furandi to have been equally clear." By the time I had finished this exordium, Melons had disappeared, as I fully expected. He never reappeared. The remorse that I have experienced for the part I had taken in what I fear may have resulted in his utter and complete extermination, alas, he may not know except through these pages, for I have never seen him since. Whether he ran away and went to sea to reappear at some future day as the most ancient of mariners, or whether he buried himself completely in his trousers, I never shall know. I have read the papers anxiously for accounts of him. I have gone to the police office in the vain attempt of identifying him as a lost child, but I never saw him or heard of him since. Strange fears have sometimes crossed my mind that his venerable appearance may have been actually the result of senility, and that he may have been gathered peacefully to his fathers in a green old age. I have even had doubts of his existence, and have sometimes thought that he was providentially and mysteriously offered to fill the void I have before alluded to. In that hope, I have written these pages. End of Melons by Bret Harte. By H. G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Purple Pileus by H. G. Wells. Mr. Coombs was sick of life. He walked away from his unhappy home, and sick not only of his own existence but of everybody else's, turned aside down Gaswork Lane to avoid the town, and crossing the wooden bridge that goes over the canal to Starling's cottages, was presently alone in the damp pine woods and out of sight and sound of human habitation. He would stand it no longer. He repeated aloud with blasphemies unusual to him that he would stand it no longer. He was a pale-faced little man, with dark eyes and a fine and very black moustache. He had a very stiff, upright collar, slightly frayed, that gave him an illusory double chin, and his overcoat, albeit shabby, was trimmed with astrakhan. His gloves were a bright brown, with black stripes over the knuckles and split at the finger ends. His appearance, his wife had said once in the dear dead days beyond recall, before he married her, that is, was military. But now she called him, it seems a dreadful thing to tell of between husband and wife, but she called him a little grub. It wasn't the only thing that she had called him, either. The row had arisen about that beastly Jenny again. Jenny was his wife's friend, and by no invitation of Mr. Coombs she came in every blessed Sunday to dinner, and made a shindy all the afternoon. She was a big, noisy girl, with a taste for loud colors and a strident laugh, and this Sunday she had outdone all her previous intrusions by bringing in a fellow with her, a chap as showy as herself. And Mr. Coombs, in a starchy clean collar and his Sunday frock coat, had sat dumb and wrathful at his own table, while his wife and her guests talked foolishly and undesirably, and laughed aloud. Well, he stood that, and after dinner, which as usual was late, what must Miss Jenny do but go to the piano and play banjo tunes, for all the world as if it were a week-day? Flesh and blood could not endure such goings on. They would hear next door, they would hear in the road. It was a public announcement of their disrepute. He had to speak. He had felt himself go pale, and a kind of rigor had affected his respiration as he delivered himself. He had been sitting on one of the chairs by the window. The new guest had taken possession of the armchair. He turned his head. "Sunday," he said over the collar, in the voice of one who warns. "Sunday!" What people call a nasty tone, it was. Jenny had kept on playing, but his wife, who was looking through some music that was piled on top of the piano, had stared at him. "What's wrong now?" she said. "Can't people enjoy themselves?" "I don't mind rational enjoyment at all," said little Coombs, "but I ain't a going to have weekday tunes playing on a Sunday in this house." "What's wrong with my playing now?" said Jenny, stopping and twirling round on the music stool with a monstrous rustle of flounces. Coombs saw it was going to be a row, and opened too vigorously, as is common with your timid, nervous men all the world over. "Steady on with that music stool," said he. "It ain't made for heavyweights." "Never you mind about weights," said Jenny, incensed. "What was you saying behind my back about my playing?" "Surely you don't hold with not having a bit of music on Sunday, Mr. Coombs?" said the new guest, leaning back in the armchair, blowing a cloud of cigarette smoke, and smiling in a kind of pitying way. And simultaneously his wife said something to Jenny about, "Never mind him. You go on, Jenny." "I do," said Mr. Coombs, addressing the new guest. "May I ask why?" said the new guest, evidently enjoying both his cigarette and the prospect of an argument. He was, by the by, a lank young man, very stylishly dressed in bright drab, with a white cravat and a pearl and silver pin. It had been better taste to come in a black coat, Mr. Coombs thought. "Because," began Mr. Coombs, "it don't suit me. I'm a businessman. I have to study my connection. Rational enjoyment." "His connection," said Mrs. Coombs scornfully. "That's what he's always a sayin'. We got to do this and we got to do that." "If you don't mean to study my connection," said Mr. Coombs, "what did you marry me for?" "I wonder," said Jenny, and turned back to the piano. "I never saw such a man as you," said Mrs. Coombs. "You've altered all round since we were married. Before—" Then Jenny began at the turn, turn, turn again. "Look here," said Mr. Coombs, driven at last to revolt, standing up and raising his voice, "I tell you I won't have that." The frock coat heaved with his indignation. "No violence now," said the long young man in drab, sitting up. "Who the juice are you?" said Mr. Coombs fiercely. Whereupon they all began talking at once. The new guest said he was Jenny's intended, and meant to protect her, and Mr. Coombs said he was welcome to do so anywhere but in his, Mr. Coombs's, house, and Mrs. Coombs said he ought to be ashamed of insulting his guests, and, as I have already mentioned, that he was getting a regular little grub. And the end was that Mr. Coombs ordered his visitors out of the house, and they wouldn't go, and so he said he would go himself. With his face burning and tears of excitement in his eyes, he went into the passage, and as he struggled with his overcoat, his frock coat sleeves got consternated up his arm, and gave a brush at his silk hat, Jenny began again at the piano, and strumming him insultingly out of the house. Turn, turn, turn. He slammed the shop door so that the house quivered. That, briefly, was the immediate making of his mood. You will perhaps begin to understand his disgust with existence. As he walked along the muddy path under the firs, it was late October, and the ditches and heaps of fir needles were gorgeous with clumps of fungi, he recapitulated the melancholy history of his marriage. It was brief and commonplace enough. He now perceived with sufficient clearness that his wife had married him out of a natural curiosity, and in order to escape from her worrying, laborious, and uncertain life in the workroom. And like the majority of her class, she was far too stupid to realize that it was her duty to cooperate with him in his business. She was greedy of enjoyment, loquacious and socially minded, and evidently disappointed to find the restraints of poverty still hanging about her. His worries exasperated her, and the slightest attempt to control her proceedings resulted in a charge of grumbling. Why couldn't he be nice as he used to be? And Coombs was such a harmless little man, too, nourished mentally on self-help, and with a meager ambition of self-denial and competition that was to end in a sufficiency. Then Jenny came in as a female Mephistopheles, a gabbling chronicle of fellers, and was always wanting his wife to go to theaters and all that. And in addition were aunts of his wife, and cousins, male and female, to eat up capital, insult him personally, upset business arrangements, annoy good customers, and generally blight his life. It was not the first occasion by many that Mr. Coombs had fled his home in wrath and indignation, and something like fear, vowing furiously and even aloud that he wouldn't stand it, and so frothing away his energy along the line of least resistance. But never before had he been quite so sick of life as on this particular Sunday afternoon. The Sunday dinner may have had its share in his despair, and the grayness of the sky. Perhaps, too, he was beginning to realize his unendurable frustration as a businessman as the consequence of his marriage. Presently bankruptcy, and after that, perhaps she might have reason to repent when it was too late. And destiny, as I have already intimated, had planted the path through the wood with evil-smelling fungi, thickly and variously planted it, not only on the right side, but on the left. A small shopman is in such a melancholy position if his wife turns out a disloyal partner. His capital is all tied up in his business, and to leave her means to join the unemployed in some strange part of the earth. The luxuries of divorce are beyond him altogether, so that the good old tradition of marriage, for better or worse, holds inexorably for him, and things work up to tragic culminations. Bricklayers kick their wives to death, and dukes betray theirs, but it is among the small clerks and shopkeepers nowadays that it comes most often to a cutting of throats. Under the circumstances, it is not so very remarkable, and you must take it as charitably as you can, that the mind of Mr. Coombes ran for a while on some such glorious close to his disappointed hopes, and that he thought of razors and pistols and bread knives, and touching letters to the coroner, denouncing his enemies by name, and praying piously for forgiveness. After a time his fierceness gave way to melancholia. He had been married in this very overcoat, in his first and only frock coat that was buttoned up beneath it. He began to recall their courting along this very walk, his years of penurious savings to get capital, and the bright hopefulness of his marrying days. For it all to work out like this! Was there no sympathetic ruler anywhere in the world? He reverted to death as a topic. He thought of the canal he had just crossed, and doubted whether he shouldn't stand with his head out, even in the middle, and it was while drowning was in his mind that the purple pileus caught his eye. He looked at it mechanically for a moment, and stopped and stooped towards it to pick it up, under the impression that it was some such small leather object as a purse. Then he saw that it was the purple top of a fungus, a peculiarly poisonous-looking purple, slimy, shiny, and emitting a sour odor. He hesitated with his hand an inch or so from it, and the thought of poison crossed his mind. With that he picked the thing, and stood up again with it in his hand. The odor was certainly strong, acrid, but by no means disgusting. He broke off a piece, and the fresh surface was a creamy white that changed like magic in the space of 10 seconds to a yellowish-green color. It was even an inviting-looking change. He broke off 2 other pieces to see it repeated. They were wonderful things, these fungi, thought Mr. Coombes, and all of them the deadliest poisons, as his father had often told him, deadly poisons. There is no time like the present for a rash resolve. Why not here and now, thought Mr. Coombes. He tasted a little piece, a very little piece indeed, a mere crumb. It was so pungent that he almost spat it out again, then merely hot and full-flavored, a kind of German mustard with a touch of horseradish and, well, mushroom. He swallowed it in the excitement of the moment. Did he like it or did he not? His mind was curiously careless. He would try another bit. It really wasn't bad. It was good. He forgot his troubles in the interest of the immediate moment. Playing with death it was. He took another bite, and then deliberately finished a mouthful. A curious tingling sensation began in his fingertips and toes. His pulse began to move faster. The blood in his ears sounded like a mill race. "Try a bit more," said Mr. Coombes. He turned and looked about him, and found his feet unsteady. He saw and struggled towards a little patch of purple a dozen yards away. "Jolly good stuff," said Mr. Coombes. "E lo more ye." He pitched forward and fell on his face, his hands outstretched towards the cluster of pilei, but he did not eat any more of them. He forgot forthwith. He rolled over and sat up with a look of astonishment on his face. His carefully brushed silk hat had rolled away towards the ditch. He pressed his hand to his brow. Something had happened, but he could not rightly determine what it was. Anyhow, he was no longer dull. He felt bright, cheerful, and his throat was afire. He laughed in the sudden gaiety of his heart. Had he been dull? He did not know, but at any rate he would be dull no longer. He got up and stood unsteadily, regarding the universe with an agreeable smile. He began to remember. He could not remember very well because of a steam roundabout that was beginning in his head, and he knew he had been disagreeable at home just because they wanted to be happy. They were quite right. Life should be as gay as possible. He would go home and make it up, and reassure them. And why not take some of this delightful toadstool with him, for them to eat? A hatful, no less. Some of those red ones with white spots as well, and a few yellow. He had been a dull dog, an enemy to merriment. He would make up for it. It would be gay to turn his coat sleeves inside out and stick some yellow gorse in his waistcoat pockets. Then home, singing, for a jolly evening. After the departure of Mr. Coombes, Jenny discontinued playing and turned round on the music stool again. "What a fuss about nothing," said Jenny. "You see, Mr. Clarence, what I've got to put up with," said Mrs. Coombes. "He is a bit hasty," said Mr. Clarence judicially. "He ain't got the slightest sense of our position," said Mrs. Coombs. "That's what I complain of. He cares for nothing but his old shop, and if I have a bit of company, or buy anything to keep myself decent, or get any little thing I want out of the housekeeping money, there's disagreeables. 'Economy,' he says, 'struggle for life, and all that.' He lies awake of nights about it, worrying how he can screw me out of a shilling. He wanted us to eat Dorset butter once. If once I was to give in to him, there." "Of course," said Jenny. "If a man values a woman," said Mr. Clarence, lounging back in the armchair, "he must be prepared to make sacrifices for her. For my own part," said Mr. Clarence, with his eye on Jenny, "I shouldn't think of marrying till I was in a position to do the thing in style. It's downright selfishness. A man ought to go through the rough and tumble by himself, and not drag her—" "I don't agree altogether with that," said Jenny. "I don't see why a man shouldn't have a woman's help, provided he doesn't treat her meanly, you know. It's meanness." "You wouldn't believe," said Mrs. Coombs, "but I was a fool to have him. I might have known. If it hadn't been for my father, we wouldn't have had not a carriage at our wedding." "Lord, he didn't stick out at that?" said Mr. Clarence, quite shocked. "Said he wanted the money for his stock, or some such rubbish. Why, he wouldn't have a woman in to help me once a week if it wasn't for my standing out plucky. And the fusses he makes about money! Comes to me, well, pretty near crying, with sheets of paper and figures. 'If only we can tide over this year,' he says. 'The business is bound to go. If only we can tide over this year,' I says, 'then it'll be if only we can tide over next year. I know you,' I says, 'and you don't catch me screwing myself lean and ugly. Why didn't you marry a slavey,' I says, 'if you wanted one, instead of a respectable girl?' I says." So Mrs. Coombs. But we will not follow this unedifying conversation further. Suffice it that Mr. Coombs was very satisfactorily disposed of, and they had a snug little time round the fire. Then Mrs. Coombs went to get the tea, and Jenny sat coquettishly on the arm of Mr. Clarence's chair until the tea things clattered outside. "What was that I heard?" asked Mrs. Coombs playfully as she entered, and there was a badinage about kissing. They were just sitting down to the little circular table when the first intimation of Mr. Coombs' return was heard. This was a fumbling at the latch of the front door. "Here's my lord," said Mrs. Coombs. "Went out like a lion and comes back like a lamb, I'll lay." Something fell over in the shop. A chair, it sounded like. Then there was a sound as of some complicated step exercise in the passage. Then the door opened and Coombs appeared. But it was Coombs transfigured. The immaculate collar had been torn carelessly from his throat. His carefully brushed silk hat, half full of a crush of fungi, was under one arm. His coat was inside out, and his waistcoat adorned with bunches of yellow-blossomed furze. These little eccentricities of Sunday costume, however, were quite overshadowed by the change in his face. It was livid white. His eyes were unnaturally large and bright, and his pale blue lips were drawn back in a cheerless grin. "Murray," he said. He had stopped dancing to open the door. "Rational enjoyment dance." He made 3 fantastic steps into the room and stood bowing. "Jim!" shrieked Mrs. Coombs, and Mr. Clarence sat petrified with a dropping lower jaw. "Tea," said Mr. Coombs. "Jolly thing, tea. Toastools, too, Brosher." "He's drunk," said Jenny in a weak voice. Never before had she seen this intense pallor in a drunken man, or such shining, dilated eyes. Mr. Coombs held out a handful of scarlet agaric to Mr. Clarence. "Joe stuff," said he, "to some." At that moment he was genial. Then, at the sight of their startled faces, he changed, with the swift transition of insanity into overbearing fury, and it seemed as if he had suddenly recalled the quarrel of his departure. In such a huge voice as Mrs. Coombs had never heard before, he shouted, "My house! I'm master here! Eat what I give you!" He bawled this, as it seemed, without an effort, without a violent gesture, standing there as motionless as one who whispers, holding out a handful of fungus. Clarence approved himself a coward. He could not meet the mad fury in Coombs's eyes. He rose to his feet, pushing back his chair, and turned, stooping. At that Coombes rushed him. Jenny saw her opportunity, and with the ghost of a shriek made for the door. Mrs. Coombes followed her. Clarence tried to dodge. Over went the tea table with a smash as Coombes clutched him by the collar and tried to thrust the fungus into his mouth. Clarence was content to leave his collar behind him, and shot out into the passage with red patches of fly agaric still adherent to his face. "Shut him in!" cried Mrs. Coombes, and would have closed the door, but her supports deserted her. Jenny saw the shop door open and vanished, thereby locking it behind her, while Clarence went on hastily into the kitchen. Mr. Coombes came heavily against the door, and Mrs. Coombes, finding the key was inside, fled upstairs and locked herself in the spare bedroom. So the new convert to joie de vivre emerged upon the passage, his decorations a little scattered, but that respectable hatful of fungi still under his arm. He hesitated at the three ways and decided on the kitchen, whereupon Clarence, who was fumbling with the key, gave up the attempt to imprison his host and fled into the scullery, only to be captured before he could open the door into the yard. Mr. Clarence is singularly reticent of the details of what occurred. It seems that Mr. Coombes's transitory irritation had vanished again, and he was once more a genial playfellow. And as there were knives and meat choppers about, Clarence very generously resolved to humor him and so avoid anything tragic. It is beyond dispute that Mr. Coombes played with Mr. Clarence to his heart's content. They could not have been more playful and familiar if they had known each other for years. He insisted gaily on Clarence trying the fungi, and after a friendly tussle was smitten with remorse at the mess he was making of his guest's face. It also appears that Clarence was dragged under the sink and his face scrubbed with the blacking brush, he being still resolved to humor the lunatic at any cost, and that finally, in a somewhat dishevelled, chipped, and discolored condition, he was assisted to his coat and shown out by the back door, the shop-way being barred by Jenny. Mr. Coombes's wandering thoughts then turned to Jenny. Jenny had been unable to unfasten the shop door, but she shot the bolts against Mr. Coombes's latchkey, and remained in possession of the shop for the rest of the evening. It would appear that Mr. Coombes then returned to the kitchen, still in pursuit of gaiety, and, albeit a strict Good Templar, drank, or spilt down the front of his first and only frock-coat, no less than 5 bottles of the stout Mrs. Coombes insisted upon having for her health's sake. He made cheerful noises by breaking off the necks of the bottles with several of his wife's wedding present dinner plates, and during the earlier part of this great drunk he sang divers merry ballads. He cut his finger rather badly with one of the bottles, the only bloodshed in this story, and what with that, and the systematic convulsion of his inexperienced physiology by the liquorish brand of Mrs. Coombes's stout, it may be the evil of the fungus poison was somehow allayed. But we prefer to draw a veil over the concluding incidents of this Sunday afternoon. They ended in the coal cellar in a deep and healing sleep. An interval of 5 years elapsed. Again it was a Sunday afternoon in October, and again Mr. Coombes walked through the pine wood beyond the canal. He was still the same dark-eyed, black-moustached little man that he was at the outset of the story, but his double chin was now scarcely so illusory as it had been. His overcoat was new, with a velvet lapel, and a stylish collar with turn-down corners, free of any coarse starchiness, had replaced the original all-around article. His hat was glossy, his gloves newish, though one finger had split and been carefully mended, and a casual observer would have noticed about him a certain rectitude of bearing, a certain erectness of head that marks the man who thinks well of himself. He was a master now, with 3 assistants. Beside him walked a larger sunburnt parody of himself, his brother Tom, just back from Australia. They were recapitulating their early struggles, and Mr. Coombes had just been making a financial statement. "It's a very nice little business, Jim," said brother Tom. "In these days of competition you're jolly lucky to have worked it up so, and you're jolly lucky, too, to have a wife who's willing to help you like yours does." "Between ourselves," said Mr. Coombes, "it wasn't always so. It wasn't always like this. To begin with, the missus was a bit giddy. Girls are funny creatures." "Dear me." "Yes, you'd hardly think it, but she was downright extravagant, and always having slaps at me. I was a bit too easy and loving and all that, and she thought the whole blessed show was run for her. Turned the house into a regular caravansary, always having her relations and girls from business in, and their chaps. Comic songs a Sunday it was getting to, and driving trade away. And she was making eyes at the chaps, too. I tell you, Tom, the place wasn't my own. Shouldn't have thought it. It was so. Well, I reasoned with her. I said, I ain't a duke to keep a wife like a pet animal. I married you for help and company, I said. You got to help and pull the business through. She wouldn't hear of it. Very well, I says, I'm a mild man till I'm roused, I says, and it's getting to that. But she wouldn't hear of no warnings. Well? It's the way with women. She didn't think I had it in me to be roused. Women of her sort, between ourselves, Tom, don't respect a man until they're a bit afraid of him. So I just broke out to show her. In comes a girl named Jenny that used to work with her, and her chap. We'd had a bit of a row, and I came out here. It was just such another day as this, and I thought it all out. Then I went back and pitched into them. You did? I did. I was mad, I can tell you. I wasn't going to hit her if I could help it, so I went back and licked into this chap just to show her what I could do. He was a big chap, too. Well, I chucked him and smashed things about and gave her a scaring, and she ran up and locked herself into the spare room. Well? That's all. I says to her the next morning, now you know, I says, what I'm like when I'm roused. And I didn't have to say anything more. And you've been happy ever after, eh? So to speak. There's nothing like putting your foot down with them. If it hadn't been for that afternoon, I should have been tramping the roads now. And she'd have been grumbling at me, and all her family grumbling for bringing her to poverty. I know their little ways. But we're all right now, and it's a very decent little business, as you say. They proceeded on their way meditatively. Women are funny creatures, said Brother Tom. They want a firm hand, said Coombs. What a lot of these funguses there are about here, remarked Brother Tom presently. I can't see what use they are in the world. Mr. Coombs looked. I dessay they're sent for some wise purpose, said Mr. Coombs. And that was as much thanks as the purple pileus ever got for maddening this absurd little man to the pitch of decisive action, and so altering the whole course of his life. End of The Purple Pileus by H.G. Wells.
A Slander by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sergei Kapitonich Ahineev, the writing master, was marrying his daughter to the teacher of history and geography. The wedding festivities were going off most successfully. In the drawing room, there was singing, playing, and dancing. Waiters hired from the club were flitting distractedly about the room, dressed in black swallowtails and dirty white ties. There was a continual hubbub and din of conversation. Sitting side by side on the sofa, the teacher of mathematics, Tarantulov, the French teacher, Badecroix, and the junior assessor of taxes, Mizda, were talking hurriedly and interrupting one another as they described to the guests cases of persons being buried alive, and gave their opinions on spiritualism. None of them believed in spiritualism, but all admitted that there were many things in this world which would always be beyond the mind of man. In the next room, the literature master, Dodonsky, was explaining to the visitors the cases in which a sentry has the right to fire on passers-by. The subjects, as you perceive, were alarming, but very agreeable. Persons whose social position precluded them from entering were looking in at the windows from the yard. Just at midnight, the master of the house went into the kitchen to see whether everything was ready for supper. The kitchen from floor to ceiling was filled with fumes composed of goose, duck, and many other odors. On two tables the accessories, the drinks, and light refreshments were set out in artistic disorder. The cook, Marfa, a red-faced woman whose figure was like a barrel with a belt around it, was bustling about the tables. "Show me the sturgeon, Marfa," said Ahineev, rubbing his hands and licking his lips. "What a perfume! I could eat up the whole kitchen. Come, show me the sturgeon." Marfa went up to one of the benches and cautiously lifted a piece of greasy newspaper. Under the paper, on an immense dish, there reposed a huge sturgeon, masked in jelly, and decorated with capers, olives, and carrots. Ahineev gazed at the sturgeon and gasped. His face beamed. He turned his eyes up. He bent down, and with his lips emitted the sound of an ungreased wheel. After standing a moment, he snapped his fingers with delight, and once more smacked his lips. "Aha! The sound of a passionate kiss! Who is it you're kissing out there, little Marfa?" came a voice from the next room, and in the doorway there appeared the cropped head of the assistant usher, Vankin. "Who is it? Aha! Delighted to meet you, Sergei Kapitonich. You're a fine grandfather, I must say." "Tete-a-tete with the fair sextet." "I'm not kissing," said Ahineev in confusion. "Who told you so, you fool? I smacked my lips, in reference to, as an indication of, pleasure, at the sight of the fish." "Tell that to the Marines." The intrusive face vanished, wearing a broad grin. Ahineev flushed. "Hang it," he thought. "The beast will go now and talk scandal. He'll disgrace me to all the town, the brute." Ahineev went timidly into the drawing-room and looked stealthily round for Vankin. Vankin was standing by the piano, and bending down with a jaunty air, was whispering something to the inspector's sister-in-law, who was laughing. "Talking about me," thought Ahineev. "About me! Blast him! And she believes it! Believes it! She laughs! Mercy on us! No, I can't let it pass. I can't. I must do something to prevent this being believed. I'll speak to them all, and he'll be shown up for a fool and a gossip." Ahineev scratched his head, and still overcome with embarrassment, went up to Pas de Quoi. "I've just been in the kitchen to see after the supper," he said to the Frenchman. "I know you are fond of fish, and I've a sturgeon, my dear fellow, beyond everything. 1.5 yards long. Ha, ha, ha! And by the way, I was just forgetting, in the kitchen just now, with that sturgeon, quite a little story. I went into the kitchen just now and wanted to look at the supper dishes. I looked at the sturgeon, and I smacked my lips with relish at the piquancy of it. And at the very moment that fool Vankin came in and said, 'Ha, ha, ha! So you're kissing here, kissing Marfa the cook! What a thing to imagine, silly fool! The woman is a perfect fright, like all the beasts put together, and he talks about kissing. Queer fish!' 'Who's a queer fish?' asked Tarantulov, coming up. 'Why, he over there, Vankin. I went into the kitchen, and he told the story of Vankin. He amused me, queer fish. I'd rather kiss a dog than Marfa, if you ask me, added Vahinev. He looked around and saw behind him Mizda. We were talking of Vankin, he said. Queer fish he is. He went into the kitchen, saw me beside Marfa, and began inventing all sorts of silly stories. Why are you kissing? He says. He must have had a drop too much. And I'd rather kiss a turkey cock than Marfa, I said. And I have a wife of my own, you fool, said I. He did amuse me. Who amused you? Asked the priest who taught scripture at the school, going up to Ahineev. Vankin. I was standing in the kitchen, you know, looking at the sturgeon. And so on. Within half an hour or so, all the guests knew the incident of the sturgeon and Vankin. Let him tell away now, thought Ahineev, rubbing his hands. Let him. He'll begin telling you his story, and they'll say to him at once, Enough of your improbable nonsense, you fool. We know all about it. And Ahineev was so relieved that in his joy he drank 4 glasses too many. After escorting the young people to their room, he went to bed and slept like an innocent babe. And next day he thought no more of the incident with the sturgeon. But alas, man proposes, but God disposes. An evil tongue did its evil work, and Ahineev's strategy was of no avail. Just a week later, to be precise, on Wednesday after the 3rd lesson, when Ahineev was standing in the middle of the teacher's room, holding forth on the vicious propensities of a boy called Vizakin, the headmaster went up to him and drew him aside. Look here, Sergei Kapitonich, said the headmaster. You must excuse me. It's not my business, but all the time I must make you realize it's my duty. You see, there are rumors that you are romancing with that cook. It's nothing to do with me, but flirt with her, kiss her, as you please. But don't let it be so public, please, I entreat you. Don't forget that you're a schoolmaster. Ahineev turned cold and faint. He went home like a man stung by a whole swarm of bees, like a man scalded with boiling water. As he walked home, it seemed to him that the whole town was looking at him, as though he were smeared with pitch. At home, fresh trouble awaited him.
Why aren't you gobbling up your food as usual? His wife asked him at dinner.
Why are you so pensive about it? Brooding over your amours? Pining for your Marfa? I know all about it, Mohammedan. Kind friends have opened my eyes. Oh, you savage! She slapped him in the face. He got up from the table, not feeling the earth under his feet, and feeling without his hat or coat, made his way to Vankin. He found him at home. You scoundrel, he addressed him. Why have you covered me with mud before all the town? Why did you set this slander going about me? What slander? What are you talking about? Who was it gossiped of my kissing Marfa? Wasn't it you? Tell me that. Wasn't it you, you brigand? Vankin blinked and twitched in every fiber of his battered countenance, raised his eyes to the icon, and articulated, God bless me! Strike me blind and lay me out if I said a single word about you! May I be left without house and home! May I be stricken with worse than cholera! Vankin's sincerity did not admit of doubt. It was evidently not he who was the author of the slander. But who, then who? Ahineev wondered. going over all his acquaintances in his mind and beating himself on his breast? Who then? Who then? We too, asks the reader. End of A Slander by Anton Chekhov. Read by Daryl Neely.
Snowflakes by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jesse. Snowflakes by Nathaniel Hawthorne. There is snow in yonder cold grey sky of the morning, and through the partially frosted window panes I love to watch the gradual beginning of the storm. A few feathery flakes are scattered wildly through the air and hover downward with uncertain flight, now almost alighting on the earth, now whirled again aloft into remote regions of the atmosphere. These are not the big flakes, heavy with moisture, which melt as they touch the ground and are portentous of a soaking rain. It is to be, in good earnest, a wintry storm. The 2 or 3 people, visible on the sidewalks, have an aspect of endurance, a blue-nosed, frosty fortitude which is evidently assumed in anticipation of a comfortless and blustering day. By nightfall, or at least before the sun sheds another glimmering smile upon us, the street and our little garden will be heaped with mountain snowdrifts. The soil, already frozen for weeks past, is prepared to sustain whatever burden may be laid upon it, and, to a northern eye, the landscape will lose its melancholy bleakness and acquire a beauty of its own, when Mother Earth, like her children, shall have put on the fleecy garb of her winter's wear. The cloud spirits are slowly weaving her white mantle. As yet, indeed, there is barely a rime like hoarfrost over the brown surface of the street. The withered green of the grass plat is still discernible, and the slated roofs of the houses do but begin to look grey instead of black. All the snow that has yet fallen within the circumference of my view, were it heaped up together, would hardly equal the hillock of a grave. Thus gradually, by silent and stealthy influences, are great changes wrought. These little snow particles, which the storm spirit flings by handfuls through the air, will bury the great earth under their accumulated mass, nor permit her to behold her sister sky again for dreary months. We, likewise, shall lose sight of our mother's familiar visage, and must content ourselves with looking heavenward the oftener. Now, leaving the storm to do his appointed office, let us sit down, pen in hand, by our fireside. Gloomy as it may seem, there is an influence productive of cheerfulness and favorable to imaginative thought in the atmosphere of a snowy day. The native of a southern clime may woo the muse beneath the heavy shade of summer foliage, reclining on banks of turf, while the sound of singing birds and warbling rivulets chimes in with the music of his soul. In our brief summer, I do not think, but only exist in the vague enjoyment of a dream. My hour of inspiration, if that hour ever comes, is when the green log hisses upon the hearth, and a bright flame, brighter for the gloom of the chamber, rustles high up the chimney, and the coals drop tinkling down among the growing heaps of ashes. When the casement rattles in the gust, and the snowflakes or the sleety raindrops pelt hard against the window panes, then I spread out my sheet of paper with the certainty that thoughts and fancies will gleam forth upon it like stars at twilight or like violets in May, perhaps to fade as soon. However transitory their glow, They at least shine amid the darksome shadow which the clouds of the outward sky fling through the room. Blessed, therefore, and reverently welcomed by me, her true-born son, be New England's winter, which makes us, one and all, the nurslings of the storm, and sings a familiar lullaby even in the wildest shriek of the December blast. Now look we forth again, and see how much of his task the storm spirit has done. Slow and sure, he has the day, perchance the week before him, and may take his own time to accomplish nature's burial in snow. A smooth mantle is scarcely yet thrown over the withered grass plat, and the dry stalks of annuals still thrust themselves through the white surface in all parts of the garden. The leafless rose bushes stand shivering in a shallow snowdrift, looking, poor things, as disconsolate as if they possessed a human consciousness of the dreary scene. This is a sad time for the shrubs that do not perish with the summer. They neither live nor die. What they retain of life seems but the chilling sense of death. Very sad are the flower shrubs in midwinter. The roofs of the houses are now all white, save where the eddying wind has kept them bare at the bleak corners. To discern the real intensity of the storm, we must fix upon some distant object, as yonder spire, and observe how the riotous gust fights with the descending snow throughout the intervening space. Sometimes the entire prospect is obscured. Then again we have a distinct but transient glimpse of the tall steeple like a giant's ghost. And now the dense wreaths sweep between, as if demons were flinging snowdrifts at each other in mid-air. Look next into the street, where we have seen an amusing parallel to the combat of those fancied demons in the upper regions. It is a snow battle of schoolboys. What a pretty satire on war and military glory might be written in the form of a child's story by describing the snowball fights of two rival schools, the alternate defeats and victories of each, and the final triumph of one party, or perhaps of neither. What pitched battles worthy to be chanted in Homeric strains! What storming of fortresses built all of massive snow blocks! What feats of individual prowess and embodied onsets of martial enthusiasm! And when some well-contested and decisive victory had put a period to the war, both armies should unite to build a lofty monument of snow upon the battlefield, and crown it with the victor's statue, hewn of the same frozen marble. In a few days or weeks thereafter, the passer-by would observe a shapeless mound upon the level common, and, unmindful of the famous victory, would ask, how came it there? Who reared it? And what means it? The shattered pedestal of many a battle monument has provoked these questions where none could answer. Turn we again to the fireside, and sit musing there, lending our ears to the wind, till perhaps it shall seem like an articulate voice, and dictate wild and airy matter for the pen. Would it might inspire me to sketch out the personification of a New England winter! And that idea, if I can seize the snow-wreathed figures that flit before my fancy, shall be the theme of the next page. How does winter herald his approach? By the shrieking blast of latter autumn, which is nature's cry of lamentation, as the destroyer rushes among the shivering groves where she has lingered, and scatters the sere leaves upon the tempest. When that cry is heard, the people wrap themselves in cloaks and shake their heads disconsolately, saying, "Winter is at hand." Then the axe of the woodcutter echoes sharp and diligently in the forest. Then the coal merchants rejoice, because each shriek of nature in her agony adds something to the price of coal per ton. Then the peat smoke spreads its aromatic fragrance through the atmosphere. A few days more, and at eventide, the children look out of the window and dimly perceive the flaunting of a snowy mantle in the air. It is stern winter's vesture. They crowd around the hearth and cling to their mother's gown or press between their father's knees, affrighted by the hollow, roaring voice that bellows adown the wide flue of the chimney. It is the voice of winter, and when parents and children hear it, they shudder and exclaim, "Winter is come! Cold winter has begun his reign already." Now, throughout New England, each hearth becomes an altar, sending up the smoke of a continued sacrifice to the immitigable deity who tyrannizes over forest, countryside, and town. Wrapped in his white mantle, his staff a huge icicle, his beard and hair a wind-tossed snowdrift, he travels over the land in the midst of the northern blast. And woe to the homeless wanderer whom he finds upon his path. There he lies, stark and stiff, a human shape of ice, on the spot where winter overtook him. On strides the tyrant over the rushing rivers and broad lakes, which turn to rock beneath his footsteps. His dreary empire is established. All around stretches the desolation of the pole. Yet, not ungrateful be his New England children, for winter is our sire, though a stern and rough one. Not ungrateful even for the severities which have nourished our unyielding strength of character. And let us thank him, too, for the sleigh rides, cheered by the music of merry bells, for the crackling and rustling hearth when the ruddy firelight gleams on hardy manhood and the blooming cheek of woman, for all the home enjoyments and the kindred virtues which flourish in a frozen soil. Not that we grieve when, after some 7 months of storm and bitter frost, spring, in the guise of a flower-crowned virgin, is seen driving away the hoary despot, pelting him with violets by the handful and strewing green grass on the path behind him. Often, ere he will give up his empire, old winter rushes fiercely back and hurls a snowdrift at the shrinking form of spring. Yet, step by step, he is compelled to retreat northward and spends the summer months within the Arctic Circle. Such fantasies, intermixed among graver toils of mind, have made the winter's day pass pleasantly. Meanwhile the storm has raged without abatement, and now, as the brief afternoon declines, is tossing denser volumes to and fro about the atmosphere. On the window-sill there is a layer of snow, reaching halfway up the lowest pane of glass. The garden is one unbroken bed. Along the street are 2 or 3 spots of uncovered earth where the gust has whirled away the snow, heaping it elsewhere to the fence tops or piling huge banks against the doors of houses. A solitary passenger is seen, now striding mid-leg deep across a drift, now scudding over the bare ground, while his cloak is swollen with the wind. And now the jingling of bells, a sluggish sound, responsive to the horse's toilsome progress through the unbroken drifts, announces the passage of a sleigh, with a boy clinging behind and ducking his head to escape detection by the driver. Next comes a sledge, laden with wood for some unthrifty housekeeper whom winter has surprised at a cold hearth. But what dismal equipage now struggles along the uneven street? A sable hearse, bestrewn with snow, is bearing a dead man through the storm to his frozen bed. Oh, how dreary is a burial in winter, when the bosom of Mother Earth has no warmth for her poor child. Evening, the early eve of December, begins to spread its deepening veil over the comfortless scene. The firelight gradually brightens and throws my flickering shadow upon the walls and ceiling of the chamber. But still the storm rages and rattles against the windows. Alas, I shiver and think it time to be disconsolate. But, taking a farewell glance at dead nature in her shroud, I perceive a flock of snowbirds skimming lightsomely through the tempest and flitting from drift to drift as sportively as swallows in the delightful prime of summer. Whence come they? Where do they build their nests and seek their food? Why, having airy wings, do they not follow summer around the earth, instead of making themselves the playmates of the storm and fluttering on the dreary verge of the winter's eve? I know not whence they come, nor why, yet my spirit has been cheered by that wandering flock of snowbirds. End of Snowflakes by Nathaniel Hawthorne. The Snow Image by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chessie. The Snow Image by Nathaniel Hawthorne. A Childish Miracle. One afternoon of a cold winter's day, when the sun shone forth with chilly brightness, after a long storm, two children asked leave of their mother to run out and play in the new-fallen snow. The elder child was a little girl, whom, because she was of a tender and modest disposition, and was thought to be very beautiful, her parents and other people who were familiar with her used to call Violet. But her brother was known by the style and title of Peony, on account of the ruddiness of his broad and round little phiz, which made everybody think of sunshine and great scarlet flowers. The father of these two children, a certain Mr. Lindsay, it is important to say, was an excellent but exceedingly matter-of-fact sort of man, a dealer in hardware, and was sturdily accustomed to take what is called the common-sense view of all matters that came under his consideration. With a heart about as tender as other people's, he had a head as hard and impenetrable, and therefore, perhaps, as empty, as one of the iron pots which it was a part of his business to sell. The mother's character, on the other hand, had a strain of poetry in it, a trait of unworldly beauty, a delicate and dewy flower, as it were, that had survived out of her imaginative youth, and still kept itself alive amid the dusty realities of matrimony and motherhood. So Violet and Peony, as I began with saying, besought their mother to let them run out and play in the new snow. For though it had looked so dreary and dismal, drifting downward out of the grey sky, it had a very cheerful aspect now that the sun was shining on it. The children dwelt in the city and had no wider play-place than a little garden before the house, divided by a wide fence from the street, and with a pear tree and 2 or 3 plum trees overshadowing it, and some rose bushes just in front of the parlor windows. The trees and shrubs, however, were now leafless, and their twigs were enveloped in the light snow, which thus made a kind of wintry foliage, with here and there a pendant icicle for the fruit. "Yes, Violet, yes, my little Peony," said their kind mother, "you may go out and play in the new snow." Accordingly the good lady bundled up her darlings in woolen jackets and wadded sacks, and put comforters round their necks, and a pair of striped gaiters on each little pair of legs, and worsted mittens on their hands, and gave them a kiss apiece, by way of a spell to keep away Jack Frost. Forth sallied the two children with a hop, skip, and jump that carried them at once into the very heart of a huge snowdrift, whence Violet emerged like a snow bunting, while little Peony floundered out with his round face in full bloom. Then what a merry time had they! To look at them, frolicking in the wintry garden, you would have thought that the dark and pitiless storm had been sent for no other purpose but to provide a new plaything for Violet and Peony, and that they themselves had been created, as the snowbirds were, to take delight only in the tempest and in the white mantle which it spread over the earth. At last, when they had frosted one another all over with handfuls of snow, Violet, after laughing heartily at little Peony's figure, was struck with a new idea. "You look exactly like a snow image, Peony," said she, "if your cheeks were not so red. And that puts me in mind. Let us make an image out of snow, an image of a little girl, and it shall be our sister and shall run about and play with us all winter long. Won't it be nice?" "Oh, yes!" cried Peony, as plainly as he could speak, for he was but a little boy. "That will be nice, and Mamma shall see it." "Yes," answered Violet, "Mamma shall see the new little girl, but she must not make her come into the warm parlor, for, you know, our little snow sister will not love the warmth." And forthwith the children began this great business of making a snow image that should run about, while their mother, who was sitting at the window and overheard some of their talk, could not help smiling at the gravity with which they set about it. They really seemed to imagine that there would be no difficulty whatever in creating a live little girl out of the snow, and, to say the truth, if miracles are ever to be wrought, it will be by putting our hands to the work in precisely such a simple and undoubting frame of mind as that in which Violet and Peony now undertook to perform one, without so much as knowing that it was a miracle. So thought the mother, and thought likewise that the new snow, just fallen from heaven, would be excellent material to make new beings of, if it were not so very cold. She gazed at the children a moment longer, delighting to watch their little figures. The girl, tall for her age, graceful and agile, and so delicately colored that she looked like a cheerful thought more than a physical reality, while Peony expanded in breadth rather than height, and rolled along on his short and sturdy legs as substantial as an elephant, though not quite so big. Then the mother resumed her work. What it was I forgot, but she was either trimming a silken bonnet for Violet, or darning a pair of stockings for little Peony's short legs. Again, however, and again, and yet other agains, she could not help turning her head to the window to see how the children got on with their snow image. Indeed, it was an exceedingly pleasant sight, those bright little souls at their task. Moreover, it was really wonderful to observe how knowingly and skillfully they managed the matter. Violet assumed the chief direction and told Peony what to do, while with her own delicate fingers she shaped out all the nicer parts of the snow figure. It seemed, in fact, not so much to be made by the children as to grow up under their hands while they were playing and prattling about it. Their mother was quite surprised at this, and the longer she looked, the more and more surprised she grew. "What remarkable children mine are!" thought she, smiling with a mother's pride, and smiling at herself too, for being so proud of them. What other children could have made anything so like a little girl's figure out of snow at the first trial? Well, but now I must finish Peony's new frock, for his grandfather is coming tomorrow, and I want the little fellow to look handsome. So she took up the frock, and was soon as busily at work again with her needle as the two children with their snow image. But still, as the needle travelled hither and thither through the seams of the dress, the mother made her toil light and happy by listening to the airy voices of Violet and Peony. They kept talking to one another all the time, their tongues being quite as active as their feet and hands. Except at intervals she could not distinctly hear what was said, but had merely a sweet impression that they were in a most loving mood, and were enjoying themselves highly, and that the business of making the snow image went prosperously on. Now and then, however, when Violet and Peony happened to raise their voices, the words were as audible as if they had been spoken in the very parlor where the mother sat. Oh, how delightfully those words echoed in her heart, even though they meant nothing so very wise or wonderful after all. But you must know a mother listens with her heart much more than with her ears, and thus she is often delighted with the thrills of celestial music when other people can hear nothing of the kind. "Peony, Peony!" cried Violet to her brother, who had gone to another part of the garden. "Bring me some of that fresh snow, Peony, from the very farthest corner where we have not been trampling. I want it to shape our little snow sister's bosom with. You know that part must be quite pure, just as it came out of the sky." "Here it is, Violet," answered Peony in his bluff tone, but a very sweet tone too, as he came floundering through the half-trodden drifts. "Here is the snow for her little bosom. Oh, Violet, how beautiful she begins to look!" "Yes," said Violet thoughtfully and quietly, "our snow sister does look very lovely. I did not quite know, Peony, that we could make such a sweet little girl as this." The mother, as she listened, thought how fit and delightful an incident it would be if fairies, or still better, if angel children were to come from paradise and play invisibly with her own darlings, and help them to make their snow image, giving it the features of celestial babyhood. Violet and Peony would not be aware of their immortal playmates. Only they would see that the image grew very beautiful while they worked at it, and would think that they themselves had done it all. "My little girl and boy deserve such playmates, if mortal children ever did," said the mother to herself, and then she smiled again at her own motherly pride. Nevertheless, the idea seized upon her imagination, and, ever and anon, she took a glimpse out of the window, half dreaming that she might see the golden-haired children of paradise sporting with her own golden-haired Violet and bright-cheeked Peony. Now, for a few moments, there was a busy and earnest but indistinct hum of the two children's voices as Violet and Peony wrought together with one happy consent. Violet still seemed to be the guiding spirit, while Peony acted rather as a laborer, and brought her the snow from far and near. And yet the little urchin evidently had a proper understanding of the matter too. "Peony, Peony!" cried Violet, for her brother was again at the other side of the garden. "Bring me those light wreaths of snow that have rested on the lower branches of the pear tree. You can clamber on the snowdrift, Peony, and reach them easily. I must have them to make some ringlets for our snow sister's head." "Here they are, Violet," answered the little boy. "Take care you do not break them." "Well done! Well done! How pretty!" "Does she not look sweetly?" said Violet with a very satisfied tone. "And now we must have some little shining bits of ice to make the brightness of her eyes. She is not finished yet. Mamma will see how very beautiful she is, but Papa will say, 'Tush, nonsense! Come in out of the cold.'" "Let us call Mamma to look out," said Peony, and then he shouted lustily, "Mamma! Mamma! Mamma! Look out and see what a nice little girl we are making." The mother put down her work for an instant and looked out of the window, but it so happened that the sun, for this was one of the shortest days of the whole year, had sunken so nearly to the edge of the world that his setting shine came obliquely into the lady's eyes. So she was dazzled, you must understand, and could not very distinctly observe what was in the garden. Still, however, through all that bright, blinding dazzle of the sun and the new snow, she beheld a small white figure in the garden that seemed to have a wonderful deal of human likeness about it. And she saw Violet and Peony. Indeed, she looked more at them than at the image. She saw the two children still at work, Peony bringing fresh snow, and Violet applying it to the figure as scientifically as a sculptor adds clay to his model. Indistinctly as she discerned the snow child, the mother thought to herself that never before was there a snow figure so cunningly made, nor ever such a dear little girl and boy to make it. "They do everything better than other children," said she, very complacently. "No wonder they make better snow images." She sat down again to her work, and made as much haste with it as possible, because twilight would soon come, and Peony's frock was not yet finished, and grandfather was expected by railroad pretty early in the morning. Faster and faster, therefore, went her flying fingers. The children likewise kept busily at work in the garden, and still the mother listened whenever she could catch a word. She was amused to observe how their little imaginations had got mixed up with what they were doing and carried away by it. They seemed positively to think that the snow child would run about and play with them. "What a nice playmate she will be for us all winter long," said Violet. "I hope papa will not be afraid of her giving us a cold. Shan't you love her dearly, Peony?" "Oh, yes!" cried Peony, "and I will hug her, and she shall sit down close by me and drink some of my warm milk." "Oh, no, Peony," answered Violet with grave wisdom. "That will not do at all. Warm milk will not be wholesome for our little snow sister. Little snow people, like her, eat nothing but icicles. No, no, Peony, we must not give her anything warm to drink." There was a minute or two of silence, for Peony, whose short legs were never weary, had gone on a pilgrimage again to the other side of the garden. All of a sudden Violet cried out, loudly and joyfully, "Look here, Peony! Come quickly! A light has been shining on her cheek out of that rose-colored cloud, and the color does not go away. Is not that beautiful?" "Yes, it is beautiful," answered Peony, pronouncing the 3 syllables with deliberate accuracy. "Oh, Violet, only look at her hair! It is all like gold." "Oh, certainly," said Violet with tranquillity, as if it were very much a matter of course. "That color, you know, comes from the golden clouds that we see up there in the sky. She's almost finished now. But her lips must be made very red, redder than her cheeks. Perhaps, Peony, it will make them red if we both kiss them." Accordingly the mother heard 2 smart little smacks, as if both her children were kissing the snow image on its frozen mouth. But as this did not seem to make the lips quite red enough, Violet next proposed that the snow child should be invited to kiss Peony's scarlet cheek. "Come, little snow sister, kiss me!" cried Peony. "There, she has kissed you," added Violet, "and now her lips are very red, and she blushed a little too." "Oh, what a cold kiss!" cried Peony. Just then there came a breeze of the pure west wind, sweeping through the garden and rattling the parlor windows. It sounded so wintry cold that the mother was about to tap on the window pane with her thimbled finger to summon the 2 children in, when they both cried out to her with one voice. The tone was not a tone of surprise, although they were evidently a good deal excited. It appeared rather as if they were very much rejoiced at some event that had now happened, but which they had been looking for and had reckoned upon all along. "Mamma, Mamma, we have finished our little snow sister, and she's running about the garden with us." "What imaginative little beings my children are!" thought the mother, putting the last few stitches into Peony's frock. "And it is strange, too, that they make me almost as much a child as they themselves are. I can hardly help believing now that the snow image has really come to life." "Dear Mamma," cried Violet, "pray look out and see what a sweet playmate we have." The mother, being thus entreated, could no longer delay to look forth from the window. The sun was now gone out of the sky, leaving, however, a rich inheritance of his brightness among those purple and golden clouds which make the sunsets of winter so magnificent. But there was not the slightest gleam or dazzle, either on the window or on the snow, so that the good lady could look all over the garden and see everything and everybody in it. And what do you think she saw there? Violet and Peony, of course, her own two darling children. Ah, but whom or what did she see besides? Why, if you will believe me, there was a small figure of a girl, dressed all in white, with rose-tinged cheeks and ringlets of golden hue, playing about the garden with the two children. A stranger though she was, the child seemed to be on as familiar terms with Violet and Peony, and they with her, as if all the three had been playmates during the whole of their little lives. The mother thought to herself that it must certainly be the daughter of one of the neighbors, and that, seeing Violet and Peony in the garden, the child had run across the street to play with them. So this kind lady went to the door, intending to invite the little runaway into her comfortable parlor. For, now that the sunshine was withdrawn, the atmosphere, out of doors, was already growing very cold. But, after opening the house door, she stood an instant on the threshold, hesitating whether she ought to ask the child to come in, or whether she should even speak to her. Indeed, she almost doubted whether it were a real child after all, or only a light wreath of the new-fallen snow, blown hither and thither about the garden by the intensely cold west wind. There was certainly something very singular in the aspect of the little stranger. Among all the children of the neighborhood, the lady could remember no such face, with its pure white and delicate rose color and the golden ringlets tossing about the forehead and cheeks. And as for her dress, which was entirely of white and fluttering in the breeze, it was such as no reasonable woman would put upon a little girl when sending her out to play in the depth of winter. It made this kind and careful mother shiver only to look at those small feet with nothing in the world on them, except a very thin pair of white slippers. Nevertheless, airily as she was clad, the child seemed to feel not the slightest inconvenience from the cold, but danced so lightly over the snow that the tips of her toes left hardly a print in its surface, while Violet could but just keep pace with her, and Peony's short legs compelled him to lag behind. Once, in the course of their play, the strange child placed herself between Violet and Peony, and taking a hand of each, skipped merrily forward, and they along with her. Almost immediately, however, Peony pulled away his little fist, and began to rub it as if the fingers were tingling with cold, while Violet also released herself, though with less abruptness, gravely remarking that it was better not to take hold of hands. The white-robed damsel said not a word, but danced about just as merrily as before. If Violet and Peony did not choose to play with her, she could make just as good a playmate of the brisk and cold west wind, which kept blowing her all about the garden, and took such liberties with her that they seemed to have been friends for a long time. All this while the mother stood on the threshold, wondering how a little girl could look so much like a flying snowdrift, or how a snowdrift could look so very like a little girl. She called Violet and whispered to her. "Violet, my darling, what is this child's name?" asked she. "Does she live near us?" "Why, dearest mamma," answered Violet, laughing to think that her mother did not comprehend so very plain an affair, "this is our little snow sister whom we have just been making." "Yes, dear mamma," cried Peony, running to his mother and looking up simply into her face. "This is our snow image. Is it not a nice 'ittle child?" At this instant a flock of snowbirds came flittering through the air. As was very natural, they avoided Violet and Peony. But, and this looked strange, they flew at once to the white-robed child, fluttered eagerly about her head, alighted on her shoulders, and seemed to claim her as an old acquaintance. She, on her part, was evidently as glad to see these little birds, old Winter's grandchildren, as they were to see her, and welcomed them by holding out both her hands. Hereupon they each and all tried to alight on her 2 palms and 10 small fingers and thumbs, crowding one another off with an immense fluttering of their tiny wings. One dear little bird nestled tenderly in her bosom, another put its bill to her lips. They were as joyous all the while, and seemed as much in their element as you may have seen them when sporting with a snowstorm. Violet and Peony stood laughing at this pretty sight, for they enjoyed the merry time which their new playmate was having with these small-winged visitants almost as much as if they themselves took part in it. "Violet," said her mother, greatly perplexed, "tell me the truth without any jest. Who is this little girl?" "My darling mamma," answered Violet, looking seriously into her mother's face, and apparently surprised that she should need any further explanation. "I have told you truly who she is. It is our little snow image, which Peony and I have been making. Peony will tell you so, as well as I." "Yes, mamma," asseverated Peony with much gravity in his crimson little phiz. "This is 'ittle Snow Child. Is not she a nice one? But, mamma, her hand is oh so very cold." While mamma still hesitated what to think and what to do, the street gate was thrown open, and the father of Violet and Peony appeared, wrapped in a pilot cloth sack, with a fur cap drawn down over his ears, and the thickest of gloves upon his hands. Mr. Lindsey was a middle-aged man, with a weary and yet a happy look in his wind-flushed and frost-pinched face, as if he had been busy all the day long, and was glad to get back to his quiet home. His eyes brightened at the sight of his wife and children, although he could not help uttering a word or two of surprise at finding the whole family in the open air on so bleak a day, and after sunset too. He soon perceived the little white stranger sporting to and fro in the garden like a dancing snow wreath, and the flock of snowbirds fluttering about her head. "Pray, what little girl may that be?" inquired this very sensible man. "Surely her mother must be crazy to let her go out in such bitter weather as it has been to-day, with only that flimsy white gown and those thin slippers." "My dear husband," said his wife, "I know no more about the little thing than you do. Some neighbor's child, I suppose. Our Violet and Peony," she added, laughing at herself for repeating so absurd a story, "insist that she is nothing but a snow image, which they have been busy about in the garden almost all the afternoon." As she said this, the mother glanced her eyes towards the spot where the children's snow image had been made. What was her surprise on perceiving that there was not the slightest trace of so much labor! No image at all! No piled-up heap of snow! Nothing whatever, save the prints of little footsteps around a vacant space. "This is very strange," said she. "What is strange, dear mother?" asked Violet. "Dear father, do not you see how it is? This is our snow image, which Peony and I have made because we wanted another playmate. Did not we, Peony?" "Yes, papa," said crimson Peony. "This be our 'ittle snow sister. Is she not beautiful? But she gave me such a cold kiss." "Pah! Nonsense, children!" cried their good, honest father, who, as we have already intimated, had an exceedingly common-sensible way of looking at matters. "Do not tell me of making live figures out of snow. Come, wife, this little stranger must not stay out in the bleak air a moment longer. We will bring her into the parlor, and you shall give her a supper of warm bread and milk, and make her as comfortable as you can. Meanwhile I will inquire among the neighbors, or, if necessary, send the city crier about the streets to give notice of a lost child." So saying, this honest and very kind-hearted man was going toward the little white damsel with the best intentions in the world, but Violet and Peony, each seizing their father by the hand, earnestly besought him not to make her come in. "Dear father," cried Violet, putting herself before him, "it is true what I have been telling you. This is our little snow girl, and she cannot live any longer than while she breathes the cold west wind. Do not make her come into the hot room." "Yes, father," shouted Peony, stamping his little foot, so mightily was he in earnest. This be nothing but our little snow-child. She will not love the hot fire." "Nonsense, children, nonsense, nonsense!" cried the father, half vexed, half laughing at what he considered their foolish obstinacy. "Run into the house this moment. It is too late to play any longer now. I must take care of this little girl immediately, or she will catch her death a cold." "Husband, dear husband," said his wife in a low voice, for she had been looking narrowly at the snow-child and was more perplexed than ever. "There is something very singular in all this. You will think me foolish, but may it not be that some invisible angel has been attracted by the simplicity and good faith with which our children set about their undertaking? May he not have spent an hour of his immortality in playing with those dear little souls? And so the result is what we call a miracle. No, no, do not laugh at me. I see what a foolish thought it is." "My dear wife," replied the husband, laughing heartily, "you are as much a child as Violet and Peony." And in one sense so she was, for all through life she had kept her heart full of childlike simplicity and faith, which was as pure and clear as crystal; and looking at all matters through this transparent medium, she sometimes saw truths so profound that other people laughed at them as nonsense and absurdity. But now kind Mr. Lindsey had entered the garden, breaking away from his two children, who still sent their shrill voices after him, beseeching him to let the snow-child stay and enjoy herself in the cold west wind. As he approached, the snowbirds took to flight. The little white damsel also fled backward, shaking her head, as if to say, "Pray do not touch me," and roguishly, as it appeared, leading him through the deepest of the snow. Once the good man stumbled and floundered down upon his face, so that, gathering himself up again, with the snow sticking to his rough pilot-cloth sack, he looked as white and wintry as a snow image of the largest size. Some of the neighbors, meanwhile, seeing him from their windows, wondered what could possess poor Mr. Lindsey to be running about his garden in pursuit of a snowdrift which the west wind was driving hither and thither. At length, after a vast deal of trouble, he chased the little stranger into a corner where she could not possibly escape him. His wife had been looking on, and, it being nearly twilight, was wonder-struck to observe how the snow-child gleamed and sparkled, and how she seemed to shed a glow all round about her. And when driven into the corner, she positively glistened like a star. It was a frosty kind of brightness, too, like that of an icicle in the moonlight. The wife thought it strange that good Mr. Lindsey should see nothing remarkable in the snow-child's appearance. "Come, you odd little thing," cried the honest man, seizing her by the hand. "I have caught you at last, and will make you comfortable in spite of yourself. We will put a nice warm pair of worsted stockings on your frozen little feet, and you shall have a good thick shawl to wrap yourself in. Your poor white nose, I am afraid, is actually frostbitten. But we will make it all right. Come along in." And so, with a most benevolent smile on his sagacious visage, all purple as it was with the cold, this very well-meaning gentleman took the snow-child by the hand and led her towards the house. She followed him, droopingly and reluctant, for all the glow and sparkle was gone out of her figure. And whereas just before she had resembled a bright, frosty, star-gemmed evening, with a crimson gleam on the cold horizon, she now looked as dull and languid as a thaw. As kind Mr. Lindsey led her up the steps of the door, Violet and Peony looked into his face, their eyes full of tears which froze before they could run down their cheeks, and again entreated him not to bring the snow image into the house. "Not bring her in!" exclaimed the kind-hearted man. "Why, you are crazy, my little Violet! Quite crazy, my small Peony! She's so cold already that her hand has almost frozen mine, in spite of my thick gloves. Would you have her freeze to death?" His wife, as he came up the steps, had been taking another long, earnest, almost awe-stricken gaze at the little white stranger. She hardly knew whether it was a dream or not, but she could not help fancying that she saw the delicate print of Violet's fingers on the child's neck. It looked just as if, while Violet was shaping out the image, she had given it a gentle pat with her hand and had neglected to smooth the impression quite away. "After all, husband," said the mother, recurring to her idea that the angels would be as much delighted to play with Violet and Peony as she herself was, "after all, she does look strangely like a snow image. I do believe she is made of snow." A puff of the west wind blew against the snow child, and again she sparkled like a star. "Snow!" repeated good Mr. Lindsey, drawing the reluctant guest over his hospitable threshold. "No wonder she looks like snow. She's half frozen, poor little thing. But a good fire will put everything to rights." Without further talk, and always with the same best intentions, this highly benevolent and common-sensible individual led the little white damsel, drooping, 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 more and more out of the frosty air and into his comfortable parlor. A Heidelberg stove, filled to the brim with intensely burning anthracite, was sending a bright gleam through the isinglass of its iron door, and causing the vase of water on its top to fume and bubble with excitement. A warm, sultry smell was diffused throughout the room. A thermometer on the wall farthest from the stove stood at 80 degrees. The parlor was hung with red curtains and covered with a red carpet, and looked just as warm as it felt. The difference betwixt the atmosphere here and the cold, wintry twilight out of doors was like stepping at once from Nova Zembla to the hottest part of India, or from the North Pole into an oven. Oh, this was a fine place for the little white stranger. The common-sensible man placed the snow child on the hearth-rug, right in front of the hissing and fuming stove. "Now she will be comfortable," cried Mr. Lindsey, rubbing his hands and looking about him with the pleasantest smile you ever saw. "Make yourself at home, my child." Sad, sad and drooping, looked the little white maiden as she stood on the hearth-rug with the hot blast of the stove striking through her like a pestilence. Once she threw a glance wistfully toward the windows, and caught a glimpse, through its red curtains, of the snow-covered roofs, and the stars glimmering frostily, and all the delicious intensity of the cold night. The bleak wind rattled the window-panes as if it were summoning her to come forth, but there stood the snow-child, drooping, before the hot stove. But the common-sensible man saw nothing amiss. "Come, wife," said he, "let her have a pair of thick stockings and a woolen shawl or blanket directly, and tell Dora to give her some warm supper as soon as the milk boils. You, Violet and Peony, amuse your little friend. She's out of spirits, you see, at finding herself in a strange place. For my part, I will go around among the neighbors and find out where she belongs." The mother, meanwhile, had gone in search of the shawl and stockings, for her own view of the matter, however subtle and delicate, had given way, as it always did, to the stubborn materialism of her husband. Without heeding the remonstrances of his two children, who still kept murmuring that their little snow-sister did not love the warmth, good Mr. Lindsey took his departure, shutting the parlor door carefully behind him. Turning up the collar of his sack over his ears, he emerged from the house, and had barely reached the street gate when he was recalled by the screams of Violet and Peony and the rapping of a thimbled finger against the parlor window. "Husband! Husband!" cried his wife, showing her horror-stricken face through the window-panes. "There is no need of going for the child's parents." "We told you so, father!" screamed Violet and Peony as he re-entered the parlor. "You would bring her in, and now our poor, dear, beautiful little snow-sister is thawed." And their own sweet little faces were already dissolved in tears, so that their father, seeing what strange things occasionally happen in this everyday world, felt not a little anxious lest his children might be going to thaw too. In the utmost perplexity, he demanded an explanation of his wife. She could only reply that, being summoned to the parlor by the cries of Violet and Peony, she found no trace of the little white maiden, unless it were the remains of a heap of snow, which, while she was gazing at it, melted quite away upon the hearth-rug. "And there you see all that is left of it," added she, pointing to a pool of water in front of the stove. "Yes, father," said Violet, looking reproachfully at him through her tears. "There is all that is left of our dear little snow sister." "Naughty father!" cried Peony, stamping his foot, and, I shudder to say, shaking his little fist at the common sensible man. "We told you how it would be. What for did you bring her in?" And the Heidenberg stove, through the isinglass of its door, seemed to glare at good Mr. Lindsey like a red-eyed demon triumphing in the mischief which it had done. This, you will observe, was one of those rare cases which yet will occasionally happen, where common sense finds itself at fault. The remarkable story of the snow image, though to that sagacious class of people to whom good Mr. Lindsey belongs it may seem but a childish affair, is nevertheless capable of being moralized in various methods, greatly for their edification. One of its lessons, for instance, might be that it behooves men, and especially men of benevolence, to consider well what they are about, and before acting on their philanthropic purposes, to be quite sure that they comprehend the nature and all the relations of the business in hand. What has been established as an element of good to one being may prove absolute mischief to another, even as the warmth of the parlor was proper enough for children of flesh and blood like Violet and Peony, though by no means very wholesome even for them, but involved nothing short of annihilation to the unfortunate snow image. But after all, there is no teaching anything to wise men of good Mr. Lindsey's stamp. They know everything, oh, to be sure, everything that has been, and everything that is, and everything that, by any future possibility, can be. And should some phenomenon of nature or providence transcend their system, they will not recognize it even if it come to pass under their very noses. "Wife," said Mr. Lindsey, after a fit of silence, "see what a quantity of snow the children have brought in on their feet. It has made quite a puddle here before the stove. Pray tell Dora to bring some towels and mop it up." End of The Snow Image by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
And Rise Up Never by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dorleen Kaplan. The month in which my 17th birthday arrived, I signed on before the mast on the Sophie Sutherland, a 3-topmast schooner bound on a 7-month seal hunting cruise to the coast of Japan. We sailed from San Francisco, and immediately I found confronting me a problem of no inconsiderable proportions. There were 12 men of us in the forecastle, 10 of whom were hardened, tarry-thumbed sailors. Not alone was I a youth and on my first voyage, but I had for shipmates men who had come through the hard school of the merchant service of Europe. As boys, they had to perform their ship's duty, and in addition, by immemorial sea custom, they had to be the slaves of the ordinary and able-bodied seamen. When they became ordinary seamen, they were still the slaves of the able-bodied. Thus, in the forecastle with the watch below, an able seaman lying in his bunk will order an ordinary seaman to fetch him his shoes, or bring him a drink of water. Now the ordinary seaman may be lying in his bunk. He is just as tired as the able seaman, yet he must get out of his bunk and fetch and carry. If he refuses, he will be beaten. If perchance he is so strong that he can whip the able seaman, Then all the able seamen, or as many as may be necessary, pitch upon the luckless devil and administer the beating. My problem now becomes apparent. These hard-bit Scandinavian sailors had come through a hard school. As boys, they had served their mates, and as able seamen, they looked to be served by other boys. I was a boy withal with a man's body. I had never been to sea before. Withal, I was a good sailor and knew my business. It was either a case of holding my own with them or of going under. I had signed on as an equal, and an equal I must remain myself, or else endure 7 months of hell at their hands. And it was this very equality they resented. By what right was I an equal? I had not earned that high privilege. I had not endured the miseries they had endured as maltreated boys or bullied ordinaries. Worse than that, I was a landlubber making his first voyage. And yet, by the injustice of fate, on the ship's articles, I was their equal. My method was deliberate and simple and drastic. In the first place, I resolved to do my work, no matter how hard or dangerous it might be, so well that no man would be called upon to do it for me. Further, I put ginger in my muscles. I never malingered when pulling on a rope, for I knew the eagle eyes of my forecastle mates were squinting for just such evidences of my inferiority. I made it a point to be among the first of the watch going on deck, among the last going below, never leaving a sheet or tackle for someone else to coil over a pin. I was always eager for the run aloft, for the shifting of topsail sheets and tacks, or for the setting or taking in of topsails, and in these matters I did more than my share. Furthermore, I was on a hair-trigger of resentment myself. I knew better than any to accept any abuse or the slightest patronizing. At the first hint of such, I went off. I exploded. I might be beaten in the subsequent fight, but I left the impression that I was a wildcat and that I would just as willingly fight again. My intention was to demonstrate that I would tolerate no imposition. I proved that the man who imposed on me must have a fight on his hands, and doing my work well, the innate justice of the men, assisted by their wholesome dislike for a clawing and rending wildcat ruction, soon led them to give over their hectoring. After a bit of strife, my attitude was accepted, and it was my pride that I was taken in as an equal in spirit as well as in fact. From then on everything was beautiful, and the voyage promised to be a happy one. But there was one other man in the forecastle. Counting the Scandinavians as 10, and myself as the 11th, this man was the 12th and last. We never knew his name, contenting ourselves with calling him the bricklayer. He was from Missouri, at least he so informed us in the one meager confidence he was guilty of in the early days of the voyage. Also, at that time, we learned several other things. He was a bricklayer by trade. He had never even seen salt water until the week before he joined us, at which time he had arrived in San Francisco and looked upon San Francisco Bay. Why he, of all men, at 40 years of age, should have felt the prod to go to sea was beyond all of us, for it was our unanimous conviction that no man less fitted for the sea had ever embarked in it. But to sea he had come. After a week's stay in a sailor's boarding-house, he had been shoved aboard of us as an able seaman. All hands had to do his work for him. Not only did he know nothing, but he proved himself unable to learn anything. Try as they would, they could never teach him to steer. To him the compass must have been a profound and awful whirligig. He never mastered its cardinal points, much less the checking and steadying of the ship on her course. He never did come to know whether ropes should be coiled from left to right or from right to left. It was mentally impossible for him to learn the easy muscular trick of throwing his weight on a rope in pulling and hauling. The simplest knots and turns were beyond his comprehension, while he was mortally afraid of going aloft. Bullied by captain and mate, he was one day forced aloft. He managed to get underneath the crosstrees, and there he froze to the ratlines. 2 sailors had to go after him to help him down, all of which was bad enough had there been no worse. But he was vicious, malignant, dirty, and without common decency. He was a tall, powerful man, and he fought with everybody, and there was no fairness in his fighting. His first fight on board, the first day out, was with me, when he, desiring to cut a plug of chewing tobacco, took my personal table knife for the purpose, and whereupon I, on a hair-trigger, promptly exploded. After that he fought with nearly every member of the crew. When his clothing became too filthy to be bearable by the rest of us, we put it to soak and stood over him while he washed it. In short, the bricklayer was one of those horrible and monstrous things that one must see in order to be convinced that they exist. I will only say that he was a beast, and that we treated him like a beast. It is only by looking back through the years that I realize how heartless we were to him. He was without sin. He could not, by the very nature of things, have been anything else than he was. He had not made himself, and for his making he was not responsible. If we treated him as a free agent and held him personally responsible for all that he was and that he should not have been. As a result, our treatment of him was as terrible as he was himself terrible. Finally, we gave him the silent treatment, and for weeks before he died we neither spoke to him nor did he speak to us. And for weeks he moved among us, or lay in his bunk in our crowded house, grinning at us his hatred and malignancy. He was a dying man, and he knew it, and we knew it. And furthermore, he knew that we wanted him to die. He cumbered our life with his presence, and ours was a rough life that made rough men of us. And so he died, in a small space crowded by 12 men, and as much alone as if he had died on some desolate mountain peak. No kindly word, no last word was passed between. He died as he had lived, a beast, and he died hating us and hated by us. And now I come to the most startling moment of my life. No sooner was he dead than he was flung overboard. He died in a night of wind, drawing his last breath as the men tumbled into their oilskins to the cry of "All hands!" and he was flung overboard several hours later on a day of wind. Not even a canvas wrapping graced his mortal remains, nor was he deemed worthy of bars of iron at his feet. We sewed him up in the blankets in which he died, and laid him on a hatch cover forward of the main hatch on the port side. A gunny sack, half full of galley coal, was fastened to his feet. It was bitter cold. The weather side of every rope, spar, and stay was coated with ice, while all the rigging was a harp, singing and shouting under the fierce hand of the wind. The schooner, hove to, lurched and floundered through the sea, rolling her scuppers under and perpetually flooding the deck with icy salt water. We of the forecastle stood in sea boots and oilskins. Our hands were mittened, but our heads were bared in the presence of the death we did not respect. Our ears stung and numbed and whitened, and we yearned for the body to be gone. But the interminable reading of the burial service went on. The captain had mistaken his place, and while he read on without purpose, we froze our ears and resented this final hardship thrust upon us by the helpless cadaver. As from the beginning, so to the end, everything had gone wrong with the bricklayer. Finally, the captain's son, irritated beyond measure, jerked the book from the palsied fingers of the old man and found the place. Again the quavering voice of the captain arose. Then came the cue. "And the body shall be cast into the sea." We elevated one end of the hatch cover, and the bricklayer plunged outboard and was gone. Back into the forecastle we cleaned house, washing out the dead man's bunk and removing every vestige of him. By sea law and sea custom, We should have gathered his effects together and turned them over to the captain, who later would have held an auction in which we should have bid for the various articles. But no man wanted them. So we tossed them up on deck and overboard in the wake of the departed body, the last ill treatment we could devise to wreak upon the one we had hated so. Oh, it was raw, believe me, but the life we lived was raw, and we were as raw as the life. The bricklayer's bunk was better than mine, less sea water leaked down through the deck into it, and the light was better for lying in bed and reading. Partly for this reason I proceeded to move into his bunk. My other reason was pride. I saw the sailors were superstitious, and by this act I determined to show that I was braver than they. I would cap my proved equality by a deed that would compel their recognition of my superiority. Oh, the arrogance of youth! But let that pass. The sailors were appalled by my intention. One and all, they warned me that in the history of the sea no man had taken a dead man's bunk and lived to the end of the voyage. They instanced case after case in their personal experience. I was obdurate. Then they begged and pleaded with me, and my pride was tickled in that they showed they really liked me and were concerned about me. This but served to confirm me in my madness. I moved in, and lying in the dead man's bunk all afternoon and evening, listened to dire prophecies of my future. Also were told stories of awful deaths and gruesome ghosts that secretly shivered the hearts of all of us. Saturated with this, yet scoffing at it, I rolled over at the end of the second dog watch and went to sleep. At 10 minutes to 12 I was called, and at 12 I was dressed and on deck, relieving the man who had called me. On the sealing grounds, when hove to, a watch of only a single man is kept through the night, each man holding the deck for an hour. It was a dark night, though not a black one. The gale was breaking up and the clouds were thinning. There should have been a moon, and though invisible in some way, a dim suffused radiance came from it. I paced back and forth across the deck amidships. My mind was filled with the event of the day and with the horrible tales my shipmates had told, and yet I dare to say here and now that I was not afraid. I was a healthy animal, and furthermore, intellectually, I agreed with Swinburne that dead men rise up never. The bricklayer was dead, and that was the end of it. He would rise up never, at least never on the deck of the Sophie Sutherland. Even then, he was in the ocean depths, miles to windward of our leeward drift, and the likelihood was that he was already portioned out in the maws of many sharks. Still, my mind pondered on the tales of the ghosts of dead men I had heard, and I speculated on the spirit world. My conclusion was that if the spirits of the dead still roamed the world, they carried the goodness or the malignancy of the earth life with them. Therefore, granting the hypothesis, which I didn't grant at all, the ghost of the bricklayer was bound to be as hateful and malignant as he in life had been. But there wasn't any bricklayer's ghost. That I insisted upon. A few minutes thinking thus, I paced up and down. Then, glancing casually forward along the port side, I leaped like a startled deer, and in a blind madness of terror, rushed aft along the poop, heading for the cabin. Gone was all my arrogance of youth and my intellectual calm. I had seen a ghost. There, in the dim light, where we had flung the dead man overboard, I had seen a faint and wavering form. 6 feet in length it was, slender, and of substance so attenuated that I had distinctly seen through it the tracery of the fore-rigging. As for me, I was as panic-stricken as a frightened horse. I had ceased to exist. Through me were vibrating the fiber instincts of 10,000 generations of superstitious forebears who had been afraid of the dark and the things of the dark. I was in truth those 10,000 forebears. I was the race, the whole human race in its superstitious infancy. Not until part way down the cabin companionway did my identity return to me. I checked my flight and clung to the steep ladder, suffocating, trembling, and dizzy. Never, before nor since, have I had such a shock. I clung to the ladder and considered. I could not doubt my senses. That I had seen something there was no discussion. But what was it? Either a ghost or a joke. There could be nothing else. If a ghost, the question was, would it appear again? If it did not, and I aroused the ship's officers, I would make myself the laughing stock of all on board. And by the same token, if it were a joke, my position would be still more ridiculous. If I were to retain my hard-won place of equality, it would never do to arouse anyone until I ascertained the nature of the thing. I'm a brave man, I dare to say so, for in fear and trembling I crept up the companionway and went back to the spot from which I had first seen the thing. It had vanished. My bravery was qualified, however. Though I could see nothing, I was afraid to go forward to the spot where I had seen the thing. I resumed my pacing up and down, and though I cast many an anxious glance toward the dread spot, nothing manifested itself. As my equanimity returned to me, I concluded that the whole affair had been a trick of the imagination, and that I had got what I deserved for allowing my mind to dwell on such matters. Once more my glances forward were casual and not anxious, and then suddenly I was a madman, rushing wildly aft. I had seen the thing again, the long, wavering, attenuated substance through which could be seen the fore-rigging. This time I had reached only the break of the poop when I checked myself. Again I reasoned over the situation, and it was pride that counselled strongest. I could not afford to make myself a laughing stock. This thing, whatever it was, I must face alone. I must work it out myself. I looked back to the spot where we had tilted the bricklayer. It was vacant. Nothing moved, and for a third time I resumed my amidships pacing. In the absence of the thing my fear died away, and my intellectual poise returned. Of course it was not a ghost. Dead men did not rise up. It was a joke, a cruel joke. My mates of the forecastle by some unknown means were frightening me. Twice already they must have seen me run aft. My cheeks burned with shame. In fancy I could hear the smothered chuckling and laughter even then going on in the forecastle. I began to grow angry. Jokes were all very well, but this was carrying the thing too far. I was the youngest on board, only a youth, and they had no right to play tricks on me of the order that I well knew in the past had made raving maniacs of men and women. I grew angrier and angrier, and resolved to show them that I was made of sterner stuff, and at the same time to wreak my resentment upon them. If the thing appeared again, I made my mind up that I would go up to it, furthermore, that I would go up to it knife in hand. When within striking distance, I would strike. If a man, he would get the knife thrust he deserved. If a ghost, well, it wouldn't hurt the ghost any, while I would have learned that dead men did rise up. Now I was very angry, and I was quite sure the thing was a trick. But when the thing appeared a third time in the same spot, long, attenuated, and wavering, fear surged up in me and drove most of my anger away. But I did not run, nor did I take my eyes from the thing. Both times before, it had vanished while I was running away, so I had not seen the manner of its going. I drew my sheath knife from my belt and began my advance. Step by step, nearer and nearer, the effort to control myself grew more severe. The struggle was between my will, my identity, my very self on the one hand, and on the other, the 10,000 ancestors who were twisted into the fibers of me and whose ghostly voices were whispering of the dark and the fear of the dark that had been theirs in the time when the world was dark and full of terror. I advanced more slowly, and still the thing wavered and flittered. with strange, eerie lurches. And then, right before my eyes, it vanished. I saw it vanish. Neither to the right nor left did it go, nor backward. Right there, while I gazed upon it, it faded away, ceased to be. I didn't die, but I swear from what I experienced in those few succeeding moments, I know full well that men can die of fright. I stood there, knife in hand, swaying automatically to the roll of the ship, paralyzed with fear. Had the bricklayers suddenly seized my throat with corporeal fingers and proceeded to throttle me, it would have been no more than I expected. Dead men did rise up, and that would be the most likely thing the malignant bricklayer could do. But he didn't seize my throat. Nothing happened, and since nature abhors the status, I could not remain there in the one place forever paralyzed. I turned and started aft. I did not run. What was the use? What chance had I against the malevolent world of ghosts? Flight with me was the swiftness of my legs. The pursuit with a ghost was the swiftness of thought. And there were ghosts. I had seen one. And so, stumbling slowly aft, I discovered the explanation of the seeming. I saw the mizzen topmast lurching across a faint radiance of cloud, behind which was the moon. The idea leaped in my brain. I extended the line between the cloudy radiance and the mizzen topmast, and found that it must strike somewhere near the fore-rigging on the port side. Even as I did this, the radiance vanished. The driving clouds of the breaking gale were alternately thickening and thinning before the face of the moon, but never exposing the face of the moon. And when the clouds were at their thinnest, it was a very dim radiance that the moon was able to make. I watched and waited. The next time the clouds thinned, I looked forward, and there was the shadow of the topmast, long and attenuated, wavering and lurching on the deck and against the rigging. This was my first ghost. Once again have I seen a ghost. It proved to be a Newfoundland dog, and I don't know which of us was the more frightened, for I hit that Newfoundland a full right-on swing to the jaw. Regarding the bricklayer's ghost, I will say that I never mentioned it to a soul on board. Also, I will say that in all my life I never went through more torment and mental suffering than on that lonely night watch on the Sophie Sutherland. That Dead Men Rise Up Never by Jack London.
Winter Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allison Bland. Newtapes.net. Winter Dreams by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Part 1. Some of the caddies were poor as sin and lived in one-room houses with a neurasthenic cow in the front yard. But Dexter Green's father owned the second-best grocery store in Black Bear. The best one was The Hub, patronized by wealthy people from Sherry Island, and Dexter caddied only for pocket money. In the fall, when the days became crisp and gray, and the long Minnesota winter shut down like the white lid of a box, Dexter's skis moved over the snow that hid the fairways of the golf course. At these times, the country gave him a feeling of profound melancholy. It offended him that the links should lie in enforced fallowness, haunted by ragged sparrows for the long season. It was dreary, too, that on the tees where the gay colors fluttered in the summer, there were now only the desolate sandboxes, knee-deep in crusted ice. When he crossed the hills, the wind blew cold as misery, and if the sun was out, he tramped with his eyes squinted up against the hard, dimensionless glare. In April, the winter ceased abruptly. The snow ran down into Black Bear Lake, scarcely tarrying for the early golfers to brave the season with red and black balls. Without elation, without an interval of moist glory, the cold was gone. Dexter knew there was something dismal about this northern spring, just as he knew there was something gorgeous about the fall. Fall made him clench his hands and tremble and repeat idiotic sentences to himself and make brisk, abrupt gestures of command to imaginary audiences and armies. October filled him with hope, which November raised to a sort of ecstatic triumph, and in this mood, the fleeting, brilliant impressions of the summer at Sherry Island were ruddy grist to his mill. He became a golf champion and defeated Mr. T.A. Hedrick in a marvelous match played 100 times over the fairways of his imagination, a match each detail of which he changed about untiringly. Sometimes he won with almost laughable ease. Sometimes he came up magnificently from behind. Again, stepping from a Pierce Arrow automobile, like Mr. Mortimer Jones, he strolled frigidly into the lounge of the Sherry Island Golf Club. Or perhaps, surrounded by an admiring crowd, he gave an exhibition of fancy diving from the springboard of the club raft. Among those who watched him in open-mouthed wonder was Mr. Mortimer Jones. And one day it came to pass that Mr. Jones himself, and not his ghost, came up to Dexter with tears in his eyes and said that Dexter was the best caddy in the club. And wouldn't he decide not to quit if Mr. Jones made it worth his while? Because every other caddy in the club lost one ball a hole for him, regularly. "No, sir," said Dexter decisively. "I don't want to caddy any more." Then, after a pause, "I'm too old." "You're not more than 14. Why the devil did you decide just this morning that you wanted to quit? You promised that next week you'd go over to the state tournament with me." "I decided I was too old." Dexter handed in his A-class badge, collected what money was due him from the caddy master, and walked home to Black Bear Village. "The best caddy I ever saw," shouted Mr. Mortimer Jones over a drink that afternoon. "Never lost a ball. Willing, intelligent, quiet, honest, grateful." The little girl who had done this was 11, beautifully ugly as little girls are apt to be, who are destined after a few years to be inexpressibly lovely and bring no end of misery to a great number of men. The spark, however, was perceptible. There was a general ungodliness in the way her lips twisted, down at the corners when she smiled, and in the, heaven help us, in the almost passionate quality of her eyes. Vitality is born early in such women. It was utterly in evidence now, shining through her thin frame in a sort of glow. She had come out eagerly out onto the course at 9 o'clock, with a white linen nurse and 5 small new golf clubs in a white canvas bag which the nurse was carrying. When Dexter first saw her, she was standing by the caddy house, rather ill at ease, and trying to conceal that fact by engaging her nurse in an obviously unnatural conversation, graced by startling and irrelevant grimaces from herself. "Well, it's certainly a nice day, Hilda," Dexter heard her say. She drew down the corners of her mouth, smiled, and glanced furtively around, her eyes in transit, falling for an instant on Dexter. Then to the nurse. "Well, I guess there aren't very many people out here this morning, are there?" The smile again, radiant, blatantly artificial, convincing. "I don't know what we're supposed to do now," said the nurse, looking nowhere in particular. "Oh, that's all right. I'll fix it up." Dexter stood perfectly still, his mouth slightly ajar. He knew that if he moved forward a step, his stare would be in her line of vision. If he moved backward, he would lose his full view of her face. For a moment he had not realized how young she was. Now he remembered having seen her several times the year before in her bloomers. Suddenly, involuntarily, he laughed, a short, abrupt laugh. Then, startled by himself, he turned and began to walk quickly away. "Boy!" Dexter stopped. "Boy!" Beyond question he was addressed. Not only that, but he was treated to that absurd smile, that preposterous smile, the memory of which at least a dozen men were to carry into middle age. "Boy, do you know where the golf teacher is?" "He's giving a lesson." "Well, do you know where the caddy master is?" "He isn't here yet this morning." "Oh." For a moment this baffled her. She stood alternately on her right and left foot. "We'd like to get a caddy," said the nurse. "Mrs. Mortimer Jones sent us out to play golf, and we don't know how without we get a caddy." Here she was stopped by an ominous glance from Miss Jones, followed immediately by the smile. "There aren't any caddies here except me," said Dexter to the nurse, "and I got to stay here in charge until the caddy master gets here." "Oh." Miss Jones and her retinue now withdrew, and at a proper distance from Dexter became involved in a heated conversation, which was concluded by Miss Jones taking one of the clubs and hitting it on the ground with violence. For further emphasis, she raised it again and was about to bring it down smartly upon the nurse's bosom when the nurse seized the club and twisted it from her hands. "You damn little mean old thing!" cried Miss Jones wildly. Another argument ensued. Realizing that the elements of the comedy were implied in the scene, Dexter several times began to laugh, but each time restrained the laugh before it reached audibility. He could not resist the monstrous conviction that the little girl was justified in beating the nurse. The situation was resolved by the fortuitous appearance of the caddy master, who was appealed to immediately by the nurse. "Miss Jones is to have a little caddy, and this one says he can't go." "Mr. McKenna said I was to wait here till you came," said Dexter quickly. "Well, he's here now." Miss Jones smiled cheerfully at the caddy master. Then she dropped her bag and set off at a haughty mince towards the first tee. "Well," the caddy master turned to Dexter, "what you standing there like a dummy for? Go pick up the young ladies' clubs." "I don't think I'll go out today," said Dexter. "You don't—" "I think I'll quit." The enormity of his decision frightened him. He was a favorite caddy, and the $30 he made a month he earned through the summer were not to be made elsewhere around the lake. But he had received a strong emotional shock, and his perturbation required a violent and immediate outlet. It is not so simple as that either, and so frequently would be the case in the future. Dexter was unconsciously dictated to by his winter dreams. Part 2. Now, of course, the quality and seasonability of these winter dreams varied, but the stuff of them remained. They persuaded Dexter several years later to pass up a business course at the State University. His father, prospering now, would have paid his way, for the precarious advantage of attending an older and more famous university in the East, where he was bothered by his scanty funds. But do not get the impression, because his winter dreams happened to be concerned at first with the musings on the rich, that there was anything merely snobbish in the boy. He wanted not association with glittery things and glittering people. He wanted the glittering things themselves. Often he reached out for the best without knowing why he wanted it, and sometimes he ran up against the mysterious denials and prohibitions in which life indulges. It is with one of those denials, and not with his career as a whole, that the story deals. He made money. It was rather amazing. After college, he went to the city from which Black Bear Lake drew its wealthy patrons. When he was only 23 and had been there not quite 2 years, there were already people who liked to say, "Now there's a boy." All about him, rich men's sons were peddling bonds precariously, are investing patrimonies precariously, are plodding through the 24 volumes of the George Washington commercial course. But Dexter borrowed $1,000 on his college degree and his confident mouth and bought a partnership in a laundry. It was a small laundry when he went into it, but Dexter made a specialty of learning how the English washed fine woolen golf stockings without shrinking them, and within a year he was catering to the trade that wore knickerbockers. Men were insisting that their Shetland hose and sweaters go to his laundry, just as they had insisted on a caddy who could find golf balls. A little later, he was doing their wife's lingerie as well, and running 5 branches in different parts of the city. Before he was 27, he owned the largest string of laundries in his section of the country. It was then that he sold out and went to New York. But the part of his story that concerns us goes back to the days when he was making his first big success. When he was 23, Mr. Hart, one of the gray-haired men who liked to say, "Now there's the boy," gave him a guest card to the Sherry Island Golf Club for a weekend. So he signed his name one day on the register, and that afternoon played golf in a foursome with Mr. Hart and Mr. Sandwood and Mr. T.A. Hedrick. He did not consider it necessary to remark that he had once carried Mr. Hart's bags over these same lengths, and that he knew every trap and gully with his eyes shut. but he found himself glancing at the 4 caddies who trailed them, trying to catch a gleam or gesture that would remind him of himself, that would lessen the gap which lay between his present and his past. It was a curious day, slashed abruptly with fleeting familiar impressions. One moment he had the sense of being a trespasser, and the next he was impressed by the tremendous superiority he felt towards Mr. T.A. Hedrick, who was a bore, and not even a good golfer anymore. Then, because of a ball Mr. Hart lost near the 15th green, an enormous thing happened. While they were searching the stiff grasses of the rough, there was a clear call of 4 from behind a hill in the rear. As they all turned abruptly from their search, a bright new ball sliced abruptly over the hill and caught Mr. T.A. Hedrick in the abdomen. "By God!" cried Mr. T.A. Hedrick. "They ought to put some of these crazy women off the course. It's getting to be outrageous." A head and a voice came up over the hill. "Do you mind if we go through?" "You hit me in the stomach," declared Mr. T.A. Hedrick wildly. "Did I?" The girl approached the group of men. "I'm sorry, I yelled 4. Her glance fell casually on each of the men, then scanned the fairway for her ball. "Did I bounce into the rough?" It was impossible to determine whether this question was ingenious or malicious. In a moment, however, she left no doubt, for as her partner came up over the hill, she called cheerfully, "Here I am. I'd have gone on the green, except that I hit something." As she took her stance for a short mashie shot, Dexter looked at her closely. She wore a blue gingham dress, rimmed at throat and shoulders with a white edging that accentuated her tan. The quality of exaggeration, of thinness, which had made her passionate eyes and down-turning mouth absurd at 11, was gone now. She was arrestingly beautiful. The color in her cheeks was centered like the color in a picture. It was not a high color, but a sort of fluctuating and feverish warmth, so shaded that it seemed at any moment it would recede and disappear. This color and mobility of her mouth gave a continual impression of flux, of intense life, of passionate vitality, balanced only partially by the sad luxury of her eyes. She swung her mashie impatiently and without interest, pitching the ball into a sand pit on the other side of the green. With a quick, insincere, and careless "Thank you," she went on after it. "That Judy Jones," remarked Mr. Hedrick on the next tee, as they waited some moments for her to play on ahead. "All she needs is to be turned up and spanked for 6 months, and then to be married off to an old-fashioned cavalry captain." "My God, she's good-looking," said Mr. Sandwood, who was just over 30. "Good-looking!" cried Mr. Hedrick contemptuously. "She always looks as if she wants to be kissed, turning those big cow eyes on every calf in town." It was doubtful if Mr. Hedrick intended a reference to the maternal instinct. "She'd play pretty good golf if she tries," said Mr. Sandwood. "She has no form," said Mr. Hedrick solemnly. "But she has a nice figure," said Mr. Sandwood. "Better thank the Lord she doesn't drive a swifter ball," said Mr. Hart, winking at Dexter. Later in the afternoon, the sun went down with a riotous swirl of gold in varying blues and scarlets, and left the dry, rustling night of western summer. Dexter watched from the veranda of the golf club, watched the even overlap of the waters in the little wind, silver molasses under the harvest moon. Then the moon held a finger to her lips, and the lake became a clear pool, pale and quiet. Dexter put on his bathing suit and swam out to the farthest raft, where he stretched dripping on the wet canvas of the springboard. There was a fish jumping, and a star shining, and the lights around the lake were gleaming. Over on a dark peninsula, a piano was playing the songs of last summer and of summers before that, songs from Chin Chin and The Count of Luxembourg and The Chocolate Soldier, and because the sound of a piano over a stretch of water had always seemed beautiful to Dexter, he lay perfectly quiet and listened. The tune the piano was playing at that moment had been gay, and new 5 years before when Dexter was a sophomore at college. They played it at a prom once, when he could not afford the luxury of proms, and he had stood outside the gymnasium and listened. The sound of the tune precipitated in him a sort of ecstasy, and it was with that ecstasy he viewed what happened to him now. It was a mood of intense appreciation, in the sense that, for once, he was magnificently attuned to life, and that everything about him was radiating a brightness and a glamour he might never know again. A low, pale oblong detached itself from the darkness of the island, spitting forth the reverberant sound of a racing motorboat. Two white streamers of cleft water rolled themselves out behind it, and almost immediately the boat was beside him, drowning out the hot tinkle of the piano and the drone of its spray. Dexter, raising himself on his arms, was aware of a figure standing at the wheel, of two dark eyes regarding him over the lengthening space of water. Then the boat had gone by and was sweeping in an immense and purposeless spray of water round and round in the middle of the lake. With equal eccentricity, one of the circles flattened out and headed back toward the raft. "Who's that?" she called, shutting off her motor. She was so near now that Dexter could see her bathing suit, which consisted apparently of pink rompers. The nose of the boat bumped the raft, and as the latter tilted rakishly, he was precipitated towards her. With different degrees of interest, they recognized each other. "Aren't you one of those men we played through this afternoon?" she demanded. He was. "Well, do you know how to drive a motorboat? Because if you do, I wish you'd drive this one so I can ride on the surfboard behind. My name is Judy Jones." She favored him with an absurd smirk, rather, what tried to be a smirk, for, twist her mouth as she might, it was not grotesque, it was merely beautiful. "And I live in a house over there on the island, and in that house there was a man waiting for me. When he drove up at the door, I drove out of the dock, because he says I'm his ideal." There was a fish jumping, and a star shining, and the lights around the lake were gleaming. Dexter sat beside Judy Jones, and she explained how her boat was driven. Then she was in the water, swimming to the floating surfboard with a sinuous crawl. Watching her was without effort to the eye, watching a branch waving or a seagull flying. Her arms, burned to butternut, moved sinuously among the dull platinum ripples, elbow appearing first, casting the forearm back with a cadence of falling water, then reaching out and down, stabbing a path ahead. They moved out into the lake, turning. Dexter saw that she was kneeling on the low rear of the now up-tilted surfboard. "Go faster," she called. "Fast as it'll go." Obediently, he jammed the lever forward, and the white spray mounted at the bow. When he looked around again, the girl was standing up on the rushing board, her arms spread wide, her eyes lifted towards the moon. "It's awful cold," she shouted. "What's your name?" He told her. "Well, why don't you come to dinner tomorrow night?" His heart turned over like the flywheel of the boat, and, for the second time, her casual whim gave a new direction to his life. Part 3. Next evening, while he waited for her to come downstairs, Dexter peopled the soft, deep summer room and the sun porch that opened from it with the men who had already loved Judy Jones. He knew the sort of men they were, the men who, when he first went to college, had entered from the great prep schools with graceful clothes and a deep tan of healthy summers. He had seen that, in one sense, he was better than these men. He was newer and stronger. Yet, in acknowledging to himself that he wished his children to be like them, he was admitting that he was but the rough, strong stuff from which they eternally sprang. When the time had come for him to wear good clothes, he had known who were the best tailors in America, and the best tailors in America had made him the suit he wore this evening. He had acquired that particular reserve, peculiar to his university, that set it off from other universities. He recognized the value to him of such a mannerism, and he had adopted it. He knew that to be careless in dress and manner required more confidence than to be careful. But carelessness was for his children. His mother's name had been Kremslich. She was a bohemian of the peasant class, and she had talked broken English to the end of her days. Her son must keep to the set patterns. At a little after 7, Judy Jones came downstairs. She wore a blue silk afternoon dress, and he was disappointed at first that she had not put on something more elaborate. This feeling was accentuated when, after a brief greeting, she went to the door of a butler's pantry and, pushing it open, called, "You can serve dinner, Martha." He had rather expected that a butler would announce dinner and that there would be a cocktail. Then he put these thoughts behind him as they sat down side by side on a lounge and looked at each other. "Father and Mother won't be here," she said thoughtfully. He remembered the last time he had seen her father, and he was glad the parents were not to be here tonight. They might wonder who he was. He had been born in Keble, a Minnesota village 50 miles further north, and he always gave Keble as his home instead of Black Bear Village. Country towns were well enough to come from if they weren't inconveniently in sight and used as footstools by fashionable lakes. They talked of his university, which he had visited frequently during the past 2 years, and of the nearby city which supplied Sherry Island with his patrons, and whether Dexter would return next day to his prospering laundries. During dinner she slipped into a moody depression, which gave Dexter a feeling of uneasiness. Whatever petulance she uttered in her throaty voice worried him. Whatever she smiled at him, at a chicken liver, at nothing, it disturbed him that her smile could have no root in mirth, or even in amusement. When the scarlet corners of her lips curved down, it was less a smile than an invitation to a kiss. Then, after dinner, she led him out onto the dark sun porch and deliberately changed the atmosphere. "Do you mind if I weep a little?" she asked. "I'm afraid I'm boring you," he responded quickly. "You're not. I like you, but I've just had a terrible afternoon. There was a man I cared about, and this afternoon he told me out of a clear sky that he was poor as a church mouse. He'd never even hinted at it before. Does this sound horribly mundane?" "Perhaps he was afraid to tell you." "Suppose he was," she answered. "He didn't start right. You see, if I'd thought of him as poor, well, I've been mad about loads of poor men, and fully intended to marry them all. But in this case, I hadn't thought of him that way, and my interest in him wasn't strong enough to survive the shock." As if a girl calmly informed her fiancé that she was a widow. He might not object to widows, but... "Let's start right," she interrupted herself suddenly. "Who are you, anyhow?" For a moment Dexter hesitated. Then, "I'm nobody," he announced. "My career is largely a matter of futures." "Are you poor?" "No," he said frankly. "I'm probably making more money than any man my age in the Northwest. I know that's an obnoxious remark, but you advised me to start right." There was a pause. Then she smiled, and the corners of her mouth drooped, and an almost imperceptible sway brought her closer to him, looking up into his eyes. A lump rose in Dexter's throat, and he waited breathless for the experiment, facing the unpredictable compound that would form mysteriously from the elements of their lips. Then he saw she communicated her excitement to him, lavishly, deeply, with kisses that were not a promise but a fulfillment, kisses that were like charity, creating want by holding back nothing at all. It did not take him many hours to decide that he had wanted Judy Jones ever since he was a proud, desirous little boy. Part 4. It began like that, and continued, with varying shades of intensity, on such a note right up to the denouncement. Dexter surrendered a part of himself to the most direct and unprincipled personality he had ever come in contact. Whatever Judy wanted, she went after with the full pressure of her charm. There was no divergence of method, no jockeying for position or premeditation of effects. There was very little mental side to any of her affairs. She simply made men conscious to the highest degree of her physical loveliness. Dexter had no desire to change her. Her deficiencies were knit up with a passionate energy that transcended and justified them. When, as Judy's head lay against his shoulder that first night, she whispered, "I don't know what's the matter with me. Last night I thought I was in love with a man, and tonight I think I'm in love with you." It seemed to him a beautiful and romantic thing to say. It was the exquisite excitability that for the moment he controlled and owned. But a week later he was compelled to view the same quality in a different light. She took him in her roadster to a picnic supper, and after supper she disappeared, likewise in her roadster, with another man. Dexter became enormously upset and was scarcely able to be decently civil to the other people present. When she assured him she had not kissed the other man, he knew she was lying, yet he was glad that she had taken the trouble to lie to him. He was, as he found before the summer ended, one of a varying dozen who circulated about her. Each of them had at one time been favored above all others. About half of them still basked in the solace of occasional sentimental revivals. Whenever one showed signs of dropping out through long neglect, she granted him a brief honeyed hour, which encouraged him to tag along for a year or so longer. Judy made these forays upon the helpless and defeated without malice, indeed half unconscious that there was anything mischievous in what she did. When a new man came to town, everyone dropped out. Dates were automatically canceled. The helpless part of trying to do anything about it was she did it all herself. She was not a girl who could be won in the kinetic sense. She was proof against cleverness. She was proof against charm. If any of these assailed her too strongly, she would immediately resolve the affair to a physical basis, and under the magic of her physical splendor, the strong as well as the brilliant played her game, and not their own. She was entertained only by the gratification of her desires, and by the direct exercise of her own charm. Perhaps from so much youthful love, so many youthful lovers, she had come, in self-defense, to nourish herself wholly from within. Succeeding Dexter's first exhilaration came restlessness and dissatisfaction. The helpless ecstasy of losing himself in her was opiate rather than tonic. It was fortunate for his work during the winter that these moments of ecstasy came infrequently. Earlier in their acquaintance, it had seemed for a while that there was a deep and spontaneous mutual attraction that first August. For example, 3 long days of long evenings on her dusky veranda, of strange wan kisses through the late afternoon, in shadowy alcoves behind the protecting trellises of the garden arbors, of mornings when she was fresh as a dream and almost shy at meeting him in the clarity of the rising day. There was all the ecstasy of an engagement about, sharpened by his realization that there was no engagement. It was during those 3 days that, for the first time, he had asked her to marry him. She said, maybe someday. She said, kiss me. She said, I'd like to marry you. She said, I love you. She said, nothing. The 3 days were interrupted by the arrival of a New York man who visited at her house for half September. To Dexter's agony, rumor engaged them. The man was the son of the president of a great trust company. But at the end of a month, it was reported that Judy was yawning. At a dance one night, she sat all evening in a motorboat with a local beau, while the New Yorker searched the club for her frantically. She told the local beau that she was bored with her visitor, and 2 days later he left. She was seen with him at the station, and it was reported that he looked very mournful indeed. On this note, the summer ended. Dexter was 24, and he found himself increasingly in a position to do as he wished. He joined 2 clubs in the city, and lived at one of them. Though he was by no means an integral part of the stag lines at these clubs, he managed to be on hand at dances where Judy Jones was likely to appear. He could have gone out socially as much as he liked. He was an eligible young man now, and popular with downtown fathers. His confessed devotion to Judy Jones had rather solidified his position. But he had no social aspirations, and rather despised the dancing men who were always on tap for the Thursday or Saturday parties, and who filled in at dinners with the younger married set. Already he was playing with the idea of going east to New York. He wanted to take Judy Jones with him. No disillusion as to the world in which she had grown up could cure his illusion as to her desirability. Remember that, for only in the light of it can what he did for her be understood. 18 months after he first met Judy Jones, he became engaged to another girl. Her name was Irene Shearer, and her father was one of the men who always believed in Dexter. Irene was light-haired and sweet and honorable, and a little stout, and she had 2 suitors whom she pleasantly relinquished when Dexter formally asked her to marry him. Summer, fall, winter, spring, another summer, another fall, so much he had given of his active life to the incorrigible lips of Judy Jones. She had treated him with interest, with encouragement, with malice, with indifference, with contempt. She had inflicted on him the innumerable little slights and indignities possible in such a case. as if in revenge for having ever cared for him at all. She had beckoned him and yawned at him and beckoned him again, and he had responded often with bitterness and narrowed eyes. She had brought him ecstatic happiness and intolerable agony of spirit. She had caused him untold inconvenience and not a little trouble. She had insulted him, and she had ridden over him, and she had played his interest in her against his interest in his work, for fun. She had done everything to him except to criticize him. This she had not done. It seemed to him only because it might have sullied the utter indifference she manifested and sincerely felt towards him. When autumn had come and gone again, it occurred to him that he could not have Judy Jones. He had to beat this into his mind, but he had convinced himself at last. He lay awake at night for a while and argued it over. He told himself the trouble and the pain she had caused him. He enumerated her glaring deficiency as a wife. Then he said to himself that he loved her, and after a while he fell asleep. For a week, lest he imagine her husky voice over the telephone or her eyes opposite him at lunch. He worked hard and late, and at night he went to his office and plotted out his years. At the end of a week he went to a dance and cut in on her once. For almost the first time since they had met, he did not ask her to sit out with him or tell her that she was lovely. It hurt him that she did not miss these things. That was all. He was not jealous when he saw there was a new man tonight. He had been hardened against jealousy long before. He stayed late at the dance. He sat for an hour with Irene Shearer and talked about books and about music. He knew very little about either, but he was beginning to be master of his own time now, and he had a rather priggish notion that he, the young and already fabulously successful Dexter Green, should know more about such things. That was in October, when he was 25. In January, Dexter and Irene became engaged. It was to be announced in June, and they were to be married 3 months later. The Minnesota winter prolonged itself interminably, and it was almost May when the winds came soft and the snow ran down into Black Bear Lake at last. For the first time in over a year, Dexter was enjoying a certain tranquility of spirit. Judy Jones had been in Florida, and afterwards in Hot Springs, and somewhere she had been engaged, and somewhere she had broken it off. At first, when Dexter had definitely given up on her, it had made him sad that people still linked them together and asked for news of her. But when he began to be placed at dinner next to Irene Shearer, people didn't ask him about her any more. They told him about her. He ceased to be an authority on her. May at last. Dexter walked the streets at night when the darkness was damp as rain, wondering that so soon, with so little done, so much ecstasy had gone from him. May 1 year back had been marked by Judy's poignant, unforgivable, yet forgiven, turbulence. It had been one of those rare times when he fancied she had grown to care for him. That old penny's worth of happiness he had spent for this bushel of content. He knew that Irene would be no more than a curtain spread behind him, a hand moving among gleaming teacups, a voice calling to children. Fire and loveliness were gone. The magic of nights and the wonder of the varying hours and seasons. Slender lips downturning, dropping to his lips, bearing him up into a heaven of eyes. That thing was deep in him. He was too strong and alive for it to die lightly. In the middle of May, when the weather balanced for a few days on the thin bridge that led to deep summer, he turned in one night at Irene's house. Their engagement was to be announced in a week now. No one would be surprised at it. And tonight they would sit together on the lounge at the University Club and look on for an hour at the dancers. It gave him a sense of solidarity to go with her. She was so sturdily popular, so intensely great. He mounted the steps of the brownstone house and stepped inside. "Irene," he called. Miss Shearer came out of the living room to meet him. "Dexter," she said. "Irene's gone upstairs with a splitting headache. She wanted to go with you, but I made her go to bed." "Nothing serious. Oh no, she's going to play golf with you in the morning. You can spare her for just one night, can't you, Dexter?" Her smile was kind. She and Dexter liked each other. In the living room, he talked for a moment before he said good night. Returning to the University Club, where he had rooms, he stood in the doorway for a moment and watched the dancers. He leaned against the doorpost, nodded at a man or two, yawned. "Hello, darling." The familiar voice at his elbow startled him. Judy Jones had left a man and crossed the room to him. Judy Jones, a slender, enameled doll in cloth of gold, gold in a band at her head, gold in 2 slipper points at her just as him. The fragile glow of her face seemed to blossom as she smiled at him. A breeze of warmth and light blew through the room. His hands in the pockets of his dinner jacket tightened spasmodically. He was filled with a sudden excitement. "When did you get back?" he asked casually. "Come here and I'll tell you about it." She turned and he followed her. She had been away. He could have wept at the wonder of her return. She passed through enchanted streets, doing things that were like provocative music. All mysterious happenings, all fresh and quickening hopes, had gone away with her, come back with her now. She turned in the doorway. "Have you a car here? If you haven't, I have." "I have a coupe." In, then, with a rustle of golden cloth, he slammed the door. Into so many cars she had stepped, like this, like that, her back against the leather, her elbow resting on the door, waiting. She could have been soiled long since had there been anything to soil her, except herself, but this was her own self-outpouring. With an effort, he forced himself to start the car and back into the street. This was nothing, he must remember. She had done this before, and he had put her behind him, as he would have crossed a bad account from his books. He drove slowly downtown, and, affecting abstraction, traversed the deserted streets of the business section, peopled here and there where a movie was giving out its crowd, or where consumptive or pugilistic youth lounged in front of pool halls. The clink of glasses and the slap of hands on the bars issued from saloons, cloisters of glazed glass and dirty yellow light. She was watching him closely, and the silence was embarrassing. Yet in this crisis he could find no casual word with which to profane the hour. At a convenient turning, he began to zigzag back towards the university club. "Have you missed me?" she asked suddenly. "Everybody missed you." He wondered if she knew of Irene Shearer. She had been back only a day. Her absence had been almost contemporaneous with his engagement. "What a remark," Judy laughed sadly, without sadness. She looked at him searchingly. He became absorbed in the dashboard. "You're handsomer than you used to be," she said thoughtfully. "Dexter, you have the most rememberable eyes." He could have laughed at this, but he did not laugh. It was the sort of thing that was said to sophomores, yet it stabbed him. "I'm awfully tired of everything, darling." She called everyone darling, endowing the endearment with careless, individual camaraderie. "I wish you'd marry me." The directness of this confused him. He should have told her now he was going to marry another girl, but he could not tell her. He could as easily have sworn that he had never loved her. "I think we get along," she continued on the same note, "unless probably you've forgotten me and fallen in love with another girl." Her confidence was obviously enormous. She had said, in effect, that she found such a thing impossible to believe, that if it were true he had merely committed a childish indiscretion, and probably to show off. She would forgive him, because it was not a matter of any moment, but rather something to be brushed aside lightly. "Of course you could never love anybody but me," she continued. "I like the way you love me. Oh, Dexter, have you forgotten last year?" "No, I haven't forgotten." "Neither have I." Was she sincerely moved, or was she carried along by the wave of her own acting? "I wish we could be like that again," she said, and he forced himself to answer. "I don't think we can." "I suppose not. I hear you're giving Irene Shearer a violent rush." There was not the faintest emphasis on the name, yet Dexter was suddenly ashamed. "Oh, take me home," cried Judy suddenly. "I don't want to go back to that idiotic dance with those children." Then, as he turned up the street that led to the residence district, Judy began to cry quietly to herself. He had never seen her cry before. The dark street lightened, the dwellings of the rich loomed up around them. He stopped his coupe in front of the great white bulk of the Mortimer Joneses' house, somnolent, gorgeous, drenched with the splendor of the damp moonlight. Its solidity startled him. The strong walls, the steel of the girders, the breadth and beam and pomp of it were only to bring out the contrast with the young beauty beside him. It was sturdy to accentuate her slightness, as if to show what a breeze could be generated by a butterfly's wing. He sat perfectly quiet, his nerves in wild clamor, afraid that if he moved he would find her irresistibly in his arms. 2 tears had rolled down her wet face and trembled on her upper lip. "I'm more beautiful than anybody else," she said brokenly. "Why can't I be happy?" Her moist eyes tore at his stability. Her mouth turned slowly downward with an exquisite sadness. "I'd like to marry you if you'll have me, Dexter. I suppose you think I'm not worth having, but I'll be so beautiful for you, Dexter." A million phrases of anger, pride, passion, hatred, tenderness fought on his lips. Then a perfect wave of emotion waved over him, carrying off with it a sediment of wisdom, of convention, of doubt, of honor. This was his girl who was speaking, his own, his beautiful, his pride. "Won't you come in?" He heard her draw in her breath sharply. Waiting. "All right," his voice was trembling. "I'll come in." Part 5. It was strange that neither when it was over nor a long time afterward did he regret that night. Looking at it from the perspective of 10 years, the fact that Judy's flair for him endured just 1 month seemed of little importance. Nor did it matter that by yielding he subjected himself to a deeper agony in the end, and gave serious hurt to Irene Shearer and to Irene's parents, who had befriended him. There was nothing sufficiently pictorial about Irene's grief to stamp itself on his mind. Dexter was at bottom hard-minded. The attitude of the city on his action was of no importance to him, not because he was going to leave the city, but because any outside attitude on the situation seemed superficial. He was completely indifferent to popular opinion, nor, when he had seen it was no use, that he did not possess in himself the power to move fundamentally or to hold Judy Jones, did he bear any malice toward her. He loved her, and he would love her until the day he was too old for loving, but he could not have her. So he tasted the deep pain that is reserved only for the strong, just as he had tasted for a little while the deep happiness. Even the ultimate falsity on the grounds upon which Judy terminated the engagement, that she did not want to take him away from Irene, Judy, who had wanted nothing else, did not revolt him. He was beyond any revulsion or any amusement. He went east in February with the intention of selling out his laundries and settling in New York, but the war came to America in March and changed his plans. He returned to the West, handed over the management of the business to his partner, and went into the first officers' training camp in late April. He was one of those young thousands who greeted the war with a certain amount of relief, welcoming the liberation from webs of tangled emotion. This story is not his biography, remember, although things creep into it which have nothing to do with those dreams he had when he was young. We are almost done with them, and with him now. There's only one more incident to be related here, and it happened 7 years farther on. It took place in New York, where he had done well. So well that there were no barriers too high for him. He was 32 years old, and except for one flying trip immediately after the war, he had not been west in 7 years. A man named Devlin from Detroit came into his office to see him in a business way, and then and there this incident occurred, and closed out, so to speak, this particular side of his life. "So you're from the Middle West," said the man Devlin with careless curiosity. "That's funny. I thought men like you were probably born and raised on Wall Street. You know, wife of one of my best friends in Detroit came from your city. I was an usher at the wedding." Dexter waited with no apprehension of what was coming. "Judy Sims," said Devlin with no particular interest. "Judy Jones she was once." "Yes, I knew her." A dull impatience spread over him. He had heard, of course, that she was married. Perhaps deliberately he had heard no more. "Awfully nice girl," brooded Devlin meaninglessly. "I'm sort of sorry for her." "Why?" Something in Dexter was alert, receptive, at once. "Oh, Lud Sims has gone to pieces in a way. I don't mean he ill-uses her, But he drinks and runs around. Doesn't she run around? No. Stays at home with her kids. Oh. She's a little too old for him, said Devlin. Too old, cried Dexter. Why, man, she's only 27. He was possessed with a wild notion of rushing out into the streets and taking a train to Detroit. He rose to his feet spasmodically. I guess you're busy, Devlin apologized quickly. I didn't realize. No, I'm not busy, said Dexter, steadying his voice. I'm not busy at all, not busy at all. Did you say she was 27? No, I said she was 27. Yes, you did, agreed Devlin dryly. Go on then, go on. What do you mean? About Judy Jones. Devlin looked at him helplessly. Well, I told you there is to it. He treats her like the devil. Oh, they're not going to get divorced or anything. When he's particularly outrageous, she forgives him. In fact, I'm inclined to think she loves him. She was a pretty girl when she first came to Detroit. A pretty girl. The phrase struck Dexter as ludicrous. Isn't she a pretty girl anymore? Oh, she's all right. Look here, said Dexter, sitting down suddenly. I don't understand. You say she was a pretty girl, and now you say she's all right. I don't understand what you mean. Judy Jones wasn't a pretty girl, at all. She was a great beauty. Why, I knew her. I knew her. She was a... Devlin laughed pleasantly. I'm not trying to start a row, he said. I think Judy's a nice girl, and I like her. I can't understand how a man like Lud Sims could fall madly in love with her, but he did. Then he added, most of the women like her. Dexter looked closely at Devlin, thinking wildly that there must be a reason for this, some insensitivity in the man or some private malice. Lots of women fade just like that. Devlin snapped his fingers. You must have seen it happen. Perhaps I've forgotten how pretty she was at her wedding. I've seen her so much since then, you see. She has nice eyes. A sort of dullness settled upon Dexter. For the first time in his life, he felt like getting very drunk. He knew he was laughing loudly at something Devlin had said, but he did not know what it was or why it was funny. When in a few minutes, Devlin went, he lay down on his lounge and looked out at the window at the New York skyline into which the sun was sinking in dull, lovely shades of pink and gold. He had thought that having nothing else to lose, he was invulnerable at last, but he knew he had just lost something more. As surely if he had married Judy Jones and seen her fade away before his eyes. The dream was gone. Something had been taken from him. In sort of a panic, he pushed the palms of his hands into his eyes and tried to bring up a picture of the waters lapping on Sherry Island, and the moonlit veranda, and the gingham on the golf links, and the dry sun, and the gold color of her neck's soft down, and her mouth damp to his kisses, and her eyes plaintive with melancholy, and her freshness like new fine linen in the morning. Why, these things were no longer in the world. They had existed, and they existed no longer. For the first time in years, the tears were streaming down his face, but they were for himself now. He did not care about mouth and eyes and moving hands. He wanted to care, and he could not care. For he had gone away, and he could never go back any more. The gates were closed, and the sun was down, and there was no beauty but the gray beauty of steel that withstands all time. Even the grief he could have borne was left behind in the country of illusion, of youth, of the richness of life, where his winter dreams had flourished. Long ago, he said, long ago there was something in me, but now that thing is gone. Now that thing is gone, that thing is gone. I cannot cry, I cannot care. That thing will come back no more. This was Winter Dreams by F. Scott Fitzgerald.